in the days leading up to the election. Now, taking a look at another number here. Is the country headed in the right direction or the wrong direction? Americans were pretty much split over that one. Here's an interesting figure, though, that we start to see a little bit of a story emerging. 46% of people said that they were either enthusiastic or satisfied about the Bush administration. But look at this number. 52% said they were either dissatisfied or angry. So there may be a protest vote story that's starting to develop here. Let's take a look at the figures from the Kerry vote and see if, in fact, that's true. 56% of people who voted for John Kerry said they were voting for the candidate, but look at this number. 38% said that they were registering a vote against President Bush. So the enthusiasm for the candidate is almost the same number as, a little bit different here, as the number of people who were not voting for John Kerry, but against President Bush. We'll see how this trend develops throughout the night. Dan?
Thanks very much. Both camps quoted the Hispanic vote. Where are they? What were they big factors or not, Ed Bradley, or do we know enough to say?
No, I think they are big factors. Obviously in Florida, where the Cubans are a big factor, but not as big a factor as they have been in the past. I think the Cubans now are outnumbered by Hispanics from the Caribbean, from Central and South America, and other parts. But Bush is winning the president is winning among Hispanics in Florida. I think we could look out west and see where Hispanics are.
Excuse me, Ed, I want to interrupt you here. Our CBS News estimate is that you can now put Missouri's 11 electoral votes in the George Bush column, and that pops him up to 196 by our CBS News projections. So President Bush, our CBS News estimate now is that he, when all the votes are counted, will have carried Missouri. Remember, these are our projections, folks. You make your own judgments on how accurate in the end you think they have been. But with 270 needed to win, Bush with 196 is our current projection, Kerry with 112. The big states that will decide this remain what we call the 3, 3, and 3. The big three: Florida, Ohio, and Pennsylvania. Florida with 27, Ohio with 20 electoral votes, Pennsylvania with 21, Michigan with 17, Wisconsin and Minnesota with 10 each, Iowa with 7, Colorado with 9, New Mexico with 5. Arizona is not yet in, and Nevada, which also has 5, they have the polls closed as well, but we do not yet know the results. In those states that are now in white, where the polls have closed, but we do not yet have them in columns for either man, are going to decide this election. The polls are still open, let me remind you, on the West Coast and also in Alaska and Hawaii, so if you haven't voted, go out there and be sure to vote. But in Missouri, the Republicans always thought that they were going to get it, Bob Schieffer, but the Democrats, they had it on their wish list, but it slid off.
They did, but about 3 weeks ago, the Kerry people pulled out, basically. And
electoral votes for the Bush-Cheney ticket, but perhaps offset a potential loss in New Hampshire. The board is shrinking. The states are now only a handful that we see as truly contested as both these candidates try to reach that 270 mark.
To tell you how carefully Karl Rove looks at the American political landscape. He told me 6 months ago that Hawaii would be in play because, to quote him, Pacific Islanders tend to vote for incumbents. That's what American politics has come down to. He knows the voting pattern and the expectation of almost every precinct in the country. And there are those on the Kerry side who read the same kinds of tea leaves and come to their own, often very perceptive conclusions about what's likely to happen.
Tom, several times during this entire presidential race, you had to avoid a mid-air crash between Air Force One and the Kennedy campaign plane. One would be landing in Toledo, Ohio, another one would be taken off. They were playing this game like they were running for county sheriff. That's how much they have perfected and looked at how these voting behavior and turnouts occur in battleground states. It's extraordinary.
My guess is that there will be some review of the Electoral College and certainly of the voting procedures after what we've been through this year. We'll be back from Democracy Plaza.
For his second term, and I think that one of the first things he's going to do is reach out to the Democrats, and not just with a couple of cabinet appointments, but with some specific plans for working together, the way that he worked with Ted Kennedy on the No Child Left Behind Act.
That is a matter of huge speculation you just raised, whether or not, if President Bush is reelected, he will, as they say, govern more towards the center, or whether he will continue, as he has for these last 4 years, to appeal largely to his conservative base. What do you really think?
I really think that every president in his second term has wanted to have a legacy. I think that means working together with the other side on national security issues as well as domestic issues. So I'm confident that he'll do that.
Talk a little bit about Arizona, because we're about to face the results in Arizona. What, as you travel around the state, is there one issue which is absolutely dominant?
Yes, there is in Arizona, and this may surprise you a little, but probably won't actually. Immigration. Immigration reform is the big issue here. We have terrific problems with lawlessness, with destruction of property, with strains on our health care, with 200 and some people dying in the desert in the last year. It's probably the transcendent issue, and the second one is water.
You have a proposition on the ballot in Arizona that should anyone applying for public health benefits has to prove that they're a citizen. How divisive has that been in the state of Arizona this year?
It's been very divisive, and by the way, it just says public benefits, which some of us are concerned that it might mean public libraries or parks or other public facilities. We understand the frustration that the people of this state feel. They're understandably frustrated, but I and the other elected leaders of this state don't feel it's the right answer. In fact, we think it's very much the wrong answer.
A final question, if I may, Senator, and it's very nice to you. Do you often or ever feel used by the Bush campaign this year? You have not always been bosom buddies by any means.
Peter, I support the president strongly. I enjoyed campaigning with him, and I think the transcendent issue of this campaign was the war on terror, and I think he was best qualified. That does not detract from the fact that I am a good friend of John Kerry's.
Many thanks. Nice to see you, Senator
Thanks,
McCain.
Peter.
Senator John McCain of Arizona, as he points out, a good friend of John Kerry's, and maybe a good friend of the president would be stretching it. As he didn't say it, perhaps I shouldn't say it, but you will recall that in a previous year, 2000, John McCain got gone over by the Bush campaign in ways that were stunning to the senator, and he has been one of the leading lights campaigning for the president in this campaign today, for which the president is undoubtedly grateful. We're going to break for your local news in some parts of the country now, though ABC News will, of course, continue at the...
Children should be forced to fight.
That one soon. Well,
all right, Anderson, thank you very much. Let's talk a little bit about what we're seeing in the United States Senate. So far, I don't think we've seen any major surprises.
Kerry folks. That said, they are still very involved in their ground game. We just heard Terry McAuliffe here going out in front of the crowd, the chairman of the Democratic National Committee, and saying, stay in those lines, don't leave those lines. They've still got their troops out. Kerry himself today, all afternoon, he was going to give it 2 hours of his time, gave nearly 4 hours of his time to do like nearly 40 5-minute interviews. I mean, you do the math. I tried to. It's nearly 4 hours. So they see it as hand-to-hand combat, and right now they're really focused on Ohio.
On Ohio. What do they know? What are they telling you about Ohio?
What they're saying is they still think it's winnable, and they must win either Ohio or Florida.
Very possible indeed, because the Republican incumbent, the former baseball great pitcher Jim Bunning, had made some misstatements that got him in trouble, and all the precincts are in now. Bunning is ahead by...
Came as a result of a law in 2002 that was supposed to remedy some of the problems from 2000, saying, look, we want to have this as a backup. So when people show up at the polls and they say, I should be registered, or I was supposed to get my absentee ballot, or I know that I'm allowed to vote, they could say, all right, you know what? Fine, here's a provisional ballot, but it doesn't mean that we're necessarily going to count it. That's also the way they've dealt with some of these extremely long lines. They've said, you know, for example, in one county, fine, fill in these provisional ballots, and then they can decide later if there's a challenge, for example, and someone says those should never have counted. That's why this is going to become so important when it comes to the litigation. In a sense, what they've done is they've delayed the fights, because rather than fight about whether these people are eligible now, they're saying, take these ballots, vote, we'll deal with the problems later. And that's why it's so important, as Ben Ginsberg and David Boies are pointing out, how many of these provisional ballots come in could determine whether there's going to be a fight. For example, there's a voter in Ohio who's suing, saying, look, we ought to know how you're going to go about counting these provisional ballots. What's going to be the standard for whether you use it or you don't use it? saying we ought to know that at this point. And of course, remember, there was another ruling in Ohio earlier today, a federal judge saying if you had asked for an absentee ballot, you didn't get it, you came in, you still get a provisional ballot. Chris?
Is this simply kicking the can down the road, giving provisional ballots out?
Absolutely. I mean, look, it's important in the sense that it protects you from having problems you can't remedy. But there's no question that it's just delaying possible fights if it's going to come down to these provisional ballots.
Tom Brokaw was talking to both presidential candidates, including the president, recently, and they seemed to both showed a strong sentiment. They both showed a strong sentiment for fixing our system and finding some way of unifying and uniformizing all the voting in the country for federal elections. Is that constitutional? Can
Sure.
we do that, or do we have to change the Constitution to do that?
No, you wouldn't have to change the Constitution to have a unified system. Now, you might have some problems if there were mandates as to how states had to do things, because generally the way we do these presidential elections is we say it's up to the states. But we could certainly reach an agreement where all the states say, look, here's how we're going to do it. For example, the winner-take-all system in the Electoral College. Sure, there are a couple of states that don't completely do it, but basically all of the states have said we want to play by the same rules. And I don't think there's any reason.
General assistant for the whole salon.
20%.
He's got a lot of colleagues voting over there. In Washington State, they're voting. Looks like there's some empty polling booths over there. Some machines are still waiting. And in Alaska, 1 a.m. on the East Coast, that's when they'll close. In Alaska, we'll continue to watch. To our viewers, here's a recommendation. If the polls are still open where you are, this would be a good time to still go out and vote. It's important. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back.
A dose of Mort Kondracki, it appears. No, that's my tie. I'm afraid that's me. Yeah, you see those guys dozing off in the front row. It must be me. So there we are. Okay. Troops in Fallujah watching the election returns on the Fox News channel. Okay, panel.
At about, what, 4 a.m. or 5 a.m. in Iraq,
I guess it's pretty late, yeah. It must be pretty late
well, I guess
there.
they're soldiers. They're not on a 9-to-5 day.
Right.
Well, this prudence is driving me crazy. You think we'd know more by this time, and that Florida and Ohio are the crucial states here, and they're still hanging out there. We'll know something about this election when we get some final results from the two of them.
I said on Sunday, I think on Fox News Sunday, sitting right here, that I wasn't sure who was going to win. I thought Bush was going to win comfortably, but I promised everyone they could go. Would call it by 11:30 at night and would have a good night's sleep. I think this is one of many predictions I've made that will turn out to be entirely false. It is deja vu. It is deja vu all over again here. I can't believe it.
You also predicted, I think, that Bush was going to get 324 electoral votes, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it looks now like you see why when they do the predictions on Fox News Sunday, I don't play.
Yeah.
Juan, I'm sorry, I interrupted you. Go ahead.
No, I think this is going to be very close. I mean, the problem with caution and everybody reacting to what happened in 2000, fighting the last war all over again, is that I think people are reluctant to make these calls. The question about the exit polls, though, has become the story of the night, and you just have to wonder what's going on there. The people who run the exit polls aren't coming forward to say they've made mistakes, but the Bush people.
Wait, let's be fair. When an exit poll is 52-47, that means the state can't be called.
Right.
It's not their fault if every stupid journalist who's never been in a campaign and never done real polling in his life goes out and says 52-47, it's a landslide, and calls all his buddies and says the race is over.
Remember,
that's what it means with a margin of error. 52-47 is an uncallable race.
Right, and even remember, we got a nationwide sample of 12,000 people in an exit poll.
It seems now that people are going, maybe not. We don't know yet.
Well, I'm still smiling, and I think that, there's been a lot of talk about it's leaning, Florida leaning towards Bush, but there's still a lot he has to do even if he gets Florida. And I think that people need to remember what Monica just said, which is we really haven't had any of the big states come in that we're waiting for. You just showed the map. I mean, we all knew that was going to happen. We haven't learned anything new tonight.
All right, I got a big call to make.
Okay.
A big call to make. Fox News can now project as we approach 10:30 on the East Coast that Jim Bunning has won the Senate seat. seat from the state of Kentucky. This must be considered a very big hold for the Republicans. He was thought to be cruising to a win here until a series of, well, let's just say odd remarks and missteps spawned murmured questions of his mental health. For one, in a speech, he called his opponent and said, one who looks like Saddam Hussein's son. He accused the opposition of roughing up his wife in an event in the summer, said there may be, quote, strangers among us. Jim Bunning, the incumbent senator, Republican from the state of Kentucky, keeps that seat, and Republicans must now, especially with that hold, Monica Crowley, be feeling much better about retaining control of the Senate.
Absolutely.
In the battle for electoral votes, according to our CBS News projections. But put on another cup of coffee. This race is far from over. We may all be in the waiting room for quite a while yet. No winners yet in the 12 states with 145 electoral votes, and the polls are still open in 6 states with 84 votes. In sum, with 270 electoral votes needed to win, President Bush still needs to pick up 74 more. Senator Kerry needs 158 more. Kerry could get a third of that from California, where the polls are still open. Now, here's the national popular vote total. President Bush has led from the opening pop tonight. Right now, it's running on the order of 51% to 48%. That's been closing down as more votes get in and counted. We now have something on the order of about 49 or 50 million votes counted, with over 105 million expected to be cast. Let's go to the map. Bush states in red, Kerry states in blue, according to our CBS News estimates. You look at the map and you say, well, it must be all over. Looks like it's going to be George Bush. But here's one of those cases where your mother was right. Looks can be deceiving. President Bush is clearly off to a good start. We estimate he has 196 electoral votes, having swept the South and all southern border states, also run through the Midwest and making real inroads in the West. However,
whatever at the age of 18. And in addition to that, they would also be taking people into the jails. And for people who were locked up for marijuana charges, they were going to find them lawyers and set up reparations. That didn't fly. This year, they put it back on at 21 years old. You can grow it, you can smoke it, you can hold it if you're 21. They're voting on it in Alaska today. And Greta Van Susteren is watching with great interest, our girl from Wisconsin. Hello, Greta.
Hello, Shep. Yes, the times are changing, or maybe they're changing. We still don't know what the voters have decided in Alaska because it's so many time zones away from us and the polls haven't closed there. But you are indeed right. Marijuana is on the ballot there. And Judge Napolitano, what do you think this year?
I'll tell you what's different about this one, as Shep just pointed out. This one allows you to grow, to sell, to possess, to transfer marijuana for recreational purposes. All the other states that have it on their ballots limit it to medicinal purposes. Now, the federal government says, under this administration, even medicinal purposes is illegal. It'll be very interesting to see what happens if President Bush is reelected. The Justice Department in his term takes the same view that it takes now, and Alaska says you can do anything you want with marijuana.
All right, Ken Gross, but Alaska's not the only one who has marijuana on the ballot. We have 2 other states.
Montana and Oregon also have ballot measures. They don't go as far as Alaska, as the judge was saying. Alaska really is about as extreme provision as I've seen on this. Montana is a moderate increase. You have use of it for medicinal purposes. Oregon goes a little bit further. You can possess as much as a pound of it, which is an increase on the current possession in Oregon. So there are different gradations, but the 2 states, Montana, Oregon, are really medicinal states. Alaska, no such condition. It's all the way.
Ken, this is pretty extreme. I mean, the first time we're seeing something like this, at least as far as I can recall.
Yeah.
For Alaska.
Yeah, I don't recall a provision like this, and it would be interesting if it does pass and see if it can withstand the federal government coming in.
All right, another one we're sort of watching, Chip, if I could just add this one as well. A big one in California, embryonic stem cell research. We still don't have the results there, but Judge Napolitano, that's huge, isn't it?
It's huge. It's very popular. It's huge because of the amount of money involved. California, whose government is in debt, is willing to take on $3 billion with a B.
Going on in Pennsylvania, even though the polls officially closed at 8 o'clock. Wolf?
Deborah Farrick, thanks very much. Let me just show our viewers the numbers that we have in Pennsylvania, with slightly more than half of the vote now in. The precincts reporting 54%. John Kerry seems to have a pretty good lead there, 59% for John Kerry to 40% for George W. Bush. Once again, let's bring in CNN's Aaron Brown, is looking at this, analyzing it, assessing it, and got some thoughts.
Well, we've been thinking a bit about civility. It's something we've talked a lot about on the program. We've long lamented the coming of the day when nobody will even listen to, let alone entertain, an idea different from their own. We're more than halfway there already, it seems. Part of the passion animating this campaign derived from the idea of taking the country back from them, or by the same token, keeping it out of their hands, whoever they and them might be. A viewer of ours and a frequent emailer wrote tonight that if the Democrats win, it'll only because they committed massive voter fraud. It just never occurred to her that in the field of ideas, they might just have won. With that in mind, a blogger, Jeff Jarvis, posted this pledge on his website. After the election results are in, it goes, I promise to support the president, even if I didn't vote for him. Criticize the president, even if I did vote for him. Uphold standards of civil discourse in blogs and in the media while pushing both to be better. Unite as a nation, putting country over party, even as we work together to make America better. Given how little we agree on as a country these days, maybe it's too much to ask, but ask yourself this tonight. Isn't anything better than what we call political discourse these days?
Aaron, you know, it's fascinating that, 3.5 hours after the first polls closed, this is as close as we thought it was going to be in the days and weeks leading up to this election.
The poor will be heard from someday in our country. The Republican Democratic campaigns, they don't represent the future. They represent the past. They're taking our country backward into the future. They take our country backward into the future when every year there are more people in poverty, more children going to bed hungry at night. They take our country backwards in the future when the corruption of money breaks new records in turning cash against votes. They take our country back in the future.
Ralph Nader speaking in Washington on the subject that has been his principal complaint about the two principal parties this year, that they were both supping, as he would say, at the corrupt trough, and both of them, what's the right, George? Bound, George, to corporate interests in America, and to special interests in America. Didn't do nearly as well this year. No. Made some Democrats absolutely furious. Had many Republicans in various parts of the country working to get him on the ballot in the hope that he would hurt Mr. Kerry.
Made some of his supporters from last time absolutely furious that he was running again. And he followed in a path of a lot of third-party candidates. Look what happened to Ross Perot from 1992 to 1996. His support went from about 18% of the vote in 1992 to less than half that in 1996. It appears from the returns we've seen so far that the exact same thing happened to Ralph Nader. He got between 2 and 3% of the vote in 2000. It's now down around 1%, maybe even below that by the end of the night.
Okay, George, many thanks indeed. Now I want to go to Washington, where we are joined this evening by two guests who have, among their deepest interests, America's campaign or war against terrorism. On the left is Dick Clark in the Washington Bureau. He's an ABC News consultant and author of a book, Against All Enemies.
Florida, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and then the middle ones, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Iowa.
Those exit poll numbers are. So there has been somewhat of a reversal of fortune, if you will, and even though publicly they were trying to put a good face on things earlier, some of now admitting that they, in the words of one of those advisors, that they had a near-death experience earlier, and as the former president says, he's feeling good now. And arguably, Chris, you know, when we saw the president invite us up to the White House resident to say that he was feeling upbeat. I don't think the president would have done that if they thought that they were going to lose this election. There has clearly been a change sort of in mood here, if you will, feeling a little bit better from this afternoon. But acknowledging, of course, it's still not over. Not all the votes are counted, and they're still looking at some of those key counties. There's certainly where Kerry can do well in Florida and also in Ohio. Chris?
What about Pennsylvania? Did they mention that?
No. Not specifically Pennsylvania. I think Pennsylvania is still too close to predict that. But remember, all this president needs is holding on to what he won in 2000 and winning Florida and Ohio, and they believe that will be enough for victory. We had spent so much time campaigning up in those upper Midwest states. They think they're doing well in Iowa, but we had spent so much time in Wisconsin, Michigan, Minnesota, because those were the insurance policy, if you will. If they had lost Ohio, we're hearing tonight they feel very good about what they're seeing in some of those counties as the vote keeps on coming in. Chris?
Okay, Nora, we're still counting by our projections here. We're still calling at NBC and MSNBC. We're still calling it too close to call in any number of states, beginning with Florida on through Pennsylvania, on through Ohio, and then we expect to have a lot of more too close to call situations developing and sustaining themselves throughout the evening. So no matter the White House optimism expressed to the former president, these states are very, very close. Too close to call. We're looking at a number of them right now. Look at them all from east to west Pennsylvania.
Ooh, scary.
Decisive in who gets 270 electoral votes. Let's go to, for balance sake, right this moment, let's go to Carl Quintanilla, who's up in Boston with the Kerry campaign. What is the assessment? We just heard Nora say that she just reported that she spoke with President 41, President.
Pain.
I don't think so. Certainly not in Pennsylvania. I don't think the state is going to be that close. I think if you look at the numbers now, John Kerry's got a very healthy lead. We had an overwhelming.
Apart from most of the big counties except Franklin County, which includes Columbus. The latest numbers show Kerry leading 50-48, a narrow lead, but we don't know what parts of Franklin County are being reported and what parts aren't, so we can't really draw a conclusion about the overall results in Franklin County. We've got 32% of the precincts left to report.
All right, Michael, this is very interesting stuff. Keep coming back to us whenever you can. In the meantime, we're going to take a break here, but before we do, we want to give you a sense of what's happening in New Hampshire, where the race remains too close to call. And at this hour, the two candidates are separated by something on the order of 400 votes. So here we go again. Stay tuned. More to come.
As you mentioned, Ohio and Florida still outstanding and still so critical and so crucial for the fight for the White House. Back to Stu Rothenberger with me here, our CNN political analyst, and good evening again, Stu. We want to show our viewers through the telestrator what we're picking up in Ohio and essentially why we cannot call this state at this point.
Well, if you look at the map, Bill, you can see a lot of red in the central part of the state, northwestern part of the state, but we want to hone in on three areas. Hamilton County, that's Cincinnati. Down here in Montgomery County, this little island of blue and a sea of red, that's Dayton, Montgomery County. And then up here in the northeast, that would be Stark, Canton. That's often described as a bellwether county. And what we see is John Kerry doing better in these three counties. At this point, with some limited results in, he's doing better than Al Gore did 4 years ago. The president is still doing fine in many of these rural areas, but it's the smaller cities, and in this case, Hamilton County, which is Cincinnati and a suburb, a significant percentage of the population in the state, that the Democrat is doing better.
We have also talked about the job loss in Ohio for many, many months. In Lorain County, west of Cleveland, we have used this as an example, too, with job losses there, how they would respond. What are you finding in that suburban area west of Cleveland?
If we go to the map and look at Lorain, this is west of Cuyahoga County, west of Cleveland. Al Gore won this county with 53%, and with partial results in now in Lorain, John Kerry Kerry is winning with 57% of the vote. It's only at the margins, but if Senator Kerry increases his margins in a number of these communities, he can certainly carry the state.
But again, just simply too close to call with 20 electoral votes in the balance there in the Buckeye State.
There were more votes to come in.
Indeed, you're right about that. In Florida now, it was about 2.5 hours ago when we first reported the trend we saw in the I-4 corridor. This is named because it's the interstate that runs from Tampa up through Orlando up to the Daytona Beach area. We saw heavy gains for the president as compared to the year 2000 from 4 years ago, and we can show that.
We did, and let's go to the map again, and I think we were right in this I-4 corridor. Osceola Lake, Orange County, some blue, but a good deal of red, particularly in here. And we, as you pointed out, we have not projected this state because of this area down here that Joe Lockhart has talked about. This blue in the southeastern corner of the state. We're talking about Miami-Dade, Broward, Palm Beach, areas that deliver some pretty good Democratic majorities, particularly Broward. We're waiting for more votes to come in there. There's also an issue of absentees, but it's interesting if you look here in the Panhandle in North Florida, Bush country.
27 electoral votes this time around for Florida, up from 25, 2 added on from 4 years ago.
An important state.
These are the trends, and again, at this point, we can't say in the end what's going to go for Florida, what's going to go for Ohio, but fascinating stuff. We'll have to watch the votes come in, and we can literally tabulate them here through our spatial logic technology and see how the counties are leaning at this point, and try and glean some sort of direction as we go throughout the night. Back to you now.
All right, that was very fascinating. Bill Hemmer, Stu Rothenberg, thanks very much. Bill Schneider, looking at those exit polls, I believe you have some new numbers on what we're seeing in Florida.
Florida. What do you think of when you hear Florida? You think of seniors. It has the oldest population in the country, and you think of a large population of Latino voters. But they're moving in opposite directions. In 2000, Bush carried the senior vote in Florida. How are they going now? Very narrowly for John Kerry. 51 Kerry, 49 Bush. Seniors in Florida have been moving to Kerry, possibly the prescription drug issue. Now, Latino voters, they're a big group. They split evenly. Cubans and non-Cubans in Florida together split evenly in 2000. How are they voting now? A majority, 54%, are voting for George Bush. They've moved in a Republican direction in the last 4 years. Seniors more Democratic, Latinos more Republican, including a lot of Cuban-American voters in Florida who have remained heavily Republican, and even more so this year than before. So the cross currents in Florida are moving in opposite direction, and that's why the state is still very close. Wolf?
All right, Bill Schneider, thanks very much. Tom Daschle, the Senate Democratic leader, the minority leader, has been watching what's going on. This is videotape of what he was seeing, his mood. He seems to be smiling. He's facing the political challenge of his life from John Thune, the Republican candidate in South Dakota. He's sitting there, he's watching, he's waiting for all the results to come in. We'll see what happens to the Senate Democratic leader, Tom Daschle, through the course of this night. In the meantime, much more coverage coming up here on CNN. We'll take another quick break. South Dakota, 50-50 right now, at least according to these numbers. These are Associated Press numbers, real numbers coming in. It's about as close as we possibly could have imagined, only 4 votes different. We'll talk about that and much more when we come back.
Coverage of America Votes 2004 is sponsored by America's local telecom companies. The future, faster.
When our telecom laws were written, out on the range meant out of range. Yep. Now, it's a whole new world.
I'll see you at high noon. Yep.
If we update our telecom laws, you'll have more choices for high-speed internet access, no matter where you live. It's time for the laws to catch up to our lives.
We're prepared to buy at 15.
Make it 20.
18.
20.
I guess it's 20.
More access, more information. Now that's the future. Faster.
Can inspiration make the simple act of driving around extraordinary? Yes. Can substance and style blend seamlessly together? Clearly. And can the car of your dreams be an affordable reality? Absolutely. The 150-mile-per-hour performance-tested Chrysler Crossfire. Lease one for only $299 a month if you're a well-qualified lessee. Chrysler. Inspiration comes standard.
is all it takes. The Samsung LCD television with picture-enhancing DNI-E technology. It's hard to take your eyes off it. Experience the power within. Samsung.
Oh, not a good day for flying.
Thanks in part to clean coal technologies, our air quality has been improving, and by 2015, emissions from coal-based power plants will be 75% less than they were in 1970.
Yeah.
To learn more, visit balancedergy.org.
Very nice.
Welcome back to the CNN election headquarters at the NASDAQ market site right in the heart of Times Square. Jeff Greenfield, let's recap for our viewers now. Those states that CNN has been able to project as winning states for the two candidates. First, the states going for the President of the United States. And we'll just show our viewers, let's go through the top, and Indiana, Kentucky, Georgia, West Virginia, Alabama, Oklahoma. I think it's fair to say, Jeff, as we walk down and let our viewers take a look at these states that we've projected will go for the President, the so-called red states, there are no surprises here yet.
That's correct. Unless you thought Bill Clinton was going to pluck Arkansas away from Bush for Kerry, all these states for George Bush, 21 if I've done my bad arithmetic, all of them voted for Bush last time, all of them for Bush this time.
And let's move on and take a look at the states that John Kerry, we've projected, will go for John Kerry. And no huge surprises here either. Vermont, for example, Massachusetts, Delaware, all these states went for Al Gore the last time. And guess what?
Yes, true. They've gone for John Kerry. Vermont, a state as liberal as you can get it, has the only self-professed socialist congressman, Bernie Sanders, in the United States House of Representatives, the home of Ben & Jerry's, the politically correct ice cream. So there really isn't a single surprise, and it really feels, I hate to quote Yogi Berra, but it really feels like deja vu all over again.
Let's point out to our viewers what's happening in Maine. 4 electoral votes. We've projected 3 of them will go for John Kerry. We're still waiting to find out what happens in that 4th electoral vote.
It is not impossible that one electoral vote, if it goes to George Bush, could tip the balance. It is not impossible. We're waiting to see what the 4 electoral votes in Hawaii do, votes that are normally reliably Democratic. We still don't know about Nevada, Colorado. The polls are still open out there. And Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Iowa, Wisconsin, Minnesota, all sitting out there waiting to be decided.
1 electoral vote could make the difference, and 4 at stake in Maine. 3 we project will go to John Kerry, 1 still remaining at large. We'll see what happens. We don't have enough information yet on that 4th electoral vote.
Okay.
All right, we can now project the major win for John Kerry. Pennsylvania, CNN can now project, CNN is projecting Pennsylvania will go for John Kerry right now with 63% of the vote, in 57% for Kerry, 43% for Bush. This is a state that Al Gore carried the last time, but it's still a huge win for John Kerry.
This is the first real disappointment for either campaign. George W. Bush made, I believe since last March, 41 visits to the state of Pennsylvania. The only state he visited more was Texas, where he happens to live. They thought these 21 electoral votes, if they could pick them up with the votes of socially conservative, gun-owning, pro-life Democrats, a lot of them in Pennsylvania, this could insulate them against the loss of Ohio or Florida. It has not happened. And if I may be corny, the tension mounts.
The tension mounts. Let's recap the race for the White House. Right now, with 193 electoral votes for Bush, 133, we've added Pennsylvania to that category for Kerry. 270, though, needed to be elected to the White House. So it's still a contest. Everyone had been assuming that Pennsylvania, Ohio, and Florida, whoever got 2 out of those 3 would be in good shape. We now know that John Kerry, at least according to our projection, will carry Pennsylvania.
Let me be the first to point out that the last time the United States had 2 razor-thin close elections was 1884 and 1888. It looks like we're back there again with a slightly advanced technology.
All right, Candy Crowley is in Boston. She's covering the Kerry campaign. Any instant reaction from what we've just projected, Candy?
No, but I think what will surprise them about this is what appears to be the size of the margin. Now, I suspect it will come down just a little. Rural areas generally are the last to report. I can also tell you that the Bush campaign, as early as 2 or 3 days ago, so they didn't actually expect that they would win Pennsylvania. So this was the most predictable of what they've called the trifecta: Ohio, Pennsylvania, Florida. So they kind of knew both sides where that one was going. The other two, obviously, are the ones that everybody was more iffy about.
Candy Crowley in Boston will be coming back to you. Paula Zahn is with our Crossfire colleagues. They're watching all of this as we are. Paula, let's hear what they have to say.
Well, Wolf, just to give you a sense of how close this election is and how unpredictable it is, let's go back and revisit some of the predictions the Crossfire gang made several hours ago when I guess it was you, Tucker, who had John Kerry winning by 2. You were going to make that call at 10:31.
Didn't happen.
I don't think that's quite right. James, you made a call at 9:37, Kerry up by 5.
Didn't happen.
Paul, you still have till 11:30 to have Kerry up by 5.
Yeah, we're not going to know by 11:30 either.
Bob, you predicted Bush by 11:03. Where are we right now, Tucker?
We're deep in the woods, Paula, because this is going to be a long, hard fight. The word I get is that Ohio, which a lot of the Republicans had given up to Kerry, is coming back to Bush, and it's very, very close. And you got punch card ballots in Ohio. They haven't even finished voting in Ohio. Right. That's going to be a long sucker, and so is Florida.
And you have evidence now of some, what did you say, under-reporting going on in Ohio?
In Ohio, usually, in most states, and we just heard a moment ago, the rural areas come in late, the urban areas come in early because of technology. In Ohio, the opposite is happening because the lines are so long in some of these urban counties then that the vote is not coming in yet, and so we're getting a disproportionately rural vote early in Ohio. That favors the president early, but we'll just have to wait. It looks like Ohio will actually count all the votes. It's sort of a quaint, old-fashioned Midwestern notion. Florida doesn't seem to have gained that sort of expertise yet.
I have to say, the feeling, I've probably talked to 20 people in the last hour, all of a sudden is changing. I mean, there was this kind of consensus, certainly in the press, which is obviously overwhelmingly for Kerry on a personal level, but even among observers.
Wait a minute. You're saying that
the press is overwhelmingly for Kerry on a personal level. Most reporters no, it's just true. But I'm just saying.
Do you want to counter that, James?
People thought Kerry was going to win. And everyone knows it's true. People thought Kerry was going to win. Now I feel there's this feeling Bush is going to win. I will say someone needs to reassess exit polling because it does stink. It doesn't predict. At least tonight, tomorrow morning we're going to put the exit polls when we can make them public against the actual results, and you will see that it doesn't.
Are you putting any stock in the exit polling tonight?
As the night goes by, less.
Has your mantra?
I think that I don't know what difference it makes what an exit poll says because the only votes that count are the votes that they count.
Sure.
Let's wait and see. We got Ohio left to go. We got a lot of key states out there left to go. So before we jump to conclusions, but
has your mantra changed at all in the last 45 minutes? Your mantra: Ohio, Florida, Ohio, Florida.
No, it has to. And if the president carries both Ohio and Florida, it is extremely difficult, almost impossible.
May happen.
Could happen. It could happen.
Very possible.
It's very possible that it could happen. If it does, I'd be the first to tell you the math becomes very difficult.
I enjoy political funerals, and I want to recite the death of a couple of famous politicians. The senior Republican in the House of Representatives, Phil Crane of Illinois, 75 years old. He replaced Don Rumsfeld in a special election in 1969. Looks like he has been defeated today. And 2 middle-of-the-road Texas Democrats, Charlie Stenholm and Martin Frost, have been defeated. The day of the white Texas Democrat Bagala is gone.
You're the last one. I'm still a white.
That's
I'm
it.
still
Sorry,
white. I'm
Paul.
still a Texan. I'm still a Democrat.
But you ain't in Congress.
Let's talk about your state of Illinois, though, Bob. In that race, the senior Republican Phil Crane apparently is going down to defeat to Melissa Bean. This was a bit of a proxy war. House Speaker Denny Hastert, being from Illinois, swooped in these last few weeks to try to prop up Phil Crane. Practically ran his campaign, my sources tell me. While my friend and former Clinton White House aide Rahm Emanuel, who's a congressman, a young Turk freshman Democrat from Illinois, swooped in to kind of help Melissa Bean. It looks like this is one that's going for the young Turk and the Democrat against the old guard of the Republicans.
I want you to walk through the time zones now. Let's move beyond James, Montreux, Ohio, Florida. What do we look for next then?
Eastern time zone, Ohio, Florida. President carries both. It becomes almost impossible for Senator Kerry to win. If it splits, Senator Kerry carries Ohio, then Bush has got to take Iowa, Wisconsin. Then you go out to the mountain time zone where New Mexico and Nevada is in the actual
Colorado.
Pacific. Yeah, Colorado. Most people think that Colorado.
So far, everybody's holding their serve if this were a tennis match. Ohio and Florida were two states that went for Bush. We'll see if he can hold both of them. If he does, that's very good for him. Then Iowa and Wisconsin, two states that went very narrowly for Al Gore. John Kerry has to hold them or he's through. And then Nevada and New Mexico split the last time, and we'll see who picks them up.
Let me say one thing. This has been a very vicious campaign, negative campaign,
Thank God.
divisive campaign, and a lot of trouble in this country. You know, terrorism, the economy has not been good. We've got a war in Iraq. And after all of this, you look at the election, it's the same as it was 4 years ago.
Exactly
There's
right.
no
Talking head
change.
song, same as it ever
Nothing
was.
changed.
Right, David
There
Byrne,
has
same
been
as
Well,
ever.
there is one change. In spite of the skepticism about this process and the negativity of both campaigns, people seem to have voted in record numbers. And we'll have the hard numbers later on.
As Paul points out, despite the negativity, but because of it, they vote.
It's true. We believe
However you want to
Crossfire have helped
cut
at
that
least
way.
to feed that negativity somewhat. We're very proud of that.
All right, gentlemen. We'll be back in the next hour. Wolf, see you then.
Thanks very much, Paula. It's almost 11 o'clock on the East Coast. Only a few seconds to go. 5 states are going to be closing polling at 11 o'clock for a total of some 81 electoral votes at stake. We're going to be able to make some projections, but we'll wait another 10 seconds or so until it hits exactly 11 o'clock on the East Coast, and then we'll be able to project some winners. Let's take a look right now at 11 p.m. on the East Coast. CNN can now project California, and it's 55 electoral votes. As expected, we'll go to John Kerry. A big win in California, fully expected. Those 55 electoral votes, the largest prize out there. We're ready to make another projection right now. CNN can project for the president in Idaho, 4 electoral votes. Once again, as expected, Idaho will go for President Bush. Let's take a look and see where it stands right now with the Electoral College, the all-important Electoral College, the President of the United States with 197 electoral votes, John Kerry with 188 electoral votes, 270 needed to be elected president. The blue states, Kerry; the red states, Bush. The white states, they're closed, but we don't have enough information yet to project winners. There's only one state left, and that would be Alaska. In 2 hours, 1 a.m. on the East Coast, Alaska will close, and we'll be able to project what's going on in Alaska. I want to show our viewers also what's happening in Iraq right now. These are U.S. troops. They're watching the elections right now. They're sitting in an area in Iraq. And in Fallujah, in fact, or outside Fallujah, an area that's been hotly contested. Battles have been fierce there. But these American troops, and this is a live picture for our viewers, they're watching the election. They're seeing what's going on. It looks like a little cafeteria. You see the trays there where they've been eating. Our men and women, U.S. forces, serving in Iraq, and making sure that they get a sense of what's happening all the way back here in the United States. Let's bring in our analyst once again, Jeff Greenfield. California is a huge prize. If you look at the numbers right now, 197 to 188, it's pretty close.
California was a state that went Republican for 20 consecutive years. It was a state that Democrats almost couldn't win. Clinton took it away from the Republicans. Gore put it in his pocket with about $1.2 million. And it's now one of the solid foundations of any Democratic electoral majority. The fact that you mentioned Iraq, how people feel about Iraq may wind up deciding who sits in the Oval Office.
And as Carlos just pointed out to me, we're going to have 120 million people vote. If this holds up, you got over 61 million now with 50%.
Of the precincts.
Would be a record. Remember last time we had about 105 million, so that would be not just a jump, but a significant jump. I want to go back to Pennsylvania, though. A couple of interesting things in that victory there. One was the fact that Nader wasn't on the ballot. And remember, he captured about 2% of the vote last time. The other significant thing that Democrats did is they added to their registration lead. Remember, going into 2000, Wolf, they had about a 500,000 vote lead in terms of registration. They added another 100,000 additional voters, net voters, in terms of the lead.
What's the Native American vote in South Dakota?
You know, interestingly enough, that's one of the few places where it could play out. So not Hispanic, not African American, but the Native American vote could be decisive when Tom Daschle runs. Could add up to 5%, maybe 7 or 8% of that vote. Also may play out in New Mexico a little bit. So we don't normally talk about the Native American vote, but could matter.
When Jim Thune, who's running against Tom Daschle, lost to the other Democratic Senator, Tim Johnson, by approximately 500 votes, they just don't have a lot of people out there. The Native American vote was the key. In fact, some Republicans felt that there was chicanery. One more quick point about South Dakota. There are about 300,000 votes. The estimate is they are spending $80 a vote. In South Dakota, it would have been cheaper for one of the candidates to load up a pickup truck with $100 bills and drive around the state scattering them to undecided voters.
And I don't want to sound redundant, but at this point, 4.5 hours, a little over 4 hours since we started with this total, exact as 4 years ago.
Exactly. Those states that we projected for Kerry so far were states that Gore won 4 years ago. Those states we've projected for Bush are states Bush won 4 years ago.
Here we go.
You're absolutely right. Judy Woodruff is joining us from the CNN Election Analysis Center. You've been looking at some of the states, Judy, that we haven't been able to project a winner on. What are you and your colleagues there seeing?
Well, Wolf, one of the things you just noted, yes, you did call California because the polls closed in California 4 minutes ago, and we were able to do that because of a comfortable margin that John Kerry has in the state of California. But Oregon, which sits right next to California, just north of it, as all of us know, we have not called yet. Oregon is the one state in the country where people vote only by mail. They mail in their ballots. They were able to bring in their ballots as of today. I was told the Secretary of State in Oregon is promising that 50% of those ballots, up to 50%, are going to be counted by sometime pretty shortly now. So we should know that number. What we don't know then is how long it's going to take them to count the rest of the ballots. That's one thing we're keeping an eye on. Another, if you just move all the way to the other end of the country, Wolf and Jeff, Larry, and Carlos, we heard Joe Lockhart, who is speaking for the Kerry Edwards campaign, say not too long ago that the Kerry campaign is looking for a good Democratic turnout in those South Florida counties, Miami-Dade and Broward, the suggestion being that a lot of those votes are still out. But in checking with our folks here and the analysts here, it does look like we've got over 85% of the vote already counted. 88% even in Broward County. So a lot of this vote is already in. And so when Joe Lockhart says a lot is outstanding, I think some of us are scratching our heads wondering where it's going to come from. There are votes still out. There are people still in line, we are told, and there certainly are absentee ballots that have not been counted. And I reported a few minutes ago about the dispute over when those ballots are going to get counted. But we don't want to leave anybody with the impression that there are still hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of votes that have not been counted, because that's not our sense at this point.
And that's the number of precincts reporting at this point, some precincts being bigger than other precincts throughout the state of Florida, in fact, throughout the country. Judy, anything else you want to add at this point?
Not right now. I mean, we are, as you know, Wolf, we've got, what, a dozen or so states that we still have not called. We are being cautious. You still have not just Ohio that closed at 7:30, but a number of other states, New Hampshire, that we still haven't called yet. So, we're watching those numbers coming in. We may be close to a call, but we're not ready to call those states yet.
All right, Judy, thanks very much. I want to walk over, and Jeff Greenfield's going to help me. These are the states, and we're putting them up on the screen right now, that we have not been able to project a winner for. This is where the election is going to be determined, Jeff. And let's go through these. Come on over here and let's go through these one by one. Ohio has about 53% of the precincts reporting 20 electoral votes. Very, very close.
It is. This is the number, actually, if I can jump ahead, that I think Judy was referring to. 92% of the precincts in Florida, with the president holding, the last time we checked the popular vote in Florida, a couple of 100,000 vote lead. Now, if in fact Judy's right, that a lot of those votes in the heavily Democratic areas of Broward and Palm Beach and even Miami-Dade have been counted, that's actually very good news for the president. On the other hand, his folks are looking at Ohio and knowing that there's a lot of votes left to be counted in heavily Democratic Cuyahoga County. The math begins to get narrower and narrower and narrower for each of these candidates. With Pennsylvania for Kerry, of the big three, it would be very damaging, maybe fatal for Bush to lose even one of those two, unless, of course, he can pick up those upper Midwest states or some other Democratic
Let's talk
states.
about these. Some of these states have been closed for hours, like New Hampshire, and it's 4 electoral votes. 60% of the precincts reporting. We're not yet able. We don't have enough information to project New Hampshire. People think 4 electoral votes is not much, but you know what? It could be a lot.
We know what we think is going to happen in some of these states. I mean, I think they're not the most loyal Democrat will tell you they think that John Kerry can take Montana or Arizona. Colorado with 9 electoral votes, which has defeated the proposition to divide it. Those votes are sitting out there. That could be a very close state. It's a Bush state from 2000. So the mix of these states, as the night goes on, the math gets more and more in a narrow corridor of who has to win what. You want to keep going on some of these.
Let's talk a little bit about Nevada, Washington State, Oregon, and even Hawaii, a state that the vice president visited on Sunday at literally the last minute with its 4 electoral votes, a state so many experts thought was simply automatic for the Democrats.
The general rule in Hawaii is the state goes Republican when there is a massive historic landslide. Nixon in 72, Reagan in 84. That's it. This state has come into play for a variety of reasons. The Democratic Party, which was entrenched, had some scandals. There's a new population in Hawaii, more entrepreneurial, less pro-government. That's why Dick Cheney went there at the end of the campaign. And between those 4 electoral votes and 1 electoral vote in Maine hanging out, that is entirely possible that that'll decide the election.
The Pacific Northwest, Oregon, and Washington State, we don't have enough information yet to project a winner for either of these 2 states. The Democrats had been simply assuming it would be in their column.
These states have gone Democratic, Oregon and Washington, for the last 4 elections. Again, they are 2 Dukakis states where Nader threatened Al Gore but didn't force him to lose the state to George W. Bush. So the Democrats believe they have those. There are states out here the Republicans believe they have. And then there are those that everybody's going to be sitting and watching. Anybody planning to leave here in the next half hour or so had better change their plans.
I think it's fair to say Larry King and Carlos Watson as we walk over to join you. Larry, I hope you have no plans in the next several hours or maybe even days.
I'm always so busy at 2, 3 in the morning, Wolf. It's incredible. No, I'll be here and I'll do a show here for tomorrow and then head back to California tomorrow night and look at it from there and then maybe come back east again because this may not be over.
What do you think, Carlos?
Well, remember, some of the places have told us that they may take 10 days to count the provisional ballot, so we may be here for a while. The other really interesting thing in a couple of these states that we don't know about yet, they've got this thing called same-day registration. You can kind of walk up in Minnesota, you can walk up in New Hampshire and say, I'm ready to register today. That could cause it to take a little bit longer to count up all the votes.
Now, American Morning goes on at 7 a.m., is that correct?
That's correct.
They will be on.
7 a.m. Eastern.
So
unless we pull an all-nighter.
That would give us another almost 8 hours here.
Well, in 2000, we signed off. The CNN anchor analysis team signed off at 6:30 a.m.
Last time.
Sure, and we didn't know who had won. And I'll tell you something. A lot of us who got burned in 2000 did one thing very smart this year. We made no expensive vacation plans.
Correct.
For weeks.
At all.
The sun will be up then.
We'll soon find out. We're in Times Square. A lot of nice people watching us and our coverage here at the corner of 43rd and Broadway. Bill Schneider, you're looking at exit polls as you always do, specifically this time California.
California went for Kerry as expected, but you know what? The governor's a Republican, name of Arnold Schwarzenegger. Arnold Schwarzenegger endorsed and campaigned at the last minute for George W. Bush. What do they think of Governor Schwarzenegger in this heavily Democratic state? Well, look at this. More than 2/3 of California voters say they like Arnold Schwarzenegger. 69% approval rating. President Bush would kill for a 69% approval rating. Why didn't it translate into a Bush victory? Because almost half of the people who like Governor Schwarzenegger, the Republican, voted for John Kerry. The lesson here is Schwarzenegger's appeal goes way beyond the Republican Party. That's how he got elected. He gets a lot of support from Democrats.
Bill, any report on the stem cell measure, which Schwarzenegger supported for the state to spend a ton of money on stem cell research?
All the pre-election polls indicated that that measure was likely to pass. I haven't seen any results, however, since the polls closed.
You live most of the time, Larry, in California. I guess you're not surprised by any of this. What's happening out there?
No, California. In fact, Barbara Boxer, she appears to, we can't say this, but I think she might win as handily
that was
as Chuck.
widely
Polls
expected.
are up by double digits.
As Chuck Schumer will win. I don't know what happened to the you mentioned the Republicans. California was a stronghold. Other than Schwarzenegger, they don't have a strong Republican in that state.
California is one state where the social issues cut heavily against the Republicans. It is a state where even most of the Republicans who get elected, look at Schwarzenegger. He's pro-choice on abortion. He's pro-gun control. He's pro-stem cell research. He's pro-gay rights. It's one of those states, this is something that, one theory is that coastal states tend to be more socially liberal than heartland states. And California's a state where that, plus the Republican Party turned very hard on immigration, alienated the Hispanic vote after the 1994 election. It's a state that except for Arnold Schwarzenegger, they have been pretty much shut out of for the last decade.
Well, if you think about that Hispanic vote, when the alienation did happen in 1994, about 1 million new Hispanics registered, and as you said, Gore beat Bush by about 1.3 million. A lot of that number was in the Hispanic vote.
As you point out, Larry, that embryonic stem cell research, other stem cell research was an important ballot initiative, important issue, an amendment in California. We've got some results coming in California on that Proposition 71, the funding for stem cell research. Yes, 69%, no 31%, relatively small numbers coming in. But Arnold Schwarzenegger, as you know and our viewers know, he came out strongly in favor of stem cell research, despite the position of the president who wants limitations on embryonic stem cell research.
I believe it's $3 billion.
It is, they've got two significant health care issues on the ballot this time in California. The other one, besides stem cell, the $3 billion, is one that would mandate some small businesses to pay for health insurance for their workers. That could be pretty significant, no matter whether Bush or Kerry wins, could become part of a new trend. We've seen California usher in lots of things via the ballot initiative.
The big issue in New York is the stadium, right?
No, it's not on the ballot yet. It's just look, you know New York. Olympics in 2012, $600 million for a football stadium. I don't think that's going to swing what happens tonight, but we'll be fighting on that one next year, Laura. Come back and we'll talk.
I saw ads on television for it.
Larry and company, all of the polls and all of the states, with the exception of Alaska, have now closed. But there's, a dozen or so that we can't project winners yet. Those will be the states that will determine the next president of the United States. To our viewers, if you want more information on specific races and states, local races, governor's races, House races, Senate races, specific numbers, by counties even, the place to go is CNN.com. You can get interactive there and find out what's happening. You can even take a look at the showdown states, move them around, see how the projections are going to work out. Watch CNN, but you might want to also take a look at CNN.com to get some more information. It's the best place to go on the web for this kind of information. The CNN Election Express bus, it's parked in Times Square. We're parked in Times Square as well. Much more coverage coming up when we come back.
Prior to TVs and computers, people would take to the streets for the latest election returns. In the early 1900s, crowds watched as results were projected on the sides of buildings. Then there is the Zipper of New York's Times Square. It gave election results for the first time in November 1928, and it continues to do so today.
CNN's coverage of America Votes 2004 is sponsored by Americans for Balanced Energy Choices. Electricity from coal. Essential, affordable, and increasingly clean.
Oh, not a good day for flying.
Thanks in part to Clean Coal Technologies, our air quality has been improving, and by 2015, emissions from coal-based power plants will be 75% less than they were in 1970.
Yeah.
To learn more, visit balancedergy.org.
Very nice.
It can respond before it's summoned. Solve problems a half a world away. And make sure your people, your partners, and most importantly, your customers are always open for business. Can your network do this? It can with the world's networking company, AT&T.
CNN Tomorrow, a special 5-hour edition of American Morning. Results and election highlights from all the races. American Morning, CNN Tomorrow, 7 Eastern.
Where can you find a great deal? Downtown. Where can you find great style? Downtown. Where can you find great service? Downtown. Yes, at Downtown LA Motors Nissan, you can always get a great deal to suit your style with great service. Slip into a new 2005 Altima with monthly lease payments of only $179 a month plus tax. Or buy now and take advantage of our low 1% APR and no payments until 2005. So come downtown to Downtown LA Motors Nissan. We have what you're looking for. Style, service, satisfaction. Where? Downtown.
One of the most lasting impressions I had while I was in Kuwait was the call to prayer. The whole city stopped for quite some time while they were praying, and I was just thinking, what did this happen in America? Could I imagine this happening? And I don't think I could. And it was really a great experience. It wasn't my time to pray. It wasn't my culture, but I felt something in the air that was amazing.
Contact one of many veteran groups and get to know our local heroes.
A CNN investigation. Kingdom on the Brink. CNN Sunday night, 8 Eastern.
Times Square, New York City. We're continuing our live coverage, and it could be quite a while that we continue our live coverage from the heart of New York City, the NASDAQ market site. We're watching all of these states, almost the entire country with the exception of Alaska. Polling booths have closed down. Here's where it stands right now. The popular vote for president, with 55% of the precincts in the United States reporting the president has 51% of the vote, slightly more than 35 million votes. John Kerry has 48% of the votes, 33 million plus votes. Ralph Nader with 1%, 252,000 or so votes for Ralph Nader. In the race for the White House, as important as the popular vote is, and it's important, but much more important is the Electoral College vote. You need 270 to be elected president. Right now, look at how close it is, 197. For Bush, we've projected 188. For Kerry, we've projected the blue states, our Kerry states, the red states, our Bush states, the white states, are states where the polling has closed down, but we have not yet been able to project a winner. Alaska closes 1 a.m. on the East Coast, so we'll still wait. Here are some of the states that we haven't been able, except for Pennsylvania, you see up there. Pennsylvania, we've projected a big win for John Kerry with 73% of the vote in, 55% for Kerry, 44% for Bush. Jeff Greenfield, you're looking at the map, you're looking at what's going on, and you're going to put it all in beautiful perspective for us.
Right. We don't know who the next president of the United States is yet. I'm looking at those Florida numbers with 94% of the precincts in and the president having just about a 300,000 vote lead. And remember what Judy Woodruff mentioned to us, some of that South Florida vote from Miami-Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach County is in. I am certainly not going to step on any projections that we are not ready to make, but that looks like a pretty substantial lead for the president. Take a look at Michigan. We haven't talked about Michigan. That's a 17 electoral vote state. It was one of the top targets of Bush from the Gore states. You've only got a 30% of the vote in, and Kerry has a 60,000 vote lead, changing as we see, still about a 60,000 vote lead, with Nader no factor at all so far. So the more you look at this, the more it begins to look like exactly what people thought was going to happen before Election Day, that it's going to come down to 3, 4, 5, 6 states, and we're still waiting for a single state to move out of one candidate's column or one party's column into the other. Well,
look at New Hampshire. New Hampshire is a state that went for Bush 4 years ago. It's too close to call. We haven't been able to make a projection yet. 66% of the precincts in. Kerry with 50%, Bush with 49%, 1% for Ralph Nader.
This is a state which, we pointed this out several hours ago. If you put the map back the way it was in 2000, if you give New Hampshire to Kerry and Nevada to Kerry, you have a 269 tie, unless the president takes that one electoral vote in Maine, in which case he has 270 electoral votes.
This election again, just in New Hampshire.
Well, there's no, we can't find a single state, even in New Hampshire, where the Nader vote exceeds, exceeds a margin. But I see your point. If Nader gets a few thousand votes and Bush winds up taking the state by 2,000, that could determine it, even at this level.
You're right. Talking about the Ralph Nader effect, you know what? Let's talk to Ralph Nader. He's joining us now live. Thanks very much, Ralph Nader, for joining us. Are you very disappointed in your turnout, in your votes that we've seen so far?
Well, since the Democrats, through their dirty tricks, have knocked us out of almost half of the nation's population, it's obvious that you can't get votes if you're not on the ballot. The other thing is the incumbent being a Republican, a lot of the Democrats who supported us in 2000 come back into the fold with the Democratic Party. I mean, trying to challenge the two-party electoral dictatorship, Wolf, is like trying to climb a cliff with a slippery rope. We're not doing this to be the margin at the narrow confines between the two candidates. We're doing this to put forward for the American people a series of directions and policies that they would really support on health insurance and living wage and getting out of Iraq and cracking down on corporate crime, et cetera, that are long overdue. I mean, we're trying to change somewhat the trivial and gossipy type horse race politics we're in into something substantive that responds to the necessities of the people.
There was a report that you said you thought Kerry would win tonight. Is that true?
Yeah, at 4 o'clock I thought he was going to win. He may still win.
I know you told me a few weeks ago, Ralph Nader, that if you can't be elected president, and you clearly can't be elected president, you hoped that, you said that John Kerry, I believe I'm paraphrasing, was the lesser of two evils.
Well, I said that anybody's better than George W. Bush. I mean, you know, he's just a big corporation disguised as a human being. Time and time again, as 2/3 of the American people conclude, he sides with big business against workers, against consumers, against the environment. You name it, big business is his mantra. And that's not where the President of the United States should be. We do not need another corporation in the White House. We need a president that responds to the necessities of the people.
Now, just to point out, you had about 95,000 votes in Florida the last time, with about 95% of the precincts reporting. You're just under 30,000 votes right now. You're not doing, clearly not doing as well as you did last time in Florida.
Yeah, that's obviously the case. As I say, once the incumbent in the White House is a Republican, the Democrats tend to go back into the fold. But I think there's something else at work here, and there are more than a few conservatives furious with Bush over the Patriot Act, big government, over huge deficits, over sovereignty shredding WTO and NAFTA. We have a letter to conservatives, which if the Democrats are smart, they could have spun off some of these conservatives the way Reagan spun off what are now called the Reagan Democrats. But we have a letter to conservatives and a letter to liberals on our website, votenader.org, for anybody who's interested in the details.
Ralph Nader, thanks for spending a few moments with us on this historic night.
Thank you, Walt.
The Nader effect doesn't look, at least as far as we can tell, Jeff, to be playing the kind of role it played 4 years ago, especially in Florida and New Hampshire.
I'm looking at these numbers. I don't see a single state where he got much more than half of 1% of the vote, if that.
It could affect New Hampshire. If they finished like dead even and Nader got 1%, that might give Bush the victory, and he would affect New Hampshire and affect the election.
Right.
Not unusual, though, to see a third-party candidate decline after running pretty well the first time. We saw that with Ross Perot. We're seeing that probably with Ralph Nader going from 2000 maybe to 2004. But Jeff and I were just talking for a bit about Florida and where things stand with Florida with 95% of the precincts in. If things ultimately go well for the president, he's got to give a big familial hug to his brother Jeb Bush. And what will be interesting there is Jeb Bush, who was embattled himself in that state leading up to his gubernatorial reelection campaign in 2002, ultimately pulled out a surprisingly big win that year, winning by 13%. If these numbers hold up, they'll say this is a surprisingly big win and say the ground game worked, particularly with evangelical Christians in Florida.
Do you think it's close to 4 years ago that we're holding off? Because I lived in Florida for 20 years and we're 95% in a 5% lead. That looks awful.
Those are 95% of the precincts reporting, and some precincts are bigger than other precincts, and that doesn't necessarily include the absentee ballots. I don't think it necessarily includes the absentee ballots. Yeah, they're going to still be counted.
Here's the other interesting tweak. Of the 67 counties, 15 of them are using electronic voting. We don't know whether or not there will be issues because for many counties, the first time they're doing it. During early voting, we did see some hiccups where computers had trouble linking up to the main central database. So I'm not saying that's happened, but I'm saying it's certainly an issue that both sides will look at, especially since this is a state that was so close last time.
So you're saying we could reach 7 o'clock tomorrow morning in Florida not known?
We could hand off to the team and have neither side at least concede.
You agree with that?
Well, I think that that's what Democrats may be telling themselves right now. But I'm just saying that spread, with that percent of precincts in, I'm just going on past performance of states. That is an awfully big spread to make up, even with these explanations. Now, I agree. We got to hold off. We got to wait. We got to see are there votes not being reported. That's just a lot of votes.
And I want to remind our viewers what Jeff pointed out at the very beginning when we started our broadcast. Seems like a long time ago, 7 p.m. Eastern. If both of these candidates hold on to the states they captured the last time, George W. Bush has a certain advantage because the states he carried the last time have increased population, so the shift in population gives him a certain advantage right now.
Right.
Of course, Florida may not matter if Kerry wins Ohio and splits the upper Midwest.
What Wolf is saying is if you allocate every state the way they did in 2000, Bush got 271 electoral votes last time. This time it'd be 278. Florida has a couple more votes. Other Sun Belt states do. The Frost Belt has lost electoral votes in, I think, New York and Illinois. So Kerry, we said this hours ago, and everybody's known this for weeks, Kerry needs something substantial from the Bush list to become president.
Like New Hampshire, for example, would be a good start for him.
A start, but it wouldn't do it. Ohio would do it. Colorado would do it.
The only other interesting thing he could do without Ohio is hold on to the 20 and maybe grab Nevada and Colorado together.
To give our viewers a tennis analogy, we're going to see who breaks serve first.
Excellent.
And that's a pretty good analogy.
It's very nice. It's very nice.
See, I like
So
to play
far,
tennis.
no one has.
No one has broken serve yet. It's an analogy all of us can relate to.
Schumer, we call a Schumer one in New York.
Anderson Cooper is with us, and you're looking at some initiatives out there, referenda.
That's right. There's some interesting initiatives happening in various states around the union. There are 11 states in the union today voting on whether or not to ban gay marriage, various amendments or propositions, different names, but it's all the bottom line to ban gay marriage and in some cases eliminate some of the rights from civil unions. 10 of the 11 states so far we can project have voted to, the people have voted to ban gay marriage in that state. The only state at this point we cannot project is Oregon. If you look over here, right now, yes, 52%, no, 48%, yes would be a vote to ban it, but only 39% of the precincts are in Oregon. But 10 of the 11 states in this union have voted to ban gay marriage and eliminate some of the rights for civil unions. Wolf?
That's a fascinating, I guess it's a statement on where the country stands right now on this issue of same-sex marriage. And we want to point out, Anderson, both of these candidates said they oppose same-sex marriage, although both seem to indicate, including the president, to our own Larry King, that they support civil unions for gays and lesbians.
That's right, and especially just in the last couple of days, President Bush gave some interviews in which he said he did support civil unions, so that is certainly not the case in the Republican Party platform.
He told you that a few months ago.
In August.
Yeah.
You know, Oregon was the only hope that those who support same-sex marriage had in defeating, and Oregon has had a history of defeating some of these pushes against gay marriage and gay rights, and so Oregon was really the only hope. And in addition to these 11, the other interesting thing is we had states like Missouri and Louisiana earlier in the process hold votes during their primaries to ban same-sex marriage.
Jeff, what state is the most independent? The most that where 1 year it's Republican, 4 years later it's Democrat?
That's a very good question. Well, in terms of swing states, up until recently, Missouri always voted with the winner. Ohio is a state that's always up for grabs. Those two. In terms of maverickness, though, you have to go to a state like Maine, which gave Ross Perot a huge, I think they gave him the single biggest percentage of the vote. You look at some of those western states, a state like Minnesota that elects Jesse Ventura governor, people who flirt with third-party candidates.
Oregon, Wayne Morse, right?
So, but in terms of who moves back and forth, I think Missouri is moving out of that category now. And I think so. Ohio looks like one of those states, and Florida.
And when did it used to be, as Maine goes, so goes the nation? Was that Roosevelt?
Even before our time.
Well, it used to be, as Maine goes, so goes the nation.
Maine had an independent governor, Angus King, who was elected governor of Maine, Jesse Ventura. They used to have a caucus of the non-Democratic, non-Republican governors. They'd get together and have a news conference.
That's right. I mean, basically what you have here, more seriously, is you've had a shift over the last generation. The rock-ribbed Republican New England has moved, except for New Hampshire, solidly into the Democratic camp, and the solid Democratic South has moved almost solidly into the Republican camp. And the Republicans benefit from that in pure electoral terms.
And the Southwest has become...
Well, the Southwest has been traditionally Republican, and the Democrats are looking to think maybe with the Hispanic vote that they can break through there. That's one of the things we're going to be looking at later tonight.
New Mexico was super close last time, and that could be one of those that you start to see move back.
Erskine Bowles conceding?
I want to just point out to our viewers, Erskine Bowles, the former White House chief of staff, who served under President Clinton, running a second time for the Senate in North Carolina. We haven't projected who's going to win in this contest, but we're told he may be getting ready to concede. Erskine Bowles lost the last time to Elizabeth Dole. Now he's running against Richard Burr, and it looks like he's getting ready to concede. Are you surprised by that, Jeff?
Well, that was a tight race. Once again, you're talking about a Democrat running in an increasingly red state in a presidential year, and even though coattails don't work the way they used to, you just are building in a difficulty when you have to overcome an 8 or a 10 or in some states a 15 or 20 point break for the president.
That's a seat, and that's the seat that John Edwards is giving up, a Democratic seat that would be a pickup for the Republicans. So when Senator Frist, the Senate Majority Leader, said he thought they were going to gain seats, he may well be right.
Well, if he's not conceding, that's the unhappiest looking winner I have ever seen.
Those faces behind him are not very happy either.
Well, remember that Bill Clinton was brought into the race, and Bowles served as his chief of staff. And whereas the race was very close, when everything is said and done, it may have been the specter of Clinton and the ads that Burr, the Republican candidate, ran that showed the two of them close together that may have hurt Erskine Bowles in this race.
Another reason why Mr. Bowles may not look too happy is he is an extremely wealthy man, and he poured several million of his own dollars into the Senate race. And I think that would make any candidate unhappy. To spend that much money and lose is just not a happiness-inducing moment.
But when the president, the Republican presidential candidate, does that well in a state like North Carolina or South Carolina, a lot of Democrats thought Inez Tenenbaum had a pretty good shot at that race, and clearly she didn't have a very good shot. She might have a better shot if Bush wasn't carrying South Carolina as decisively as he clearly was.
And the popular vote is very indicative of the electoral vote.
Well, let's show our viewers.
51 to 48%.
Appears in this hour of the evening to be at least not as bright. Carl?
Yeah, that's about right, Brett. The Kerry campaign senior aides were very laid back, optimistic, upbeat earlier today, and now they're getting very busy. Not quite frantic, but clearly concerned. And there has been something of a change not only in their body language, but also in their description of things. Florida, they now say, is admittedly quite close, but they look across the country and they think that most of the other battleground states are going quite well for them. And in Ohio, to sort of complement and extrapolate from some of the stuff that Michael Barone was talking about, the Kerry campaign points to Stark County, a Republican county, and they say that a couple of hours ago they were actually leading, even though there was a very, very small percentage of the vote in from there. Franklin County, a predominantly Democratic county in Ohio, where Al Gore won last time around by about 4,000 votes, the Kerry campaign now says that they're up about 25,000 votes, a significant increase in the Gore margin of 4 years ago, and they point to that as a very positive sign. Nonetheless, you were talking about when we might be able to predict this. In talking to two top operatives for the Kerry campaign, one for the Kerry campaign, I should say, in Ohio, and the other one for Americans Coming Together, this very large 527 special interest group run out of Washington by Harold Ickes and company that has really been a profound, important effect for Democrats on the ground in Ohio. Both of them say they don't expect any of the networks to come close to making a call until at least 1:30 this morning. So they got to. So those folks for the Democrats who are watching the ground game, they don't think it's going to be determinable for at least another hour and a half too.
All right, Carl, will you please tell them that that's past my bedtime and that they'll need to, get on with it?
I'm sure that'll be a big consideration for them.
Yeah, I'm sure. All right, Carl, thanks very much. Stay warm. We'll be back to you soon. In the meantime, let's check in with Carl's counterpart on the Bush campaign, our senior White House correspondent, Jim Angle. Jim, what do they say about Ohio down there?
Britt, I don't have any more encouraging news for you on that bedtime hour. They do believe it will be an hour, hour and a half before we get word on some of these places, but they do think that they are doing better in Ohio, obviously, than the Democrats think they are. I've had various numbers from people over the last hour or so, up 170,000 in Ohio, up 80,000 in Ohio. They think they're doing quite well and doing well even in areas where they weren't expected to do that well. They also have all but said they've got Florida, that with 92% or more of the vote being counted, they do not believe it is possible for the Democrats to now pull out a win in Florida. There are too few precincts left to count, too much of a lead for the president. They think they have Florida in their column now, so things are looking up a bit for them here. They're still watching, of course, Ohio and looking for some of the other Midwestern states, but even there, it still appears to be a dogfight, but that will take another hour or hour and a half, so bedtime's not looking good.
Right about that, but we continue to have hope, and who knows? Vote tabulations can come pouring in at a great rate, and we will watch for them. Jim, let us know if you have anything further from them, particularly something that strikes you as credible. Always helpful. Let's take a break. We'll be back shortly.
Point throughout the afternoon as those exit polls were coming in, and here at CNN we never reported what those exit polls were showing, although we certainly knew what was going on. People all over basically knew, although we always recognize that these are polls, and polls can be accurate. They don't necessarily always wind up being accurate, but this mood shift that you've seen, are you ready to say that the White House officials, based on what you're hearing, are optimistic now that he's going to be reelected?
Some of them would say they're optimistic. Others would say they are more optimistic. It depends on who you talk to and exactly when you talk to them. Some get off the phone calls from Ohio and they're a bit nervous. Someone else makes a phone call 10 minutes later and they feel a little better. They're watching the results coming in Wisconsin, a state the president heavily targeted. They're quite happy about that. They're a little disappointed from what they see in the results in Iowa so far. They're still hoping that the precincts still out perhaps bring things their way. So it can depend literally from minute to minute how it goes here, but the mood is much better than it was at 7 and 8 o'clock. And one thing they're complaining about, Wolf, is that we did not call any states based on those exit polls, but what the White House would say is that CNN and other news organizations, they're certainly not singling CNN out, that the tone of the coverage is influenced by what we think we see in the exit polls. They say that after this, much like 4 years ago, and they're certainly hoping we don't have a recount and we don't go on forever, but what the Bush campaign is already saying tonight is that we're going to be looking at our exit polls again, even if we do clean all this up tonight, and saying something went wrong.
All right, John King, thanks very much. We'll be checking back with you. Could be a long night for you, for the president, for all of us, for the American people as well. Let's take a look and see what the results are. With 97% of the precincts reporting in Florida, Bush with 52% of the vote, 3.5 million. Kerry with 47% of the vote, 3.2 million, approximately 300,000. Spread right there. Ralph Nader, 30,000 votes, a lot less than he came up with last time. He had almost 95,000 the last time. In Ohio, another key battleground state with 64% of the precincts reporting. The president is atop with 52% of the vote, 1.8 million. Kerry with 48%, 1.7 million, 100,000, 120,000 or so votes separating the two, 64% still to go. Judy Woodruff is going to help us better understand at the CNN Election Analysis Center what we know and what we don't know. Judy?
Well, Wolf, there's still a number of these states outstanding, but what I do want to share with you is that a well-placed source inside the Kerry campaign is telling me that they think they have lost Florida to George W. Bush. There is no state in which I think the Democrats have invested more emotion, more energy, more effort. So if this bears out, it is obviously an enormous disappointment for the Kerry campaign. This is not official. We are not calling Florida. CNN is not calling Florida yet. But as you just showed on the boards a minute ago, Wolf, you and Jeff, we do have a lot of the vote in Florida in from all over the state. George Bush has done well in the so-called I-4 corridor, the Orlando to Tampa area. And even though the Democratic vote is high in the South, it does now appear the Kerry campaign pessimistic about the chance that those late counting absentee ballots and the rest of it are going to push push John Kerry over the top. They've known all along Florida was tough. The president's brother is the governor. They know the Republicans have an outstanding organization in Florida. But believe me, we know they put their heart into it. So if this bears out, it is an enormous disappointment. Having said that, they are still looking to other parts of the country. They're still very much looking to Ohio, feeling good, cautiously optimistic about Ohio. They're still looking, of course, at Wisconsin, Minnesota, Iowa. They still see a way to win, but I would say the mood I'm hearing from the Kerry people, and I'd like to get Candy Crowley to confirm this, is somewhat the mirror opposite of what we just heard John King say from the White House, where the Bush people were down. Now they're a little more up. In terms of the Kerry people, they were up. They're not so much down, but they are realistic that some of these states are still out there and they're waiting.
In Florida, Judy, with about 97% of the precincts reporting about a 300,000 spread in favor of the president, 52 to 47%. With that kind of information, with the exit polls and the raw numbers that are coming in, why can't we project a winner in Florida yet?
Because, Wolf, the spread is just not far big enough, and we don't want to take any chances. We do look at the exit polls, and John was just talking about some unhappiness with the exit polls, but we're not making calls tonight in states where it is anything like close unless we have sample precincts and unless we have the raw vote, and that's what we're waiting for. We're waiting for some hard numbers and a comfortable spread so that we know when we make that projection, it's a projection that is real and that is based on the best information that we have and the best knowledge in terms of, folks, again, here in our Election Analysis Center who've been covering politics and watching elections for years and years. We don't want to be in a position of going out on a limb and calling or projecting a state and then turning around and having to pull it back. That was a very painful lesson that we learned 4 years ago. Nobody wants to go through that again.
All right, Judy Woodruff, we'll be getting back to you. You wanted us to talk to Candy Crowley. Well, Candy Crowley is joining us now from Boston with a little insight. What the Kerry people are saying, Candy.
Well, honestly, it depends on which one you talk to. I asked about the mood. They said, well, it's one of anticipation. Before they were, it was more upbeat. Obviously, this is a more realistic look. They said, look, we always knew this would be close. I think there was more eager anticipation earlier on in the night. I mean, they say, look, we're still going to win Ohio, we're still going to win Minnesota, we're still going to win Wisconsin, we're still going to win Iowa. I asked about New Mexico. They said, well, it's going to be a late night in New Mexico, but we'll still win there. So there is you talk to others and it's more couched. They'll say, well, I still expect we'll win this. I expect we'll win that. So they obviously, there's sort of a tonal difference, but what they're saying is we still expect to win these things. Florida, they have considerably dialed back the lingo on that. I think they're watching these numbers. They know there are not that many more votes out. So Florida, they seem to have come to terms with. Others, they still insist they're going to win, including Ohio, and they base it, again, on a lot of Democratic areas in Dayton, around Columbus, around Cincinnati, which they say have not come in yet. Those are Democratic votes. They still feel very strongly that they'll win Ohio. And the senator is, where is he watching all of this, Candy? He's at his home here in Boston, watching. At some point, he is expected to come down here. There's a crowd gathered here, and so they will expect, if there's a definitive result sometime tonight, that he'll come down. But right now, he's up at his home in Boston with his wife and family. Candy Crowley reporting from Boston. We'll be checking back with you. Thank you very much. Let's take a look at and bring in the chairman of the Bush-Cheney campaign, Mark Roscoe. There he is, right there, the former governor of Montana. Governor, thanks very much for joining us. Give our viewers your assessment of what's happening in Ohio right now.
Well, it's trending. Obviously, it has been all night in the right direction from our perspective. I think there's about 5 points, and it's been that way almost since the very beginning of the vote count. Cleveland is in my understanding, and Franklin County is almost completely in. And as a consequence of that, we're very hopeful that there's still about 35 to 40% of the vote left to be counted. But we think it's moving obviously in the right direction.
A couple of other news organizations have already projected Florida will go in your column for the president. We have not yet been able to project that. What do you sense right now? I assume you think Florida is going to be a Bush win.
Yeah, I do. When you total up the number of votes that are still left outstanding, it doesn't make up for the margin that's there. It's quite a significant change from 2000, obviously, when there were 537 votes ultimately that separated the two candidates. But at the end of the day, when you take a look at how we performed with Latinos and Hispanics and with people all throughout the entire state, I think that we feel pretty good about Florida at this moment in time. You know, I'm the son of a coach, Wolf, and I'm always reticent to dance in the end zone until they've called the final whistle.
Mark, what do you make of the other states? How does this outcome look to you? Very close? Very close?
I do think, obviously, New Hampshire's still up in the air, and that's probably a state that we're keeping that is a state we're keeping a very close eye on. It looks good for us in Wisconsin, and we think in New Mexico, and you add that to the other Bush states that we're depending upon, Nevada, Colorado, and take a look at what's left then is Iowa and Michigan that are the large target states. And at the end of the day, even without New Hampshire, even without Wisconsin and New Mexico, we're obviously still in a very good position. But we've been competitive all night long in both Wisconsin and New Mexico, leading. Not that many points separate us in Iowa. That's still something that's not out of reach. But we think that probably the brightest prospects are in Iowa or in Wisconsin and in New Mexico.
Go ahead, Carlos.
Governor, this is Carlos Watson. Do you expect any of the automatic recount provisions in any of these states to kick in, meaning that the race is so close in a state less than 1% that we'll see an automatic recount?
You know, I don't know the answer to that question. I think, though, when I had the chance to spend privileged to spend some time with Larry King a couple of nights last week, we talked about this topic of voter registration and fraud that might be present and difficulties surrounding election counts across the country. And I think at that moment in time I said that I did not expect that there was going to be a wholesale problem across the country because people had worked so hard to build the confidence of the American people and to do the right things. And I think that has borne itself out tonight. There certainly are always human errors here and there, but we have not seen the kind of difficulties that some were predicting. At the end of the day, in Florida, when you think about the potentially contested ballots that they've been talking about throughout the course of the evening, they wouldn't make up the distance. So I can't see that there's just an automatic recount there. So I don't know which states that might be a possibility, and I haven't seen one of those states present itself yet this evening.
Governor Roscoe, I was going to say, Governor Roscoe, do you think we'll know tonight or in the early hours of the morning who will be the next president of the United States?
You know, I really do. I think we're going to know Florida here before too long. It won't be long after that where we'll have a bead on Ohio. And then I think the other states will follow rather rapidly. Nevada and Colorado, I think.
Well, give me a southern state that Kerry has a chance to carry tonight. Name one.
None.
And then name a northern state.
Okay, but that doesn't have to do with Republican and Democrat.
What is it?
Well, it has to do with John Kerry versus Bill Clinton. It has a difference between, I mean, you've got to get somebody that understands the culture of the Southeast or the culture of the Midwest. Yeah, exactly. And again, this is not saying that a Democrat cannot win in the Southeast any more than it's not saying.
Can a northern Democrat win in the South?
It depends on who that northern Democrat. I don't know. But I'll tell you what, even though I'm a Red Sox fan, I wouldn't be having him wear if I were his political director, I wouldn't be having him wearing
But try to imagine, I'll give you a couple minutes because everybody should do this. Think of a northern Democrat who could do well in the red states. It's hard to
You could come up with a Midwestern Democrat.
I think we should all think of it. We're going to go to commercial and come back and think of some names because I think this is a redundant fact of American life that we're divided north and south like we were in the Civil War. We'll be back to talk about a not surprising map that we're looking at again tonight, north and south divided. Back in a moment from Democracy Plaza.
We don't talk about them publicly, are flying over the internet. Every political operative, every political junkie knows them. People are lining up and saying, what went wrong? You must have been getting a lot of frantic phone calls. But are you saying that it in any way affected how people voted?
You know, I don't know the answer to that. I know that because I grew up and voted out west, that naturally we always paid attention and listened to what was taking place in other parts of the country, and we were 2 hours behind. And sometimes I believed that what was happening, what was being predicted, which seemed to be so accurate for so long, sometimes would influence the choices that voters would make after they got off work and whether or not they'd go forward and vote. And so even though it may not impact a presidential race, and I have no way of knowing that, I can tell you plainly that it impacts races up and down the ballot. And so we've got to get it right somehow, or simply not use it as a tool in this process. And I've sensed that people in the media who would like to have this tool available to them are somewhat disappointed this evening as well.
All right, Governor Roscoe, thanks for spending a few moments with us on this night. Governor Roscoe, the chairman of the Bush-Cheney campaign, the former governor of Montana. Let's move over and bring in the other side right now. Mike McCurry is joining us from Kerry headquarters, a senior advisor to John Kerry, former White House press secretary. Give us your latest understanding of what's happening, for example, in Florida and Ohio.
Well, I think you've summarized it pretty well. It's obviously very, very close in Florida, but looking beyond Florida, the Kerry campaign is obviously waiting the results in Ohio, Minnesota, Iowa, and Wisconsin, states where we feel we have an excellent chance of winning, and very strong organizations that are reporting to us that they are producing a fabulous vote for Senator Kerry. I think particularly in Ohio, and listening to the chairman right now, the only way the electoral math works well for him is if Ohio is in the Republican column. We don't think that's where it's going to be, Wolf, by the end of the evening, or is now very soon into the morning, because we think Ohio is going to go to the Kerry column, and then that opens up a lot of possibilities on the electoral math that favor Senator Kerry. So we're waiting here, very confident in the work that we've been doing on the ground, and looking forward to the results we're going to hear.
Mike, if you win Ohio and lose Florida, what will be your key? What will you look at to win this for your candidate?
Well, then you go to those upper Midwest states where we've campaigned extraordinarily hard. Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Iowa. That's where, we spent a fair amount of time in the last 2 weeks of the campaign. The reports we're getting from our organizations in each of those 3 states are very, very positive. And I think that's, of course, that would make a big, big difference in the outcome right there.
What about Michigan? We haven't projected a winner in Michigan yet because we don't have enough information yet. Mike, what are you hearing about Michigan?
The last report I've had is a very favorable one. I think we've been looking at some of those states where we campaigned harder, but I think we're very confident about the work that we're doing on the ground in Michigan. The reports there about turnout, particularly in the Detroit area, have been very good and matching, frankly, what we're hearing everywhere. One of the obvious stories tonight is the extraordinary number of Americans who went out and voted today. They clearly were motivated to participate, and we felt from the very beginning that if turnout inched towards 120 million, closer to 120 million than 110 million, that it would be a very good night for Senator Kerry, and he would likely wind up as president-elect.
Mike, this is Carlos Watson. In the last couple of hours before polls closed, other than Senator Kerry's satellite interviews that he did, I think Joe Lockhart said, with about 38 different stations, was there anything else unusual that you did that you maybe did not do in 2000?
Well, you mentioned the big difference in your earlier discussion about the impact of these exit polls. We didn't sniff that glue. We said, we've got to work very, very hard and continue to campaign right up to the very end. Senator Kerry sat in that chair talking to the voters across the country for almost 4 hours, precisely because we didn't want to listen to that information that came in early. It's just we don't know how reliable it is. What's more reliable is what we hear from those very talented organizers that we've had on the ground, getting the vote mobilized and getting people to the polls. That's who we trust, and then ultimately the final count that we begin to get when the votes are actually counted. And looking at all of that data, which is the important data, we said we think we're going to have a very good night now into the morning, and we're very confident that at the end of this, when the votes are counted, John Kerry is going to be elected president.
Mike McCurry is confident, Mark Roscoe is confident, everyone is confident, but we'll have to wait and see who's going to be more confident when all of the voting is in. Let's go over to Paula Zahn. She's watching all of this together with the Crossfire gang. Paula?
Thanks, Wolf. And we're trying to get a sense of where this election stands now in advance of calling Florida. How do you see it, James?
I think Senator Kerry's got to draw an inside straight here.
Can he do it?
It's possible, but I think it's time to acknowledge that the president has a superior hand in this election right now. Senator Kerry obviously is going to have to carry Ohio. I've been on the phone, been talking to Steve Ricchetti, who's up there, very smart guy, you know, says there's a way that he can. He obviously has to hold every state, you know, he'll have to hold all but a few states if he does, but the key is Ohio. And Judy reported, and I think that's some validity to that the Kerry people are very pessimistic about Florida. And so we're in a situation here where, like I say, Senator Kerry needs to draw an inside straight if he's going to win this election.
How does it look for the president?
I think James is right, and I would say that James and Paul and a lot of other people in the Democratic Party were wrong about how unpopular they thought George W. Bush was. He was unpopular with the people they talked to, and he was unpopular with the with the people who are activists in the Democratic Party and liberals, but he wasn't that unpopular.
Wait a minute. His approval ratings were below 50% going into this week of election.
That's not unusual. Harry Truman's was below 50%. Very often Bill Clinton's were below 50% before he was reelected.
You said very rarely.
Occasionally.
Occasionally, 94-4.
But the interesting thing is that the Democratic Party now has a terrible burden, which it won't admit, and that is the burden of the Solid South. It was a burden that for much of our history the Republican Party carried. They would start every election with the Democratic Party in a huge advantage with the whole South. Now the Republicans, they win every southern state. Erskine Bowles, the former chief of staff, loses in North Carolina for the second straight election. They may pick up 5 Senate seats from the South. You have, in the Democratic Party, a southern exposure problem.
What about the southern exposure
Well, it's a cultural,
and how it relates to the numbers we're looking at tonight?
It's a cultural problem. Democrats are being seen increasingly as liberal on social issues of gay marriage, abortion rights, gun control. And if I can compound the problem, you know, that's okay in the South because the Democrats have solid West Coast and solid East Coast, but it's also bleeding into the Midwest. I mean, Missouri was never even seriously, I shouldn't say never, it wasn't in play for the last month or so of the campaign because of those same social, cultural issues. What's been interesting to me is to watch people voting against their own economic interests. A lot of middle class and lower middle class voters voting for President Bush because they believe in him on those social issues. A whole lot of well-off people who are voting for Senator Kerry, even though Senator Kerry wants to raise taxes if he becomes president on the rich. So those social, cultural issues cut hard against Democrats among middle-class voters.
But don't we also have a rural problem? Democrats have a rural problem, and it is. You can't look at these last 2 elections. I mean, the one thing that you can't do after these last 2 elections is stick your head in the sand. First, you got to acknowledge that there's a problem there, and it's going to be if I hope Senator Kerry carries Ohio. Let me just say that before I go too far into this, I've drawn some inside straights in my life. I hope that he does, but there's going to have to be an assessment of how Democrats can do better in the rural vote. I completely agree with that.
If Senator Kerry loses Ohio, though, what does it tell us? This is a candidate who spent a lot of money, perhaps more money on advertising in Ohio than any other state in the campaign, dozens of visits, 230,000 manufacturing jobs lost during the Bush administration.
You know, it tells us that the party, if you go into an election, and as unified as we were, with the money that we had, if you go in this economy, with this war going, you win 3 debates and you lose the election, we might have to reassess things.
And maybe it would be good.
Short of victory, Senator Kerry needs 21, according to our projections, with a dwindling field of states in which to find them. Now, here's the state of the electoral vote count with 270 needed to win. Our CBS News estimate is that George Bush has at least 246. Kerry has 199. Here's how the popular vote stands at this hour. These are votes actually in and counted. Bush leading Kerry about 51 to 48%. Still no presidential turnovers. If you look at our map, looking at the map, the Bush states in red, the blue states backing Senator Kerry. No.
As you can see, George Bush has a 3-point lead over John Kerry. That's in the so-called national matchup, the horse race. It really comes down to individual states, however, and these are the states that are too close and too early to call. In Ohio, 70% of the vote is in. 152,000 vote margin for George Bush over John Kerry. In Florida, almost 100% of the vote has been counted so far. The Bush people are feeling much more confident about Florida, even though there are more than 500,000 absentee ballots to be counted. They think they'll get that state. Wisconsin, about half of the precincts have been counted thus far, and John Kerry has a slight lead over George Bush. In Minnesota, about 43% of the precincts have been counted thus far, and John Kerry has a slight lead there as well. Those are two critical states for him. New Mexico, which went in the Democratic column 4 years ago, 2/3 of the votes have been counted, although we have been told by Josh Mankiewicz it may be tomorrow morning before we know what the final tally is there. As you can see, George Bush has a slight lead in New Mexico. They were determined not to lose it this time. 40% of the precincts in Michigan, the lead is 41,000 votes for John Kerry. That's a state he is desperate to hang on to. He can't give up to George Bush. This could be the critical state. It is the state of Iowa, the field of dreams or the field of heartbreak. John Kerry now has a slight lead over George Bush. The Karl Rove and Company think that they have a superior get-out-the-vote operation there, especially in the rural areas where the cultural conservatives are. And New Hampshire, just 7,200 votes separating these two men. John Kerry is from next door in Massachusetts. He won in New Hampshire, but George Bush, who lost there 4 years ago to John McCain, spent a lot of time in New Hampshire. They don't want to give up New Hampshire and its handful of electoral votes. So what does this mean for the map at this hour? Well, we're going to show that to you right now. There you are. Keep your eye on those white slate gray states in the upper Midwest from Ohio. Okay, we're going to make a call in the state of Oregon. Oregon, NBC News projects in that state that John Kerry is the winner of 7 electoral votes. That means it stays in the column that Al Gore had 4 years ago. We have not moved the needle.
And we'll be watching very closely to see how these states develop as this day turns into night and we go into additional hours of counting.
Mike, you had a reputation when you were press secretary to President Clinton of giving him the cold, hard facts in a direct manner. Now tell us what you have to do. I mean, look where the president is, 237 electoral votes. What does Mr. Kerry, your candidate, have to do now, or you're going to have to deliver some cold, hard facts to him?
Well, we're going to have to win Ohio, and then Minnesota, Iowa, and Wisconsin are going to have to come in the way we think they will come in because of our strong organization. Absent that, we're going to have to look to some of those western states, but that's really the formula, and the formula has been, I think, Peter, pretty clear given where we've been campaigning and how hard we've been working. Look, I'll tell you one thing I'm sure that you've reported already tonight, that we've worked right up until the very end doing interviews with television stations around the country precisely because we wanted to make sure we turned out a very large vote in those states that are so critical in the upper Midwest and then out west. So we're going to be watching those results very, very closely as this long evening continues.
We have indeed reported that your candidate tonight, I think, spoke to 33 different local television stations in the upper Midwest. What sort of shape is he in after all that?
Well, he took energy as the campaign went on. John Kerry is one of the most fiercely competitive candidates that I've ever seen. And almost as the hours got longer and the work got harder, he took energy from that. And all along the way, I think he finished about as strong as you can finish. And just really, as he evidenced, sitting in that chair for 4 hours this afternoon, was determined to do his very best to reach the voters of America.
Mike, tell us about the good luck barn jacket which the president is the senator is wearing.
I'm sure that all voters in the country got very used to that mustard-colored barn jacket. That's a good luck jacket that goes all the way back to the Iowa caucus that brought him victory on the night of that caucus, and I think he wore it right up to the end, knowing and hoping that it would make him the president-elect. We still think that's going to be the lucky jacket of the evening.
And what did he have in the pockets?
He had a Buckeye from Ohio, a 4-leaf clover, and a guitar pick from Bruce Springsteen. That's about as much luck as one can have.
And have you ever seen a bigger campaign event than the one that Senator Kerry did with Bruce Springsteen? Did you ask yourself a little bit, did Springsteen get him here? Did the candidate get him here?
Well, that was extraordinary. It was a big turnout, but you know, that was about the enthusiasm we see from young people who apparently have turned out in very large numbers tonight. That was really an anthem to the change that America wants. I think throughout this country, obviously a very close election, but enough people were willing to say we really need to change the direction of this country. That's what they were out there for, in addition to listening to great music.
Okay, now finally, I do not expect you to give us any bad news at this particular occasion, but tell us the one thing that you've looked at tonight which really pleases you in terms of the results so far.
The one thing that pleases us is, well, two things. The extraordinary increase in the number of Democrats who are willing to help the party financially. We've built a very strong financial base for this party that will be really important as John Kerry begins to govern and begins to fight for his agenda. And then the second thing is the large number of people who are voting. Peter, it's extraordinary that this percentage of Americans have turned out, paid close attention to the issues, and have gone to vote. I think that speaks well to our democracy, and I think probably the Bush campaign would join in applauding that outcome.
Mike McCurry of the Kerry campaign, thanks very much for joining us from Boston this evening. Just remind people when they look at the map now that so far on this map, the red states and the blue states, there's a whole debate about whether or not we should have even chosen red and blue in the first place. These are the same states as were in this position in the year 2000. So in one respects, nothing totally dramatic has happened yet, George Stephanopoulos, in order to alter the outcome from 2000.
It's amazing. They're following almost in exactly the same pattern that they fell in 2000, and they're in exactly the same pattern right now. And Mike McCurry was quite honest there. He basically said that John Kerry has to have a big change from 2000 in order to win this race. He must win the state of Ohio.
Just look what he's got to win Ohio. He's got to win Michigan. He's got to win Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Iowa.
Well, yes.
You're not so sure about what, Michigan?
No, Michigan still, you know, he has to win that, that's right. And of course, he's also hoping for Washington and Oregon, Hawaii, New Hampshire. That could get him up to 278 electoral votes. But then President Bush, if he flipped over New Mexico, could bring it down to 271. The margin could come to those tiny states, New Mexico, New Hampshire. But in order to get there, John Kerry has to start out by winning Ohio and those states in the upper Midwest.
Let me go back to reality here. This is the electoral vote of reality here. Mr. Bush, 237, Kerry, 188. Just as a little couple things I realize that may not be the most important issues of the day. Mike McCurry talked about getting out young people. Two things have happened this year which really happened in the Democratic primaries. The raising of money on the internet, which Howard Dean struck gold, and the extraordinary participation of young people in the primary campaign. I wonder if that works for the Democrats in the upper Midwest.
Well, that's going to be one of the big
21% of the people said moral values was most important to them as they made their decision today. About the same number as mentioned the economy, and a bit more than the 18% who mentioned terrorism in their answers. And voters who picked moral values, well, they overwhelmingly voted today for George W. Bush. 78% went for the president. Just 19% of them voted for John Kerry. Moral values were especially important today to one key component of the president's base: white evangelical Protestants. They turned out to vote. They made up more than 1 in 5 voters today. These voters were especially likely to mention moral values. Fully 3/4 of them voted for Bush. Now to the issue you just mentioned, gay marriage. Both candidates were opposed to it officially, but President Bush made it more of an issue with his support for that constitutional amendment to ban it. Most voters today agreed that gay and lesbian couples should not be allowed to legally marry. Only 27% favored gay marriage, but another 1/3 approved of civil unions, and 35% oppose any legal recognition of same-sex couples. President Bush won a huge majority in that last group. So again, the Reds and the Blues here, Tom.
Thanks very much, NBC's Brian Williams. Another state that stays in the column that it was in 4 years ago, that's the state of Montana. We project that the 3 electoral votes in the state of Montana will go to President Bush. No surprise there. It's a big state, not a lot of people, just 2 senators and a congressman. That adds up to the 3 electoral votes. That will stay in Montana, so the needle has not moved yet from 4 years ago. And we'll continue to keep our eye on Ohio as I go now to my colleague, NBC's Campbell Brown, who's there with P. Diddy. Sean, who has a campaign called Vote or Die. Campbell?
That's right, Tom. I am with P. Diddy, a man known for many things, but tonight, for our purposes, the man behind Citizen Change. It is a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization aimed at trying to get younger voters registered and out to the polls. But I want to ask you, because there's been a lot of hype surrounding your efforts, the enthusiasm and the money, frankly, that you put toward it. But if you look at our NBC exit poll tonight, 17% of young voters voted in this election, from what we can tell, about the same as last time in 2000. Is that disappointing?
Yeah, no, I think it's a little bit deceiving. This effort has been extremely successful, beyond what we thought. The voter turnout overall is up, and one of the turnouts that they thought would not go up was the youth voter turnout, and we have exceeded all expectations. We teamed up with MTV and Choose to Lose, and we wanted to get 20 million youth voters out there. We've exceeded that, and for the first time in a long time, almost one of the first times in history, they're talking about the youth vote and the impact that it's having. And you could tell by the polls, the lines, young people in lines through the colleges and in the cities on lines like never before. And the energy is just so incredible for them to be interested in this election.
So let's say the election ends early tomorrow morning or over the next 24 hours.
And we will have an impact in Ohio. Yes.
How do you sustain this movement, this energy beyond this election?
I think you have to take it day by day. I think that the process has been overly complicated to young voters, and the thing with us at Citizen Change, we try to simplify it to real life issues and the real power that they have in their vote.
Well, regardless of what happened, it's a great project.
Oh yeah, it's been extremely successful. We're a nonpartisan effort, so our purpose is to get the youth out to vote, and we have done that in ways that have surpassed expectations. So we're extremely happy, and we want to thank all of the young people out there for finally standing up and not being ignored.
P. Diddy, good to have you here. Thanks for coming out tonight. Tom, let's go back to you.
Thanks very much, NBC's Campbell Brown with P. Diddy tonight. His campaign called Vote or Die. I'll be back in a moment talking with the Democratic governor of the state of New Mexico, what's going to happen there, and then Republican leader of the House of Representatives, Tom DeLay. From Democracy Plaza, more from Decision 2004 after this.
I was once in sobre si efectivamente este sistema que fue creado en el siglo XVIII, a fines del siglo XVIII, en realidad tiene vigencia.
170. Is that realistic, though?
It is a realistic strategy, but look, no Republican has ever won the White House without winning Ohio. That is a cliche. We repeat it a lot, but it also happens to be true. They've always said yes, Wisconsin and Iowa. If you look at the voting returns coming in right now, the latest I brought up a few minutes ago, I believe Senator Kerry has a narrow lead in both states. That doesn't say much. There's still a lot of precincts to count there. It is possible the president could win Wisconsin and Iowa. So yes, they have a backup plan if they have to defy history, but Wolf, they don't want to have to do that. They do not want to put that backup plan to the test. And again, a lot of polls left open in Ohio because the lines were so long. Both campaigns have people driving around and looking at who's in the line and then reporting back saying whether they think things are bad in this precinct, not so bad in that precinct. The Bush team is saying their reports are encouraging. They believe they will eke Ohio out, but they're a bit nervous. The turnout operation in Pennsylvania was run by the same people who are running the Democratic turnout operation in Ohio. In Pennsylvania, the Democrats scored a huge success. That's why the Republicans are still a bit nervous about Ohio.
John King, thanks very much. I suspect that John Kerry is pretty nervous about Ohio as well. Candy Crowley is in Boston over at the Kerry campaign headquarters. How nervous are they, Candy?
Well, look, they say, after Florida fell, it's a lot tougher right now looking than it did before Florida fell. They still believe that their votes are not in Ohio. Now, I get pushback on that when I talk to people on the Republican side, and they say that's baloney. We have, in fact, the urban vote, which is largely Democratic, has already been counted largely in Ohio. Obviously, this is where the battle is going. Obviously, so much depends. They believe that John Kerry's candidacy depends on Ohio. It gets so difficult after that, particularly when you look at New Mexico, a former Gore state, which, again, the last I looked was up couple of percentage points for President Bush. So they obviously know this is now a tougher hill to climb, and they are looking very forward to having Ohio be called for Kerry.
Let's see if that happens. Candy Crowley in Boston. We'll get back to you. Judy Woodruff's over at the CNN Election Analysis Center. We projected a win for the president in Florida. How did we do that, Judy?
Well, you can't say we weren't cautious, Wolf, because we've waited until now 98% of the vote is in and counted in Florida. 94% of the precincts, I'm told 98% of the vote. There is a spread of, I'm told, it's 51.9% for George W. Bush, President Bush, to 47.3% for John Kerry. The bottom line is, Wolf, that the possibility of an error is now so small. The number of ballots that are out, 500,000. In order for John Kerry to overtake President Bush, he would have to win something like 80% of those outstanding ballots, and they don't believe that's statistically possible. There clearly are some ballots still out, but they don't think it can change the results there. Now, just quickly, Wolf, Ohio is a different story. There are provisional and absentee ballots outstanding in Ohio that could make a difference, and so that one is still very much out, and we're not ready to call that.
Ohio is still very much in play. Thanks very much, Judy. We'll get back to you. Barack Obama is going to be the next United States Senator from Illinois. He's joining us now live from Illinois. Congratulations, Mr. Obama. Thanks very much for joining us. It's a sweet win for you, but what about the President of the United States? What do you sense is happening across the country?
Well, once again, we've got an extraordinarily close election, Wolf, and I think that it's going to take a little bit of time to sort out. Obviously, Ohio is important. I think that we all knew that this was going to be a nail-biter. It is, and I am still confident that John Kerry can pull this out. This politics is a team sport, not an individual sport, and so although my victory obviously is extraordinarily gratifying, I'm still looking nationally to see what's going to happen, because that'll have an impact on my constituents here in Illinois.
Barack, that's Larry King. What committees would you like to serve on?
Well, a lot of it's going to depend on who's the president and who's controlling the majority, because I think that will dictate what seats are open. I know that I would like to have a voice on those committees that allow me to do something concrete on health care and jobs, two of the primary issues here in Illinois. And I would like to obviously have some voice in what is going to be a continuing challenge. And
Minnesota, Wisconsin, Iowa, some of those states, that's where he's got to get them.
Bob Schieffer, you're watching CBS News Election News Headquarters. It isn't over. Bush has the advantage. Let's see where it goes from here. Round and round it goes. Where it stops, nobody knows.
The Democrat John Kerry. So that leaves us, well, it leaves us exactly where we've been since this morning. Just kidding. Be right back. Stay tuned.
And ended.
Includes an acclaimed documentary. It talks of history and it talks of
right now, but there are a core set of values that we share as Americans that we can build on. But we have to start off working on that common ground as opposed to immediately trying to focus on those issues that divide us most deeply. And that would be advice I give Democrats as well as Republicans.
Senator-elect Obama, it's Carlos Watson. Congratulations.
Thank you, Carlos.
I wanted to ask you about some of the other Senate races that people thought were going to be close, but Republicans seem to have done well. Places like South Carolina, North Carolina. Are you surprised that more of these?
A lot of us have noted, and that is the participation of the young people and the participation being particularly high. That I knew excited you.
Well, one of the reasons it's so exciting is that I think, as a parent of a young person, that they really feel connected to this election because they think their voices are being heard through blogs. Everybody can express an opinion, and everybody can hear that opinion through the internet, through the cable. They are really connected through their own communication systems that we all now are beginning to use. And I think that's made a big difference now.
Many thanks, Linda Douglas on Capitol Hill. Now let's go to John Cochran, who is at Cheney headquarters in Washington. What's on your mind, John, as you've been watching the evening?
Well, since I'm at Bush Cheney headquarters, I have to thank for the president's odyssey over the past year.
Privately, about a year ago, he was telling friends he thought this would be a tough election, but he said it will be a lot less tough than the last election. He said, listen, when I declared back in 1999, so many people thought I was stupid. I didn't know this, I didn't know that. Every time I went out in public, I was taking a chance. Somebody wanted to take a shot at me. Somebody wanted to say, this rube from Texas just isn't ready for the job. He said, I had to put up with that for a year and a half. Now I've been president, he said, for 4 years. I won't have to deal with that. I'll have Air Force One. It'll be somewhat easier. However, by the time Super Tuesday came earlier this year, and it was clear that John Kerry was going to be the candidate, Mr. Bush was saying privately, he's going to be tough. It's going to be the red states and the blue states will fight for what's in the middle. He said, I'm going to paint John Kerry as blue as I can. He's going to paint me as red as he can. He expected a tough, close election, and he's got it. And earlier this evening, here at Bush Cheney headquarters, they were very worried. They saw the exit polls. They thought they were in trouble. The actual vote counts came in, and they're feeling a whole lot better here and over at the White House, I think, Peter.
Many thanks, John Cochran. Appreciate it. And I'm going to get a quick minute from Pierre Thomas, who covers terrorism for us from Washington. And Pierre, this is not the final word. I promise I'll come back to you in a little while. But has it been, as far as the listening point has gone, a quiet night?
It has been extremely quiet. I've been on the phone with officials all evening, and they've been saying no news is good news. The FBI had been shaking the trees looking for any evidence of a specific plot. They were not able to find any, Peter, and one official said we can breathe a sigh of relief, but tomorrow morning we start worrying about the holiday season.
Thanks very much, Pierre. I promise I'll come back to you before the evening is over, but ABC now wants to make another projection. In the state of Colorado, with 9 electoral votes, ABC News is now in a position to project that Colorado, a battleground state as late as October, goes to Mr. Bush. Mr. Bush gets the state of Colorado. In many parts of the country, he gets Colorado. I'll tell that computer to ways from Sunday. In many parts of the country, stay tuned now for your local news. ABC News on a national level will, of course, continue. I'm Peter Jennings. Thanks for being with us.
U.S. Senator from California to be elected to full 3 terms in office. A very happy lady tonight. Now everyone in this room crossing their fingers for John Kerry. Reporting live from the Marriott Hotel in San Francisco, I'm Jeff Michael. Back to you.
All right, results still coming in and still too close to call Prop 66, the 3 strikes proposition.
Let's go live on that to Christina Gonzalez, who's at the Yes on 66 headquarters in Culver City. Christina.
And I'm Laura Diaz. CBS News is projecting that John Kerry has won California. No surprise there. California went to Kerry early. The Golden State gives the Democrat challenger 55 electoral votes. That's 20% of what he needs to win, but it really comes down to the battleground states. At this hour, all eyes are on Ohio.
Now to the gaming propositions. Prop 68 has been rejected by California voters. That's according to the Associated Press. 68 would have allowed slot machines in places other than Indian casinos like horse tracks and card rooms.
Associated Press also reporting that voters said no to Prop 70, which would have allowed for unlimited expansion of gambling on Indian reservations. Tribes would have paid 8.84% of their net income to the state. Governor Schwarzenegger campaigned to bury this proposition, and tonight that effort has paid off for the governor.
And the
Well, in the year 2000, a lot of people went to the polls and their name wasn't on the voter rolls. So they said, sorry, you can't vote, and nothing could be done. There could be no rehabilitation of those people. They were disenfranchised. Now, as a result of federal legislation, the Help America Vote Act, every state has to implement a procedure that if for some reason you're not on the polls, they say, okay, here's a ballot, vote, we'll put it aside, and we'll see if you should have been able to vote, and if you should, then they count that ballot at that time.
All right, so if the two candidates are within 200,000 votes of each other in Ohio tomorrow morning, we're going to see a lot of we're really going to hear a lot about this provision of ballot.
Well, they're going to have to certify the vote, they're going to have to start counting them, they're going to have to sort them, see if they're
We're really excited about Florida, and I've got to say the mood around here about Ohio, the people who are looking at it county by county, waiting to see the final numbers come out of Hamilton County, looking at what Democrats were able to do in Cuyahoga, we feel that Ohio is just about ready to be there. We're very excited about that too.
If you went on a world trip tomorrow, Tucker, and you've been on our show, and you've been so good on our show so many times, if you went on a world trip and you took that map with you and you tried to explain that in Turkey or tried to explain that in Australia or in China, that map we just saw, which shows the whole center part of the country and southern part red and the other part blue on the two coasts in the Northeast, How would you explain that difference to people outside this country?
Well, I think we will unify around our next president. Whichever man is elected, we feel real good about our chances, obviously. I think it's a tapestry. We're the stars and stripes together make up a diverse and beautiful and strong country that's expressed itself powerfully with high turnout in the purest, freest expression of a democracy. It's a wonderful, beautiful thing. All Americans can take pride, winners and losers tonight, in a peaceful election that moves forward this relatively young democracy in very turbulent times. It's a story we can tell proudly, and we got a better job to do of telling that story around the world, and I know President Bush wants to do that.
Okay, well said. Thank you very much for coming on the program tonight. Tucker Askew of the Bush campaign. Thank you once again for coming on. We have a special guest joining us right now.
Its 3 electoral votes. President Bush won that state by 25 percentage points, 25% back in the year 2000. And that gives our total tally up till now 237 electoral votes going to President Bush, Senator Kerry with 188 electoral votes.
Well, amount from a township in Pennsylvania.
The president with 237 electoral votes, John Kerry with 188 electoral votes, 270. The magic number. The blue states, as you see, are for Kerry. The red states are for Bush. Another 2 states going for John Kerry, for going for President Bush. Anderson Cooper is watching all these races as well as some other congressional races for us. He's joining us now live. Anderson?
Yeah, Wolf, at this point, let's take a look at the balance of power in the House. 211 Republicans so far, 181 Democrats. Yes, 211, 180 Democrats. At this point, we can say the Republicans will retain control of the House of Representatives. We're still watching the Senate. I want to bring in Amy Walter, the Cook Political Report, monitoring several of these close races, some of these interesting races in the House. Let's take a look at that over here if we can. We're really looking at 6 main House races that sort of give a sense of what's happening around the country.
Well, what we wanted to do is look at where some of these swing districts are. Now, some of these are interesting parts of the country for the presidential race as well. Places in the Northeast, Connecticut, where we're looking at 2 Republican incumbents in a state that went for John Kerry. They're up there now.
Let's take a look at this. In Connecticut, Rob Simmons maintaining his seat. Also in Connecticut, Christopher Shays retaining his seat.
You know, Democrats are really hopeful that the Northeast, which is starting to now trend much more towards Democrats at the national level, was going to do the same at the congressional level. That didn't happen. Big disappointment there for Democrats. Texas, same.
Texas, a major story, a lot of redistricting going on. Both of these are representatives. Frost is out.
And Martin Frost is one of the higher-ranking members of the Democratic leadership team, redistricted into a very Republican seat. This is what Texas, the redistricting here, means that Democrats really started off back on their heels and really in a hole and trying to dig out of that.
Let's stay down here looking at Kentucky. Some star power in this race.
Yes.
Actor George Clooney's father running as a Democrat, a longtime newscaster there. Not enough to give him the lead here.
Not in a state that went so strongly for George Bush, even Clooney's name ID. And you're right, it was more than just he was George Clooney's dad, but as a longtime TV anchor, he had his own personality and people knew him quite well, but that just wasn't enough in a tough state.
As you look at this Pennsylvania race and also the Arizona race, Republicans winning on both of those, what do you see? What jumps out?
I see that these are 2 swing districts. Again, both were held by Republicans. The 8th district is an open seat. This is Bucks County, Pennsylvania, county in the suburban Philadelphia area that had been going for Republicans for a long time. It is moving, but unfortunately for Democrats, they couldn't do that, any better there. Fitzpatrick winning quite handily. And in Arizona, where Rick Renzi, the Republican incumbent, won very narrowly last time in a very swing district, looks like he's going to have a big win on his part. He ran a very, very good, strong campaign.
So these 6 races giving you a sense of what is going on around the country right now. Republicans, we can project at this point, retaining control in the House. Wolf?
Anderson and Amy, thank you very much. Let's bring in the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Dennis Hastert from Illinois. CNN has projected, Mr. Speaker, you will remain the Speaker of the House of Representatives. We are projecting, no great surprise to you, that the Republicans will be in the majority. Go ahead and give us your reaction.
Well, thank you, Wolf. Of course, I always have one more election to go to be Speaker, but we hope that we can put that over the board. I'm pleased. We had some great pickups this year, this election. We've had some tough races, tight races. You talked about Rick Renzi in Arizona. He just worked hard, went back to his district, did the things that he needed to do. We also were pleasantly surprised in northern Kentucky, where we picked up a seat. We still have
care about stem cell research, people who care about science as opposed to religion, frankly. You know, I mean, Joe was talking earlier.
I mean, you went out to that Republican
faith.
convention, and you took a stand, and I'm just wondering whether that's reflected anywhere in these results. This kind of cultural, positive argument from the liberal side.
Well, I mean, the country is divided that way. And Joe, as I was saying, was talking about faith. It's not that Kerry doesn't have faith. When he was talking about it during the debates, actually he was quite eloquent on it. And he talked about faith in terms of the other, whereas George Bush mostly talked about faith in terms of himself and what he does.
He personalized it. You know, and again, I'm not knocking John Kerry. You're not saying John Kerry should wear his faith on his sleeve. I just know that a lot of people that know Kerry have said that he doesn't talk about it very much. And again, George Bush is always, for better or for worse, connected in the red states by talking about his faith.
It's a very different kind of faith.
We got a call to make, Didi, next. We have a call to make in the Senate contest in the state of Colorado. Let's take a look. Ken Salazar, very interesting. I don't think he was predicted to be ahead in this race. Ken Salazar, the Democrat, defeating the much better known Pete Coors. That's an interesting race in the balance of the fight for the balance of power in the Senate. You want to say something, Joe?
I certainly do. Speaking of faith, I was talking to a friend out in Colorado that was active in politics earlier today. I said, I'm a libertarian sort of Republican. My kids and I watch South Park. We see a lot of things that other parents wouldn't let their kids watch.
You watch Sopranos too?
Of course, but not with my kids.
Right.
But whenever those Coors commercials would come on during football games, I'd always change the channel in front of my 15, 16-year-old kids. And so I asked a friend out in Colorado, how does a guy who runs a company, you know, the whole Twins commercial and basically sex and whatever else for every college student, how does he appeal to the Republican, conservative, Christian base? And the answer was, he doesn't.
And they were paying attention.
They did up in Canada. They also had these very body kind of events to try to sell beer in Canada, and that got played back, filtered back to Colorado.
The Pete Coors that used to do the commercials walking.
Let's go to an expert now who's got the numbers. Brian Williams, thank you. It's a perfect time to ask you about, when you look at the numbers today and the exit polls, etc., what are we learning about how people vote on their values?
Well, this is a real red-blue area I'm about to take you through, Chris, because so much of the debate in the campaign was about terrorism and the war in Iraq, and John Kerry worked that very hard along with the economy. Yet, in a surprise development, this issue of moral values, not necessarily Coors commercials specifically, but it's all-encompassing. Moral values mentioned as frequently by voters as any of the above. In polls leading up to the election, we only heard from about 1 in 10 voters about this, that moral values was important to them. But today, a full 21% said moral values was the most important issue to them as they made their decision today. About the same number as mentioned the economy, by the way. More people than mentioned terrorism at 18%. And voters who picked moral values as their own overwhelmingly voted today for George W. Bush. 78% went for the president. Just 19% of the moral value vote, if we can call it that, went for John Kerry. Moral values were especially important today to
at this hour. Wisconsin. 24,000 vote margin for Senator Kerry with a lot of votes still out there.
That's widening.
That's widening for Kerry?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, let's move on here. Iowa, 14,000 vote margin. That's about what that was, isn't it? For
it was 17,000. Actually, it's a little down now.
Yeah, 76% of those in. President closing slightly in this latest round. President up now by 14,000 votes in New Mexico. That's a more meaningful margin in a state the size of New Mexico than it is in some of these other larger states. That's, what, 5 electoral votes in New Mexico?
That's right, and that's a little larger than the last time we...
All right, and in Nevada, the president's trailing now by what, 5,000 votes, 4,000 plus votes. That's an important swing state.
It is, and that precincts number is wrong. I'm sure.
I think there's more than that in there. Yeah. Although that state's grown a lot. Really? And in New Hampshire, the president down by 9,000 votes with. Have they given it to Kerry? Have we called New Hampshire for Senator Kerry?
No, we can't.
We're just calling it now, folks. We have news. I'm always the last to know these things. I apologize. These screens on television always know more than I do, and they did this time. So we now award New Hampshire to Kerry. That is the first switch.
There it is.
The first red state to go blue. Not a blue state has yet gone red. This was the one, I think it's fair to say, that the Bush team thought it had the greatest chance of losing of the states they'd carried 4 years ago. So Senator Kerry picks up the, what, four electoral votes in the state of New Hampshire and bumps him up to 211. Doesn't greatly enhance his chances of winning because redistricting had given him, now you say Minnesota, Kerry up there, but a lot of votes still out. You'd have to figure that with a 124,000 vote lead, he'd be in good shape. So we're not ready to call it, though. I was just going to say about New Hampshire, it was a near tie last time. The president won by, what, 2 electoral votes or something like that. But the states he carried ended up with 7 more electoral votes, so New Hampshire alone can't even it. But it helps.
It helps greatly. Everything helps at this point. 12:30 at night, everybody wants.
Turnout been like in New Mexico?
Yeah. Okay. I don't hear anything.
Well, we're sorry Bill Whitaker doesn't hear anything at the moment. We'll try to come back to him in a moment. But let's pause, take a deep breath here. It's coming up, 22, 23 minutes of 1 o'clock in the East, and so much has been happening. This presidential race has been, it's been cracking like a hickory fire for at least the last hour and a half or 2 hours, with a lot of states falling in place, according to our estimate. But no one is saying that George Bush is not going to win this election. And if you had to bet the double wide, right now you'd have to bet that he wins, because by our estimate he has 246 electoral votes. John Kerry has 207, with 270 needed to win. We keep talking about Ohio, if you've been tuning in and out, or you put the baby to bed, or you went to pop the cap on an adult or otherwise beverage, that we keep talking about Ohio because there's 20 electoral votes, and there's simply, there's no way, realistically, that John Kerry can win if he doesn't carry Ohio. But if he does carry Ohio, we keep saying this because it's important, then it's advantage Kerry, because he'll get Ohio's 20 electoral votes, and those would be takeaways from George Bush's total the last time. Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Iowa then become key, but those are the keys for John Kerry coming from behind, if indeed he is to come from behind and win. Now, Cynthia Bowers is in Columbus. What do official estimates tell you that when all the votes are counted, what are we going to know tonight, and when are we going to know it?
Well, despite what Karen Hughes says and Joe Lockhart says, both claiming Ohio for their individual camps, the Secretary of State says they won't have the votes counted till 3 or 4, and that's when they'll feel confident making a call. Bush is still maintaining with 80% of the vote in, 4%, which sounds like a lot, but when you consider that he carried the state by only 3% last time, and there's 20% of the votes still out, and those are predominantly urban areas, it could easily swing to Kerry. And keep in mind, perhaps it's appropriate that Ohio finds itself in this position, because while we've heard a lot that no Republican has won the presidency without Ohio, since 1900, only 2 Democrats have won without Ohio. Dan?
Cynthia Bowers reporting from Columbus, Ohio. You're watching CBS News election night coverage. It's not over. Stay with us.
Politics that I think's become the custom in Washington, and that's what I hope to do. Try to work with anybody I can find to find solutions to the healthcare crisis, to help ensure that our educational system is working for our kids, and to do something about the hemorrhaging of jobs here in the state.
I think I know you well enough that I can say you're accustomed to being in the minority in your life. Now you're going to be in the minority in the political party in Washington as well, because it does not appear that the Democrats are going to gain control of the Senate tonight. Is that going to make it a lot tougher for the Democrats to advance their social agenda? Quite obviously it is. You just don't have the numbers.
Well, I cling to hope, Tom, and I haven't had the opportunity to watch all the returns because I've been doing interviews. But here's my suggestion to whoever's in power. I would say the same thing to Tom Daschle or to Bill Frist. You need 60 votes to move something forward in the Senate effectively, and it behooves whoever is in power to try to find common ground between the parties, areas that we can work on together. Perhaps tax credits for small businesses so they can find health insurance for their workers, or ensuring that we build on the educational reforms that have already been initiated to actually fund them effectively, to make sure that our troops have the kinds of equipment that they need if they're going to be in Iraq. Those are going to be the areas I'm hoping that both sides recognize have to be accomplished. We can't simply engage in the sort of gridlock that I think has occurred over the last several Congresses.
Now, has your wife called you senator yet tonight?
Well, you know, what my wife has said is that she better get a date from me this weekend because I haven't seen her in a while.
All right, fine. Congratulations, Senator-elect Barack Obama in the state of Illinois tonight, who at the Democratic Convention memorably described himself as a skinny kid with a funny name. His father was from Africa and his mother from Kansas. This is an American story come true, Tim.
He also had an interesting way of describing red states, blue states, Tom. He said, you know, red states also have a God, and so do blue states worship God. And there are Boy Scouts in both those states. Every time I've heard him speak, he talks as a Democrat and a Democratic liberal, but he's always trying to suggest there's a way to go in halfway. And it's interesting, we heard the same tone from Alan Simpson of Wyoming. Perhaps whether George Bush or John Kerry are elected, they're going to take that on as a central part of their mission.
Let's take a look at the national map. We're going to give John Kerry one extra electoral vote. He wins them all in the state of Maine. They break it up by their congressional districts, but he has won all 4 electoral votes in the state of Maine. So John Kerry is at 207, George Bush at 246. They both need to get the state of Ohio carry much more than President Bush does. President Bush can pick off Michigan and a couple of those other states and still get home because he collected the 27 electoral votes from the state of Florida. We'll be back with more from Democracy Plaza, Decision 2004, on what is now this historic Wednesday morning, the day after the election, in the Eastern time zone after this.
Of Ohio. Dan, what are you hearing?
Well, Wolf, what's interesting is that after all this time, there's still one area in Knox County, which is about an hour from here, where they are still voting. They expect that that will take place for at least the next 20 minutes or so. As you know, the polls did close at 7:30, but everyone who is in line will be able to vote. We were told by some officials there that someone brought out pizza and some drinks for the folks in line just to make sure that they stayed happy and that they did stay in line. They didn't want any of those folks to leave. So they are still waiting, have another 20 minutes or so expected in that area until all the votes are finished.
Anybody complaining, based on what you're hearing, about voting irregularities? Any question marks out there, Dan?
You know, Wolf, that's probably the most interesting conclusion, I guess, of the entire campaign here in Ohio. All along, we were talking about all the potential irregularities, about the possibility of fraud, about all of these challenges that might be taking place. And after all was said and done, we were told by both Republicans and Democrats that there weren't any challenges that took place inside of these polling places. So there was a lot of buildup. There were a lot of lawsuits being filed right down to the last minute, but no major problems that we have heard of.
Do we know how many provisional ballots were cast in Ohio? Because they're going to be challenged and they're going to be reviewed after this formal vote goes on.
You know, that's correct, and we were inquiring about that just a few minutes ago, and we were told that perhaps in the next 45 minutes or so we'll be able to get a more accurate number as to those provisional ballots, but don't have that accurate number at this point.
All right, Dan Lothian, thanks very much. Let me show our viewers what the actual voting in the raw numbers in Ohio is right now, and I'll walk over here. Right now, with 83% of the precincts in Ohio, the president, we had the president at 52% to 48% for John Kerry. Ed Henry is in Washington watching a key Senate race for us. Ed, what do you know?
That's right. Well, if this nail-biter in South Dakota getting ever more focus all evening, in fact, and I'm now talking to people in John Thune's campaign. He's the Republican running against the Senate Democratic leader Tom Daschle. Thune's camp, his top aide Dick Wadhams, now telling CNN they think the lead is now increasing for John Thune to about 5,000 votes, and that the precincts that are outstanding are mostly in the western part of the state. That's a Republican stronghold. Thune thinks that now the lead could increase even more. Dick Wadhams telling me, quote, "It's starting to look like the math adds up for us." He said that obviously they're not claiming victory yet, but he added, quote, "I'd rather be us than them." I talked then to Dan Pfeiffer in the Daschle campaign. He admitted it's uphill. Obviously right now Daschle looks like he's behind a little bit, but Dan Pfeiffer stressed that
2 out of 3 of the votes that are left in Cleveland to pull this Ohio race to something even close to even. Theoretically, he can do that, but man, is it razor thin. I would say the story out of this could be that John Kerry may wish that he had gone to Cleveland last night at the last minute, or maybe sent Bill Clinton there, given the minority vote turning out
Craig,
that may make the difference.
Craig, you study this very intently. What do you think happened in Cuyahoga County in Cleveland to bring down the usual Democratic majority that's necessary to win statewide?
Well, of course, the surrounding counties of Cleveland, the suburbs, are more Republican, and the Republicans counter this scenario with saying they've got a lot of new registration in those counties, and they'll make up the difference. Democrats say they've registered so many, maybe 100,000 plus new voters in that county, and they're still voting. The voting is still going on in Ohio, so the hope on the Democratic side is there's a miracle for them in Cleveland. But it's coming down to Cleveland. If it's coming down to Ohio, it looks like it's coming down to Cleveland.
Well, let's use Cleveland as an example, as a microcosm, and as a sample to try to figure this out. If you look at all the exit polls that we can release, and it's all the ones about generic questions, the people don't think the country's going in the right direction. The people don't think things are going swimmingly over in Iraq. The usual question, should the president be reelected, his approval rating, all those kinds of questions suggest that Kerry could win. What did he do that he couldn't have done? What did he do that he should have done and didn't do?
Yeah, I think probably on balance, the president did everything he could do, and Kerry did everything he could do. It's really come down to the turnout in some of these big cities in these battleground states, and I don't see the results so far showing me that we've seen the big Democratic advantage in turnout that we expected. The test now is coming down to Ohio in this Cleveland game.
What about these values questions? African Americans not being some of them who are very church-going and very culturally conservative don't like the idea of gay marriage one bit. What about the Catholic voters who've been told by the bishops don't vote pro-choice? It's differently worded, but that's the main message. Has that hurt the ethnic core of the Democratic Party in cities like Cleveland?
Yeah, I'm not sure it's so much issues, Chris, as John Kerry himself. This is not a man who personally or naturally appealed to the African-American constituency. We always saw him running a bit lower than Al Gore in that respect, and I think it's more about style. You know, you saw him at some of the churches, the black churches. He made the effort, but he doesn't have the charisma Bill Clinton did, and I think Bill Clinton in Philadelphia showed, you know, how a white politician gets the black vote out. And I guess Kerry in Massachusetts never really had to learn that skill. It's a funny thing about Southern politicians. They tend to learn that skill better than white politicians from the northern states.
Well, if they don't get elected, that's for sure. Because in the South, as you know, you have to be a very popular champion of African Americans to win those Democratic primaries in the South, because it's a strong base for power for black Americans to be able to vote in the Democratic primary.
Yeah, it's like most of the white senators.
Do you have any sense? Let me ask you about the Catholic thing. Do you have any sense of that and how it's moved perhaps some of the Democratic base away from the party?
No, I've noticed in the exit polls some of that data, and I think we got to wait and see on that. Going into the race, the president was running about 57% favorability among Catholics, much lower than among born-again Christians, for example, where he ran 78% favorable rating. And I don't know that we have enough evidence yet to be sure about the impact of the Catholic vote, but I got to tell you, I am hyper-focused on this Cleveland vote. This this I think is what the entire presidency is coming down to.
Okay, it's all hanging by this string. Thank you, Craig Crawford, who's out at the skating rink. Let's go to Chris Jansing, who's out in Ohio and Cleveland, to give us a sense of what's happening there and what she's hearing from both sides. Chris.
Well, I've been talking to the war rooms on both sides. I'll tell you, there's an awful lot of tension, and they're looking at exactly what you and Craig were talking about, and that is Cleveland. We have brand new numbers, 88% reporting. Now, let me tell you what the Republicans said. They said they know that they're going to lose here, and they said they can give up to 200,000 votes. The projection by the Democrats that they said they needed was 180,000. They told me a few minutes ago they'll get 195 to 200,000. So I asked the Republicans, if it goes over 200,000, what does that mean? And then he says, then all bets are off. Well, guess where we are right now with 88% of the vote in. John Kerry is up in Cuyahoga County by 190,000 votes. So it's that razor thin. They're looking at other places like Stark County, where the Timken plant closed. Right now, John Kerry is winning, but only by about 2,500 votes. They're looking at Dayton. The Republicans think that they will win there. In the swing counties in the swing area around Columbus, in Franklin County, right now, John Kerry outperforming where Al Gore was. They're looking to do strong, the Republicans, in Cincinnati and Hamilton County, but basically they're presenting this to me as whether or not Cleveland comes within 200,000 votes. If John Kerry's above 200,000, they're going to be a lot more nervous. But they're saying that if they keep those numbers below 200,000, they're feeling very confident about all of Ohio, depending on how Cuyahoga County goes tonight. Chris?
Okay, thank you, Chris Jansing. When we come back, we're going to take a short break. When we come back, we're going to let you know what the president is being told by his own people, which should be fascinating because this is getting to be very...
He said the pain that wakes me up at night is from arthritis. Really?
That is meaningful, agreed?
Yeah, they're only about 80,000, 85,000 votes out, so a 20,000 lead's pretty big. It would have to be a 50-30 split.
And it's growing. I mean, the count has been building a little bit each time we swing around to it.
Okay, let's take a look, if we can, at what the automatic, the statute in Ohio, the rules in Ohio are with regard to automatic recount. This matters. Yeah, well, 1/4% or less of total vote. That's pretty tight.
Well, if there are about 6 million votes in Ohio, that would mean about 15,000 margin. Anything above that, there's no automatic recount.
So that's not an automatic recount. That doesn't mean that a recount couldn't be requested, I presume, by one party or the other. And I don't know who would grant that. I have a hunch that if it was going to be granted, it'd be granted by some court. But all of this remains to be seen. One has the sense that there's a chance here that this might be settled. But let's assume, let's see how far we can see this lead going without Ohio. I mean, assuming Ohio is contested, we'd have to be in a situation where reversing it would give Kerry the election, Senator Kerry the election, and that means that he would have to run the table of the rest of the states, basically, wouldn't he?
Yeah, you have to pick up Minnesota with 7, Wisconsin with 10 electoral votes.
Right. If
Iowa
he won Ohio, he wouldn't
7.
need us so much.
Well, that's right. If he won Ohio, but I'm saying that was your point, that he'd have to run the table of the rest of them to get himself in the position where Ohio would be determinative, and therefore the court would say, we got to review this or allow for a recount.
Right,
well, except Kerry looks like if he's ahead, if he holds his lead in Iowa, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Minnesota.
He'd be within shouting distance.
He'd be within shouting distance. Ohio would be the determinative state, even if Bush holds New Mexico and Nevada. So Ohio looks like the key state. Yeah.
As it has from the beginning, and always shall be, I guess. I mean, in this election anyway. I mean, Ohio has been it, and but this looks like a substantial lead in Ohio. I mean, if it holds, and if it can't be challenged.
Let's get that board back, if we can, on Ohio, and so we can sort of further examine that count. Now it's down to 101,000 votes.
Yeah.
That's shrinking.
That's shrinking.
14%
out. But of course, the raw vote total is still coming in, but it's getting less. 86% of precincts now reporting. 103,000 as we look at it, click away here. That was down from 130 or 40 a little while ago. So this must be, we're beginning to hear from pockets of Cuyahoga County.
Well, we've been saying, at least I've said many, many times, that all these precedents that have been set in the past are just there to be broken, but maybe the Ohio, as necessary for any Republican to be elected president, maybe that is a precedent that really does matter. Because it doesn't look like Bush would have, to me, that he was going to win re-election without holding Ohio.
No, I don't think so either. Let's turn to, let's look at some of these other close states if we can. Just as I look across here the room at our monitor here, Michigan, Kerry up now by what, 182,000 votes, or 82,000?
Yeah.
82,000 with some room to go there. I wonder if that could close.
It's closer than Ohio.
It's closer than Ohio,
vote,
yeah.
More vote outstanding.
More vote outstanding. That's how many electoral votes? That's what, 17 for Michigan, right?
It's a widening lead, though.
Is it?
Yeah, it was 73,000 the last time we checked.
Okay. Michigan is one still outstanding. There are others, and as they appear, we will go over them with you. Minnesota, 119,000 vote lead there. It looks like for John Kerry, 59% in. That looks substantial, at least at the moment. You don't know what's still out in Michigan.
That was the state that the Bush people did not think they could win.
Right. Well, but they campaigned there a lot. I mean, the president campaigned there a lot. He hoped he could win. I think you mean as of this morning they didn't think they could.
Yesterday.
As of yesterday, right. Wisconsin, 24,000 votes with, well, there's a lot there. That's still tight. Oof. 1 percentage point or less, perhaps. In Mexico, that begins to look like a significant lead. 20,000 votes, small state. 80% in, 5-point lead for the president. Iowa. Man, that's down to 1,000 votes. That's a dead heat. So Wisconsin and Iowa together are what, 17, something like that?
Or Iowa, Nevada, and New Mexico together are 19. I'm sorry, 17.
Now we haven't seen much from Nevada lately. Let's look at that. Kerry's still ahead there. Is that narrowing? I think it is, isn't it? Yeah, that's narrowed a lot, and not much of it in. So that's anybody's ball game.
The last time around it was 3,000.
What is it now?
3,000.
Yeah. Okay. And Hawaii. We don't have squat from Hawaii, as you can see here at 3 minutes to the hour of 1 a.m.
But the Iowa.
Okay. All right. We're going to go to a break here real quick, and we'll be right back. Thank you.
Alienating whom by talking about those things in a
well,
more
I
open
think
way.
maybe for prudential reasons he wanted to try to focus it on his issues. In other words, he wanted to put the president on trial for the war, and he wanted to put the president on trial on those economic and health care kind of issues, the jobs issues.
Hey, look, Senator Kerry we did a lot of Senate races we didn't do that well in. We obviously didn't do very, particularly well in some of these House races. It's one thing, my great criticism of this president is they had a problem in Iraq and they denied it. I think that we shouldn't deny. The party has to reassess where it is. It's probably going to go through a very difficult time. It's necessary that it go through this time. We didn't do that well in 2002. We didn't do that well in 2004. The Democrats around the country gave enormous amounts of money, enormous amounts of energy. They was unified going into this, and I think they're going to be asking some tough questions, and I think people are going to come up and answer it.
If you stand back, it's pretty shocking as a result. I mean, you can't overstate the degree to which all the smart people in Washington, on both sides, thought Kerry was going to win. Bush was... except for Robert D. Novak.
Obviously, I'm a dumb person. I'm a dumb person that thought Kerry was going to win.
He was the only one on the panel that got it right.
He was one of the very few. I mean, look,
I would vote
guys. I'd rather eat dirt than vote for Kerry. However, I thought he was going. Bush was weak. The war is, it is unpopular. At least people have deep questions about it, and he wins anyway. What does that tell you? I think it tells you a couple things. Bush is stronger than he seems, and B, it wasn't only about Bush. Democrats wanted to make this purely a referendum on Bush. Do you want change or more of the same? But on some level, people had to feel comfortable with a guy replacing Bush, and I don't think they were.
Can I say something that doesn't get said very often, and that is that this is a conservative country, and the fact is that John Kerry, he wouldn't even call himself a liberal. And and the country is too conservative for the Democratic Party as presently constituted.
Well, the conservatives certainly are more vocal here this evening at this late
I think
hour.
those are liberals, actually.
Yeah. You think so?
Yeah, I do.
Was it?
Yeah.
You're kind of on both sides here. Thank you, gentlemen. Back to you now, Wolf.
Thanks very much, Paul Azan, and thanks to the Crossfire co-hosts. Only about 16 seconds till the top of the hour. Only one state left to close polls, and that would be Alaska. Alaska is about to close its polls. Alaska has 3 electoral votes. CNN is going to be ready to make a projection right now, and CNN can't project that Alaska, as widely expected, will stay in the Republican column and will stay with President Bush. Those 3 electoral votes for President Bush. That would show the tally, and I think this is the updated tally, with those 3 votes going for George W. Bush. The race for the White House, with Alaska turning blue, this should turn blue any second now. 249, it says 246, but that would be 249 for the president, 195 for Kerry, 270 needed to win, 249 for Bush. CNN's Dana Bash is over at the Reagan Center, a huge building, the International Trade Center in Washington. That's the headquarters tonight for the Bush-Cheney campaign. Give us a little flavor, Dana, what's going on there?
Hi, Wolf. I should tell you that I'm actually still over at the Bush-Cheney headquarters, their campaign headquarters in Arlington, Virginia. But I can tell you that there has been a palpable mood shift over here over the past several hours. When I first came over here late this afternoon, there was essentially tension in the air. Certainly, there was a lot of uncertainty. We were hearing, as we heard John King report earlier, some of the exit polls showed that it was very much for John Kerry. They were trying to figure out upstairs here what was exactly going on, looking through their data, trying to figure it out. Now they say they certainly are very happy. They feel that Ohio is very much moving their way. And certainly, as I traveled with the president, as we were sort of with him as he was finishing the campaign, there was nervousness, there was uncertainty as to exactly what was going to go on. But I can tell you that certainly they were confident enough, I'm told, that they only have written, the president's speechwriters, one speech, and that is a victory speech for him to go over to the Reagan Building tonight. And certainly that is a place where Mr. Bush is expected to go, and the mood there is really one of elation, and that is something that the president is likely to see later tonight. Now, of course, they are still being a little bit cautious, but they feel very, very confident. A very big difference in the mood and the feeling over here at the Bush-Cheney headquarters.
CNN's Dana Bash, thanks very much. CNN Dana Bash over at the Bush-Cheney campaign headquarters, Arlington, Virginia. Let's assume, Jeff Greenfield, that Ohio, this is strictly assuming, Ohio goes for the president. 20 electoral votes. Right now the president has 249. That brings it to 269, which is still not necessarily enough to be elected president.
Well, James Carville was talking earlier about going to an inside straight. I don't know what the sports or poker metaphor is for that one. It's beyond the Boston Red Sox achievement. If you get to 269, that one main electoral vote that might go to Bush, that would be enough to tip him over. Kerry would have to win every other state and hope that Maine breaks for him. If Bush wins Ohio, we can't project him the winner formally, but I think, what did Don Meredith used to sing, Larry? Turn out the lights, the party's over?
It's not over yet. Let's not get carried away. The Crossfire guys can get carried away. They can make some assessments. That's right. We'll make sure that we wait until all the votes are counted and make sure that we know precisely what's going on. Still a lot of states that we have not been able to project yet.
Yes.
Ohio being critical.
But we are looking at a president who lost the popular vote 4 years ago by 500,000 votes and is now running 3.3 million votes ahead. And as Carlos pointed out hours ago, at 51% if he stays at that, not since his father in 1988 has a candidate gotten more than 50% of the vote.
Here's 2 other things that you can say, regardless of what happens with Ohio, so we can wait. One, we can say that last time around, George Bush's campaign in 2000 didn't do a good job of closing. In that last week or two, they lost a lead. Remember, the DUI charge came out at the end. You can say they clearly have closed, if you will, much better. They've finished better this year, almost regardless of what happens. The second thing you can say is that this effort to have a grassroots game at the very end, to turn out voters, probably, at least in Florida it seemed, worked even better on the Republican side than it did on the Democratic side. You remember at the very top of our show, I said that you had 2 competing approaches. You had one which was much more centralized down the precinct level, and you had one that relied heavily on third parties. That's one of the things that Democrats will reconsider.
Where did he go right?
I do think that the point that James Carville and Paul Begala were making, partisan Democrats, the question that I was asking Senator-elect Obama, the Democratic Party, if you look at rural and small town America, if you look at church-going America, has lost touch with that group of Americans. There used to be no difference in how people voted, whether they went to church a lot or didn't. And starting in 2000 particularly, we saw that break. We saw Democrats losing the children of people who regularly voted Democratic. And I believe one of the things we asked about what to watch for, the values part of this election. Just forget who wins Ohio. Look at those popular vote numbers. The values part of this election broke for the president.
But you know what I think is going to be interesting to wait and see in the exit polls is, I know James is referring to the rural voters, but whether or not these weren't just rural voters, whether or not these were Catholics in suburbs and in big cities that in the passive split, but maybe decidedly on social issues and others, tilted towards the president.
All right, stand by for a second because I want to bring in our Candy Crowley. She's in Boston over at the Kerry campaign headquarters. Candy, tell our viewers what's happening right now as they see these states, apparently, some of them, at least Alaska, we've projected, going for the president, which is not a surprise.
Yeah. Just listen for a second. Not a sound, Wolf. This has been, we're getting ready to hear some music, but very quiet crowd, very different here in Copley Square than it was when the evening began. There's been this steady, misty rain. Obviously, that dampens, clothes, but what's dampened the spirits here is seeing up on their giant TV screens these numbers begin to come in. We're already, we're going to get Dave Rust here to pan a little and just show you this crowd. It has steadily gone down. It never was all that large to begin with. But they are losing people walking out as we go along. So there has been a huge mood shift in this crowd here. You can see some of them, the diehards here with the umbrellas. Obviously, they came expecting to see their candidate come out and accept or declare victory. Not sure we're going to get that. It is not over by any means. I will also tell you that aides who we have been talking to throughout the night, who have said, "Oh, what about Wisconsin? We're gonna win Ohio. We're gonna win Wisconsin. We're gonna win Minnesota." No longer returning phone calls. Definite change in mood here. Doesn't mean it's over, but they sure are looking at an uphill climb.
I suppose we would call that the sounds of silence, which can be very powerful and very thunderous, if you will. Candy Crowley will get back to you. Let me walk over to the race for the White House, our Electoral College map, and go right up here to Maine. 4 electoral votes. CNN can now project that John Kerry will capture all 4 of those electoral votes. Earlier we had projected he would capture 3 of them. One of the districts was unclear. That district now, CNN can project, will go to John Kerry. That brings the total now to President Bush, 249. 270 needed, 196 for John Kerry. Maine, all 4 going. These white states, New Hampshire, Ohio over here, obviously the very important state, Michigan, these upper Midwestern states still so critical. We think about that one electoral vote, Jeff Greenfield, in Maine. It could have been very powerful. He has to breathe a little bit easier, John Kerry, right now, even if he loses Ohio.
If he loses Ohio and wins everything else, including Hawaii, we have that tie we talked about at 269. The election goes into the House of Representatives. Guess who the House of Representatives votes for president?
The new House of Representatives.
Which will be a Republican House.
Bush wins Ohio, he wins.
Yeah.
That would be the math.
Right. The math works.
Unless there's some renegade Republicans in the House of Representatives.
There is an elector in West Virginia, a Republican. I don't mean to keep plugging this out of a novel of mine, but there is a Republican elector in West Virginia who has said he might not vote for the president. He's the mayor of a small town. And my hunch is that if it gets to him, there'll be a fair amount of pressure on that gentleman to vote the way he promised to.
Well, we saw last time around in D.C. an elector didn't cast his vote in favor of Al Gore, and consequently Gore had 266 technically and not 267.
But it didn't matter.
Didn't matter that time.
David Gergen understands all of this quite well. He's been watching politics for a number of years. Give us your bottom line right now, David.
Well, I think what impresses me is that is the popular vote. The conventional wisdom on popular vote is if someone wins by more than 1%, it really sweeps over the Electoral College, and whoever wins by more than 1% in the popular vote goes on to win the Electoral College. And here all night, Bush has had a steady lead. It's 51-48. That's bigger than I think anybody thought he would have coming out of those final polls. He clearly has delivered on the vote here in this last week. But I think what many of us assumed was if new voters came out, they would be mostly young and people who hadn't voted, and they would tilt toward the challenger. We will look now and see, did in fact the Karl Rove strategy of believing if he could get evangelicals out, that there were as many as 4 million evangelicals who didn't vote last time, in part because they may have been persuaded by the DUI charge that was revealed against Bush on a Thursday before the election. If he could get them out, that would be enough to boost the popular vote and go on and win the election. And I think maybe that's what we're seeing tonight. And it's very impressive on the part of the Republicans to deliver this. The Ohio margin, I gather, while we've been on the air in the last few minutes, has narrowed some, but it still looks very uphill for Kerry. I want to come back to this point about how the Democrats come back. The problem, Wolf, as I see it for a lot of Democrats, is this is not a difference over policies between Democrats and sort of moving more to the center on, say, economic policies. This is a sharp difference over values and what country we live in and what you believe in. If you really believe in sort of gay marriage, it's really hard to change your party and say, well, we don't believe in gay marriage, or we don't believe in those kind of values. And I think for an awful lot of people on the losing side tonight, there's going to be a sense of sort of almost alienation or sort of isolation from the majority, and feeling like, how do we relate to this? Is this the country?
Same thing, though. Same group, same relationship.
Yeah, we wanted to be sure that that this call was correct. Obviously, nobody here at Fox News forgets the controversy that attended this network and other networks who called Florida first for Al Gore and then for George W. Bush, when in the circumstances it never should have been called for either one of them, or projected. They should not have been projected as a winner given the razor-thin margin of popular vote that actually turned out to exist.
Michael Barone, we'll be checking back with you as the night goes on. Thanks very much. We need to take a break here at 1:12 in the morning, Eastern Time. We'll be right back.
Have a set of more traditional beliefs and some.
Andrea.
You know, I think Charlie is really onto something, especially when you talk about the cultural issues. And the bottom line is that, at least if you believe the exit polling, moral values, as defined by the Republican campaign, is the equivalent of economic issues in terms of what people cared about. Anytime you've got a campaign where people care as much about moral values than about the economy, especially at a time when, you know, the economy has not been perceived by many people as doing that well. This is pretty extraordinary.
That is one of the most remarkable numbers, that 21% in the exit polling of NBC select moral values as the number one issue, in economics 20%, and terrorism below that.
And let me just complete the thought, because the way the Swift Vote veterans and the other groups defined John Kerry early in the campaign is to make him seem as though he was not in sync with moral values because he was, you know, a flip-flopper or whatever. By having defined him that way, they really put him in a box, and it was very hard for him to get out of that box.
Right, and it's a very interesting moment in our politics, because for most of the last 100 years, our politics have been defined by economic interests, and you could tell, you know, what people's economic interests were by how they vote. That's no longer true. The 20% of people who said the economy was the most important issue probably voted, you know, substantially for Kerry, but nowhere near the numbers of people who said that moral values, moral issues were the most important, voted overwhelmingly for President Bush. That is the most defining basket of issues.
I've been saying for some time, I still believe it. I think tonight bears it out. You bring up the Swift vets. It's not about what John Kerry did when he was over there. It's about what he did when he came home. I still believe Vietnam defines the electorate in so many ways. The 1960s defines the electorate in so many ways. The Democratic Party was not able to get around that because they had a candidate that testified in a way that deeply offended many people there.
There's something, I mean, I think that that's largely true, but still, if you go back to the 70s and 80s, economic issues were still better determinants of how people voted. Here we are in 2004, and economic issues no longer can we look at them and say that's going to determine how people vote.
Well,
There's some other big sea change that we're in the midst of.
Well, the economy, though, and listen, the economy in 2004 was not that different from the economy in 1996.
State that, by the way, and as you know, has struggled economically during the Bush years. 16% of its manufacturing jobs lost since March 2001. And our NBC News exit poll in Ohio finds among the voters a high level of unhappiness with the state's economy. When asked to rate economic conditions in their state, 6 in 10 Ohioans said not good, while less than 4 in 10 take a positive view. Nonetheless, John Kerry couldn't capitalize on that and close the deal as the Democrat. When Ohio voters were asked if they trusted the presidential candidates to deal with the economy, equal numbers said they trust each presidential candidate to handle the economy, even though incumbents usually get much more of the blame for economic problems. As for who voted, this is key. White evangelicals were 25% of the voters in Ohio today and tonight. Of that group, President Bush took 3/4 of them. Tom?
Thanks very much, NBC's Brian Williams. Let's go to Ohio now, and NBC's Ann Thompson, who's there. Ann?
Tom, you know, I was talking to a top-ranking Republican official here in Ohio earlier this evening, and he was saying they felt very confident about tonight, and they did because of their Get Out the Vote effort here in the state. They had 85,000 volunteers on the ground. They made some 366,000 phone calls on yesterday. Today, before 3 o'clock, they made 40,000 phone calls to voters they identified as Bush supporters in Montgomery County alone. Montgomery County is where Dayton is. But even tonight, as we watch the numbers come in, Cuyahoga County, which is where Cleveland is and which is expected to be a John Kerry stronghold, still, we haven't got all those numbers in yet, and only 62% of the precincts there have reported. And I understand that we have Ohio Secretary of State Ken Blackwell with us now. And Secretary of State Blackwell, when do you think we'll have all the numbers in from Cuyahoga County?
Well, Cuyahoga County is normally one of the counties that gets its numbers in very, very late. And so there's no telling when we'll get the numbers. But let me just tell you that this caps a day of
not yet come in. Is it doable given the provisional ballots that are out there? One of the reasons we haven't projected yet is because we're going to be extremely cautious and precise. The last thing we at CNN would ever want to do again is call a state for a presidential candidate and have to retract it later.
You can understand the caution because arithmetically it is possible that if the last 10% of these votes comes in and shrinks the president's margin in Ohio to that 50,000 vote, you have to see what those other ballots are.
You have to see where that 10 or 11% still is. Is it from Cleveland? Is it from Toledo? Or where is it?
But I mean, if we hadn't gone through what we went through in 2000, I have a hunch we'd be calling this for Bush, but we've seen what happens when numbers can change rapidly. It's just what David Gergen was saying earlier, and what I was saying was the national popular vote spread makes it statistically almost unimaginable that John Kerry could wind up the electoral vote winner. The spread in the popular vote is not half of 1% as it was in 2000. It's 3 full points. That's just too.
People are speaking.
Okay.
All right, we have another projection. I'm going to interrupt and go over here because CNN can now project after all of these hours that John Kerry will carry the state of New Hampshire. This is a state that narrowly went for George W. Bush 4 years ago, 4 electoral votes. It's a win for John Kerry. New Hampshire, one of those states that has now flipped, gone from the Republican candidate, Jeff, to the Democratic candidate. I believe that's the first state so far tonight that has switched sides.
Yep. Right. First time, first one, and yet you have the sense that in the Kerry headquarters, this is not being greeted with the kinds of screams and cheers it would have been 3 hours ago because of what's lying out there in Ohio and out in West. But it is, first switch.
You know, well, I want to take off on something that David Gergen said earlier, trying to put this in historical context. One of the other reasons this would be so significant is that if you think about the 3 presidents before who were elected after having lost the popular vote but winning the Electoral College, people like John Quincy Adams and Rutherford B. Hayes and Benjamin Harrison, all of them lost their re-election bids.
Or didn't run.
Or didn't run. This would be unusual if George W. Bush actually goes on to win re-election. Be a pretty significant historical event in that context.
This has been some surprising night.
It's not over with yet, Larry. I don't want our viewers to think. There have been moments in American history when people have gone to sleep thinking that one candidate was going to be the next president of the United States, only to wake up in the next morning. There have been candidates who have gone to sleep thinking they may have won or may have lost, and they
he will probably win this race.
What about, can you tell us anything about Martinez and Castro now, or should we come back to you for that?
Well, Martinez and Castro, I can't, I've got to punch this up on the board.
That's all right. Well, Michael, look, we got to take a break anyway, so let me just check back with you. We'll take a break, come back to you after that, and we can discuss the that Florida Senate race. Thanks, Michael. Take a break here. Be right back.
Soon. Well, let's walk over here, Jeff, and take a look at these 9 states that we are not yet able to project. And let's go through them one by one. We'll show our viewers the numbers that we have, with 89% of the precincts reporting in Ohio, 51% for Bush, 49% for Kerry. Look at that spread.
This is the state that Jeffrey Toobin just told us the Kerry campaign is hoping they can get this margin down to 50,000 and bring in the provisional ballots. But Wolf, take a look at Iowa, a state that Al Gore carried 4 years ago with 90% of the vote in, just about dead even. Bush with a 4,000 vote lead, and guess what? Here's a state where Ralph Nader would make the difference.
Iowa. Let's go down to Wisconsin, a state you lived in when you went to college. Look at this. John Kerry with 50%, Bush with 49%, 1% for Nader, 73% of the vote in.
Gore took this by 0.2 of 1 point back in 2000. Kerry's doing a little bit better. Quarter of the vote left to go. You know, if there's hope for the Kerry campaign, it lies in the fact that these states aren't yet gone. But how about this one?
New Mexico.
Al Gore took this state by 366 votes. Right now, with 83% of the vote in, the president has a 22,000 vote lead.
That's not exactly what Bill Richardson, the governor of New Mexico, was anticipating or hoping for. Michigan, 65% of the precincts reporting. Kerry is ahead 51 to 48%, about 100,000 spread in favor of Kerry in Michigan. It still looks potentially close for him.
Right, but now look at Nevada. This is another state that the president carried 4 years ago. And in this state, 40% of the vote in, Kerry has a tiny 1% lead.
And let's move on to Washington State, a state that Al Gore carried 4 years ago. Kerry ahead 37, about a third of the percent of the vote in. Kerry is ahead 53% to 46%. Hawaii, Kerry is ahead, but very little precincts showing, only of 69,000 to 55,000, 55% for Kerry, 44% for Bush.
There's another once reliably Democratic state, the one that the polls seem to suggest we're tied. Kerry's ahead. And in Minnesota, another state that Gore narrowly carried, Kerry seems to be ahead. So,
with 64% of the precincts reporting 52% to 47%.
Here's the irony here. It is possible that we could wind up
bomb. Yeah, if I can hear her, I'd like very much to talk. Hey, Martha, hi.
I'm here.
Thank you for spending such a long night with us, but I know you're accustomed to this in terms of the war. These little messages I get that the campaign against Fallujah is not begun, of course, but a lot of bombing tonight, and now you send us a message.
Electoral vote of re-election. There was some thought earlier this evening he might have gotten that out of Maine. Now we're looking at New Mexico. Here's a state which could give Bush a victory. He's up 21,000 with 84% of the precincts in. New Mexico is, what, 5 electoral votes? That would do it. We're not prepared to call it, however, based on what's still out there. 23,000 vote margin with 86% in a relatively small state. Looks very close to being callable.
Keeps growing.
Just let me interrupt this disquisition on small states to learn more about one very big state, the state of Ohio. Secretary of State of Ohio, Ken Blackwell, is with me now. Ken Blackwell, we called Ohio some time ago. Subsequently, another network has done so. I know you're a Republican and you're glad for the news. Does it square in your estimation, with the vote totals that you have seen?
Brett, I let you all make those calls. Let me just go and we're going to count every vote that was cast today, and we're going to do it through a bipartisan system that can ensure that the final total will have the full confidence of the folks in the state of Ohio that it represents the true will of the people. But it was a robust day, high turnout, just a record turnout.
What do you estimate? How many people do you estimate voted in Ohio compared to last time?
Probably about 5.8 million, which would be to 5.9 million, which would be about 1 million more people. It was a record number of folks to turn out. We're projecting about a 72% turnout.
Wow. Now that compares with what you had. If that's 72%, what were you in the high 50s or?
Well, in 2000 we were at 63%, and 1996 we were at 65%. This is a real spike, but what's really important to realize is that the absolute number, the raw number, is just a million more voters. And what it really did is it tests our system and our system work. The strength of our system really did rise to the occasion on today. We had people standing in line for hours, and on last evening I said to them, let us take control of this election. Let's take it out of the hands of judges and lawyers and you know, the political operatives, and that's what they did today. Folks said, we're going to make this call. Now what they're saying to me, if it takes 2 hours, if it takes 2 days, if it takes 2 weeks, just give us a good count. And that's what we're going to do. So I'm hoping that some of these other states take us out of play.
Oh, what? In other words, you don't want to be the decisive state, huh? That's because you're worried about lawsuits? Is that why?
Oh, no, I've had 23 lawsuits, and I won them all. And that was helpful. It actually proved to be helpful that we could get some of these things resolved before the votes were cast and before the votes were counted. But I can tell you, I had lawsuits running from about 60 days all the way to the wee hours of the morning yesterday until right before the polls closed. I had a judge, say that we had to keep the polls open at the request of the Democrats past 7:30, and then I had the Democrats call and say, "Oh, just a joke." So it's been quite an experience. But at the end of the day, the people of Ohio did themselves proud because they took control of this election.
Let me ask you a couple of questions about recount possibilities. We have on the screen now the recount rule for an automatic recount in your state. I guess it's 1/4% or less of the total vote has to be the margin for a recount to be triggered. We were looking at margins for the president in the raw count as it was tabulated in excess of 100,000 votes. I presume that would probably not be enough, correct?
Yeah, it wouldn't be enough, but here's the scenario that would stretch this out a little bit. If at the end of the day, because we had 1 million new voters registered in the state of Ohio, and so that means that a good number of the folks who came out today were casting ballots for the first time. Many of them might have cast provisional ballots. In 2000, we had just over 100,000 provisional ballots, and 90% of them were good. But since we don't start counting those provisional ballots until the 11th day after the election, if the margin of victory for one candidate or another is comprised of fewer votes than provisional ballots that we have, that could stretch it out. That's why I said, my folks here have said, look, the strength is in our system. If it takes us 2 more hours, takes us 2 more days, it takes us 2 more weeks, we're going to give you a good, honest count.
Well, let me ask you again, how many provisional ballots were there issued today and cast?
Well, we are still tabulating them, but they were running at about a 30% higher clip than 2000.
Which would put you at where?
Which would put us close to 140, 150,000.
All right. Now, were they predominantly in particular areas that would give you an idea of how they might break? I mean, were they?
Well, the New York Times notwithstanding, the fact of the matter is that we don't have those party affiliations designated on the new registrations, and there was a tremendous registration drive, not just by unions, but by churches. We had an issue on the ballot which defined marriage as a union between a man and a woman that won almost 65-35. And that means that was a real driver. And what I know is that a lot of registrations, new registrations, came around that effort. And if I just heard some of the analysis beforehand, evangelicals, were real drivers in this election. Some 25% of the folks who turned out, most analysts are predicting were, evangelicals.
All right, so that would suggest to you that the provisional ballots would basically split somewhat along the lines of the way the rest of the state had gone, or perhaps even be even more conservative, right?
Right. Well, I think at minimum it probably would split the same way.
All right. This is of interest, very much of interest, Mr. Secretary. We thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
All right. The Kerry Edwards campaign manager has released a statement. I have it, but I want to hear about it from Carl Cameron. Let's check in with Carl up in Boston.
Well, thanks very much, Britt. We were here 4 years ago in Austin, and it seems to have happened again. The manager of the campaign now saying that the call, they just aren't buying it. Mary Beth Cahill has put out the statement that reads, quote, "The vote count in Ohio has not been completed. There are more than 250,000 remaining votes to be counted. We believe when they are, John Kerry will win Ohio." So just as we were 4 years ago, a called state now being disputed by the candidate who didn't win it in the calls, and the Kerry campaign digging in with all the numbers. And as Ms. Cahill suggests, still 250,000 votes as yet uncounted. They think they've still got a chance here to eke out a win, even though they would have to virtually win almost all of those 250,000 votes to overcome the 130,000 deficit that they've got with Senator Kerry right now.
It's 1:30 in the morning, we're now looking at a lead for the president of 134,000 votes. So I guess if Kerry got all of 250,000, he would overtake the president and win by win going away. But obviously,
every vote.
Well, he wouldn't have to win every vote, but he'd have to win a huge majority of them, probably a massive majority of them in order to win, to overcome a lead of that size. It's probably not, I suppose if the Kerry camp wants to take the position, if this ends up along these lines, that they can pull it out from the provisional ballots and whatever assorted other votes are still out there, I guess, they can be forgiven for hoping, but it looks a little bleak unless there's some change within the remaining 10% of the precincts still out there. And as you heard Michael Barone say earlier, Carl, some of those precincts, it is believed, may pad the president's margin, and perhaps substantially. So one wonders how wishful this is.
And you've got a situation, Britt, where between the Kerry campaign with its 3,000 lawyers, 27,000 volunteers, several hundred paid staffers, several hundred out-of-staters all descending on Ohio for this final weekend, plus the outside independent groups there, they are going to make sure that every single one of those resources is used to the last available moment to keep this alive, because if Ohio goes, their hopes may be dead.
Okay. Carl, thanks very much. Appreciate this. Let's check in now with Greta Van Susteren, who has got a couple of legal experts with her. Not that she's not one herself, she certainly is, who can discuss these issues of election law, challenges, recounts, and the whole 9 yards. Greta?
Well, Britt, I'm really lucky tonight because I do have special.
And she says they believe, of course, that when those votes are counted, that John Kerry will win Ohio.
Well, Professor John Turley from George Washington University pointed out that if it's challenged on that basis, it could be at least 10 days before we know how those provisional ballots go.
It depends on how big the spread is. If the margin of victory is larger.
Of the vote has been counted so far, and as you can see, we've got about 100,000 vote differential between them. So what they're saying is that out of that 250,000 votes, they're going to get 220,000 to get in front. right?
Well, you've been talking about the senator's necessity to sweep the upper Midwest, and apparently they also believe they can sweep this one crucial county. It is an area that is known to be strongly Democratic. John Kerry has been doing very well there in terms of building crowds and enthusiasm. The numbers will ultimately tell it, but until those votes are counted, they are not willing to give up an area that they know has been highly supportive of John Kerry and John Edwards. They've had the ground operation. Their people are not yet willing to say it's over, and until they are, the people here will not call it a night.
All right, thanks very much, NBC's Kelly O'Donnell. I was slightly off on my math. They don't have to get quite that high, but they have to get to the 200,000.
They get 150, and Brisk would get 150, and it'd be tied.
Right. So they have to get to the 200,000 vote range out of the 250, which is a very considerable number of votes in any one group. Where do we go from here? David Gregory at the White House. David?
Well, Tom, their rejoinder to all of that is that they maintain here at the White House that they have been outperforming their 2,000 totals throughout Ohio. Those southwestern counties will show big Bush numbers, and they think that that will not be overwhelmed even by their losses in Cuyahoga County at the hands of John Kerry. So that's where they stand. I can tell you that the mood has turned downright celebratory here in the White House. The president is still in the residence. He is with family members. He's obviously talked to his senior staff, his top strategist, Karl Rove, but they are still playing it a little bit safe here, despite the mood. They are particularly looking at Nevada to put them over the top. I was on Air Force One this morning, and Mike Gerson, the president's chief speechwriter, was on board drafting presumably two versions of a speech that the president, we expect, would give tonight at the Ronald Reagan Building here in Washington. And they're getting closer to putting version A on the top here. But nobody's preparing yet to say that they're leaving the building and preparing to claim this, not just yet.
All right, thanks very much, NBC David Gregory. Let's go back out to Ohio now. Ron.
Point. They poured their heart and soul into Ohio, just as the Bush campaign did, and they see these numbers and they're discouraged by them. But they also argue that there are, they say, 250,000 provisional ballots out. Now, it's my understanding that Ohio's Secretary of State, Ken Blackwell, who happens to be a Republican, is saying that he doesn't see that many provisional uncounted ballots out there. So there's already some dispute. And when you've got a margin between the president and John Kerry that is, what, about 120,000 right now, you get to a point where even with the provisional ballots, they wouldn't make up the difference. So a lot is going to hinge on looking very closely at how many votes are still out, and is it possible that in those outstanding votes you could make up the difference?
All right, Judy, stand by, because you know what? The Secretary of State of Ohio, Ken Blackwell, is joining us now live. He's in Columbus, Ohio. Mr. Blackwell, thanks very much for joining us. How many provisional ballots do you estimate there are still out there that have yet to be counted?
Well, none of the provisional ballots are counted, and they won't be counted until the 11th day after the election, Wolf. We have very clear laws on how to handle those ballots. And remember, there are overseas ballots from our militaries and others that only have to be postmarked today. And so we have a 10-day window for all of those ballots to get in. This is a very deliberate and cautious process. And so, you know, I tell everybody, just take a deep breath and relax. We can't predict what the results are going to be. We can only guarantee you that you're going to get an honest and fair count through our bipartisan system.
But does anyone know, do you know how many provisional ballots, how many military ballots? I assume the absentee ballots have been counted, is that right?
The absentee ballots have been counted. The provisional ballots are being tabulated as we talk. And early projections showed anywhere from a 30 to 50% increase, and that took us, under 200,000. But it could be 250,000, as the Democrats are claiming. We will know once the counties tabulate their precinct counts and get them into us.
What about military ballots from coming in from overseas or from around the country?
They have a 10-day window.
But how many do you guess there might be?
Well, I'm not going to project or guess. That's what got people in trouble before. What I'm going to tell you is that we have a system in place that is time-tested. We've been dealing with provisional ballots in Ohio for over a decade. We know how to get the job done, and we have a very transparent process where people can see how those votes are being handled in a bipartisan way. And when it comes time to tabulating them, 11 days after this election, there is a bipartisan system of witnesses that will be there for the count.
Right now,
at the end of the day, we are in a strong position because we have a strong and tried and tested system that has worked for us in the past.
Let me just point out to our viewers, with 92% of the precincts now reporting officially in Ohio, 51% for the president, 49 for Bush. There's about 100,000 spread. If it were to stay like that, 49% for Kerry, 51 for Bush, 100,000 margin, if you will. Would it be wise for the Kerry campaign to avoid conceding, given the provisional ballots that are still out there, if that spread continues along those lines?
I'm not going to advise the Kerry campaign, but I would suggest to you that if the number of votes that make up the difference between the two candidates is fewer than the number of provisional ballots, then I would say everybody should just take a deep breath and relax, because we're not going to start counting those ballots until the 11th day after this election. And what we will start doing tomorrow is taking a look at those jackets of those ballots and trying to reconcile good ballots from bad ones. What I mean by that is that there's a process where you try to reconcile. People were given a provisional ballot because they couldn't cast a regular ballot. So you check addresses, you make sure that that is a good ballot, and then you start counting them all 11 days after the election.
Why do you have to wait? Why do you have to wait 11 days to count? Let's say 200,000 or 250,000 of the Democrats are suggesting provisional ballots. Why do you have to wait 11 days?
Because that's the law, and that's the way the system has worked, and that is the way that you take time to reflect and you methodically deal with those ballots in a bipartisan way. And at the end of the day, the people have had control, not judges and lawyers. And so, on last evening, Wolf, we asked the people of Ohio to take control of this election. Don't put it in the hands of lawyers and judges. You, in fact, come out, and people came out today. They stood in line, and I can tell you, what I saw today was a great display of civility and patience. And what I can tell the people is that we have 50,000 poll workers, bipartisan poll workers and election officials across 88 counties in this state that did a tremendous job today. And I can tell you right now, you know what state was the Florida of 2004? It was Florida. Ohio has, in fact, always had a superior system of elections that give people good results and results that they can have confidence in as reflecting the will of the voters.
One final question, Ken Blackwell, before I let you go. You're a Republican, you're the Secretary of State of Ohio, but I know you've been sensitive all these many weeks and months leading up to today, that you don't want to be going down in history as the Katherine Harris of Ohio. Katherine Harris was the Republican Secretary of State in Florida who came under enormous criticism for the way she handled the recount, if you will, in Florida. Give our viewers a sense of what's going through your mind as the Secretary of State of Ohio right now to make sure that everyone emerges from the vote tally in Ohio with a pure sense that this was free and fair and perfect.
Well, I tell you, Wolf, a lot of folks flew into Ohio today and the day before expecting that we were going to see the same sort of confusion that was seen in Florida. We have the personnel, we have the procedures and the policies. It is the strength of the system that guarantees that Ohio can deal with a robust election. I'm not in the business of saying that we must have a narrow or a substantial margin of victory. I'm telling you that we have a system that can deal with an honest count and an honest process regardless of the margin. That's why I don't worry about Ohio or Ohioans being considered to be, a problematic state. if in fact the race has been robust and close and both candidates have poured their hearts out into this state and in this race, what we can give them as Ohioans is an honest count, just like we gave them a good day today in the way we manage the election process.
Ken Blackwell, good luck to you. Good luck to all the people in Ohio. The whole nation, dare I say the whole world, will be watching the Buckeye State in the hours, maybe days to come, if it's going to take 11 days to even begin counting those provisional ballots. Good luck to you, Ken Blackwell. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
And just to show our viewers the count right now, with 92% of the precincts in Ohio reporting, Bush at 51%, Kerry at 49%, a little bit more than 100,000 vote difference. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to continue our coverage as long as it takes here at CNN Election Headquarters. Stay with us.
Projection and wait for the whole reported vote to come in. I'm struck that they have not threatened, it doesn't sound like, lawsuits at this point. And I think if this margin holds, something like it, it's going to be hard to pretend that provisional ballots would split so lopsidedly, or that lawsuits would make such a difference as to make up 100,000 margin, which is a big margin. It's a 1.5% margin.
And by American recount standards, of course, if those votes are counted in a couple of days, that'd be nothing.
Right. Well, but I'm saying, Fred said this is like 2000. Obviously, the country is like 2000, but it's very different in a couple of ways. If this 100,000 margin in Ohio holds up and Bush wins New Mexico, there will be a clear, non-litigation influenced winner in the presidential race. That's a pretty big difference. Secondly, it looks to me very much as if Bush is going to win the popular vote.
Well, we can look at that. We have a board on that. We'll try to bring that up in a minute here.
So I think there will not be, an electoral vote, popular vote disparity as there was last time. And from a Republican point of view, Republicans lost, was it 4 or 5 Senate seats in 2000? And this time they're up what?
They could
be up 4 Senate seats.
Yeah, 4.
It's a pretty. I mean, that's a pretty. So I think in that respect, it's not like it's not quite like 2000.
What was the net gain? Juan, do you remember what the net gain was for Republicans in 2002 to take
the
Senate?
Yeah.
I
think it was 3.
3,
yeah,
2 or 3.
It was very small because, and then you had Jeffers at that point as a Republican. So yeah. But you know, let me just go back
he'd
to
gone. He'd gone.
Let me talk about Ohio for a second. Mary Beth Cahill says she believes there are 250,000 votes that are still out.
I don't think she means tonight. I think she means overall, counting provisional ballots.
No, that's about right tonight. If 8%, 10% of the vote is out of 5 million.
Okay, and Kerry has about 100,000 deficit. So out of that, you'd have to say then you got about 120,000 left if he just made up. If he got that.
He'd have to win them all.
No, not all.
No, almost all.
It's 250,000.
I know, but
right, so he's only 100,000 down. So then you're left with about 120,000 or so left, so and the question is how that 120 would split. So you're looking at he would have to win 3/4 of that 250, and that's the calculus we're looking at the moment.
Well, we're also looking at where they are. I mean, if they were all in some hotbed where we thought, oh, this is a Democrat city here, that would be something you might entertain. But if Michael has made it clear to us from what he's seeing that there's some in Democratic strongholds, but there's some Republican strongholds with votes out there as well that would be likely to offset.
The number of votes in Cuyahoga County, Democratic votes, sufficient to win this election.
I talked earlier to the folks from ACT America Coming Together, where they had the most unprecedented registration and turnout operation they've ever seen. Democratic registration, new registrants were 2-1 over Republican.
Iraq is now his problem to solve. Every poll showed the president had a considerable edge in dealing with Iraq, even as support for the war itself diminished. Perhaps as early as this weekend, there's likely to be a battle for Fallujah. There's no doubt it's a battle the Americans can win, but at what cost? And then come January, about the time the president is sworn in again, should that happen, there are supposed to be elections in Iraq. Today, given the state of play there, it is hard to see how they can be run. Doesn't mean they won't be, but the situation on the ground has to change. The president pushed hard to take the country to war in Iraq, and the post-war has hardly gone well. His legacy will be on the line there. And for all the talk about values tonight, and we take that seriously, his party's prospects will be at stake as well. Colin Powell famously said about Iraq, you break it, you fix it. Should the president win tonight, Iraq is his problem to fix. His place in history may well depend on it.
as you look at these numbers, Aaron, right now, you'd rather be Bush than Kerry.
I'd rather be Bush than Kerry by a lot right now. Yeah, I mean, we're sort of beyond the inside straight analogy. It's Ohio or nothing. I mean, he has to win there. And he's not going to win there, it doesn't seem, tonight. He's going to have to win it 11 days out.
But he has to win the other states, too.
He absolutely has to. Well, but again, I mean, if you look at the map, he is, without projecting anything, the senator stands a good chance of winning in Minnesota. He stands a pretty good chance of winning Iowa. Michigan, certainly. Iowa and Wisconsin are pretty much in play at this point. But let's assume he sweeps them. Okay? Let's assume he does that.
Loses Nevada,
loses Nevada, loses New Mexico. He still has to win Ohio. And we're still not going to, he can't win it tonight. He could lose it tonight. But as I listened to the Secretary of State, it seemed pretty clear to me that we're a week and a half, 2 weeks away from, if that's where we are, that Ohio is the ultimate tipping point. We're not going to know.
We may all be we may all be going out to Columbus, Ohio the next 2 weeks. 11 days they're going to wait to count those provisional ballots. And you heard Ken Blackwell, the Secretary of State, say there might be as many as 250,000, which is what the Democrats are suggesting.
It's going to make us wish that this election was Florida, because I can tell you that Ohio in late November is a lot less pleasant weather than Florida in late November.
Columbus, Ohio.
Not kidding.
David Gergen has been with us all night. He's still with us. And we may be here for a few more hours. Who knows, David? Give us your take at this moment. What time is it? Almost 2 a.m. on the East Coast.
Well, Wolf, I had a question for you. If we do have to wait on Ohio, is it possible that Bush could go ahead and get his 2021 votes tonight from the states that are still outstanding?
Yeah.
He has a slight lead in Iowa. Could he, if he cobbles together Iowa, Nevada, and New Mexico, for example, I don't have the numbers right in front of me. Is that enough to win? Or can he put together a combination that's still out there?
Well, you know, if you do the math and you take a look at some of those numbers, you know, he's getting pretty close. Iowa has 7, New Mexico has 5, that's 12, and Nevada, which is the other state you're looking at, has 5, that's 17.
He's a little short.
He's still a little short, even if he carries those 3 states.
Yeah, what about of the states remaining? Are there any that he's ahead in there?
Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Michigan, those states, I think, as of the last time I checked, Kerry was slightly ahead.
Right, the Bush people thought they might be able to carry Wisconsin. I don't know what the numbers are there.
Well, we could get those numbers for our viewers and put them up. But what's the bottom line of what you're saying, David?
Well, the bottom line is this: that if Kerry sweeps the boards, as Aaron was just saying, on everything else other than Ohio, and Ohio can't be resolved tonight, the country's clearly going to have to wait these 10 days because it's not just the provisional ballots; it's also the military ballots, and there's going to be a lot of suspense about how those all add up together. But that assumes Kerry sweeps the board. What if Bush picks off 2 or 3 or 4 of these states that are still outstanding? He would still win tonight, even without Ohio. We wouldn't have to wait the 10 days.
Yeah, right. That's correct.
You know what we're going to do right now, and I want to go up to the screen, David. Stand by. Ohio. We've never done this before, but this is the first time we're going to do it. Look at this. Ohio, CNN is now projecting, is a green state. Too close to call. A green state. That's because with 93% of the precincts reporting, Bush has 2.595 million votes. Kerry has 2.491 million votes. About 100,000 vote spread, 93% of the vote in. We've got a lot of information based on exit polls, based on real numbers, based on surveys. We are now projecting, and this is a real projection, that Ohio is too close to call. It's a green state, Jeff Greenfield. Before we talk to Jeff Greenfield, let's take a look at the race for the White House as it stands right now. 249 for Bush electoral votes, 211 for Kerry, 270 needed. And you know what? We've never seen this before. A green state, the Buckeye state, Ohio, that's something we didn't necessarily anticipate, although we had it in our color scheme.
Yeah, I think in 2000 it was yellow, but I think, I guess what they'll say in Ohio is it's not easy being green. First, to answer Dave Gergen's question, it is theoretically possible for Bush to get to 270 without Ohio. If he took one of the upper Midwestern states, if he could take Minnesota and Iowa and New Mexico and Hawaii, he could do that. That's possible. The second question is this. 4 years ago in that recount, one of the reasons why Al Gore had some strength to do this was that he had gotten 500,000 more votes in the country than Bush. It didn't mean anything legally, but it had a kind of important political message. If we go out of Ohio with George Bush holding, say, a 50,000 vote lead and it comes down to provisional ballots, John Kerry and his campaign has to challenge George Bush knowing that they have lost the national popular vote by 3.5 million votes. It's a much tougher position, I think, politically.
Well, two things. One, they would say 3.5 million, but it's also 3%, and they would point to the last time we had a big controversy like that, 1876, where the popular vote was 3%, but it wasn't 3.5 million. But the other thing that's very interesting, I just spoke to a number of members of the Kerry campaign. Sounds like not only do they not want to concede, but they're now in formal recount mode, and that they may be prepared in the next couple of hours to announce several lawyers who are going to head up efforts not only in Ohio, but significantly in Iowa as well.
Remember, lose Iowa.
Well, if the numbers initially show that they're losing Iowa, Iowa doesn't have an automatic recount law, but it seems that they're prepared to go to court and try and pursue that effort.
I'm really making a point that I think it gets much tougher to take this into overtime when you're running 3 million votes. But legally, absolutely. The electoral vote is what counts. It's simply
But you know the mood, David, Jeff, you know the mood. You know the mood of the Democratic Party right now. Do you have any doubt whatsoever, despite the 3 million, let's say, whatever the spread is nationally in the general vote, that if they felt they could get more votes in Ohio, they wouldn't do that?
No. If they have a chance to win the presidency by challenging Ohio, sure, they will do that.
Of course they would,
Yeah,
because they're looking at 4 years ago. They won an election. They got the highest popular vote in the history of the country, and they didn't seat a president.
Judy Woodruff's at the CNN Election Analysis Center, and she's going to explain to us, Judy, I hope you're going to explain to us, how is it that we were able to project too close to call for Ohio, this critical battleground state right now?
Well, Wolf, because literally with 104,000 vote margin between President Bush and John Kerry, president out in front, there are still, I'm told, something like 387,000 votes still outstanding. Now, we're trying to confirm these numbers because separately we're told better than 90% of the precincts are in, but still that many hundreds of thousands of votes still out. And then you just heard Ken Blackwell, Ohio Secretary of State, saying that there are at least 120,000 provisional votes out. And Jeff Toobin, our legal analyst, is with me. Jeff, you and I were talking about this because the Kerry campaign is saying there could be as many as 250,000. So the math does present itself as possible for Kerry to make up the difference.
If you add up the 387,000 votes plus the theoretically 250,000 provisional ballots, that gives us 600,000 outstanding ballots in Ohio with a 100,000 margin. That seems too close to call.
Now, one complicating thing, of course, is that we don't know those provisional ballots. It's believed that they are primarily Democratic, but we have no way of knowing that.
And we don't know how many there are exactly. It could be 100,000, it could be 250,000.
And we heard Ken Blackwell. The other thing, and I've just been checking with Stu Rothenberg on this, and we want to be clear about that, is that of the vote that hasn't been counted, the actual vote that's outstanding, a lot of it is in areas that George Bush has done very well in. So you can't assume that most of that vote would automatically go to John Kerry, but because we can't be sure, we are saying Ohio is too close to call.
And just to be precise, Judy and Jeff, there may be other news organizations that have projected Ohio a win for John Kerry. CNN is not. We're saying it's too close to call. We have a ton of information about this state, but we can't project it a win for George W. Bush or John Kerry at this point, because as you point out, Jeffrey, there may be as many as 600,000 votes still out there. Go ahead, Jeff, you want to make a point?
Well, that's right. And just to complicate matters a little further, there are also recount provisions in Ohio. Ohio has a law that says if the election is within 0.25%, a quarter of a percent, that's an automatic recount. That is about 13,000 votes. Kerry is well short of automatic recount territory. However, under Ohio law, any candidate and any group of 5 voters can ask for a recount. So that is also a possibility that's out there.
Wolf, if I could just interrupt very quickly and bring some news to our viewers from the state of Iowa. And that is, we are told that because of broken machines, and I'm reading now a report into CNN, because of a delay in opening absentee ballots and apparent fatigue in the office of the election officials, this is all going to delay the Secretary of State's report of a final count in the presidential election in Iowa until sometime on Wednesday. Now, we have just learned this just a matter of a few minutes ago from Iowa election officials. There are at least 2 central count machines. These are machines that are used to read paper ballots used by optical scanners in Greene County and Harrison County. These have broken down, according to the Secretary of State's office. New machines are being sent tomorrow from the manufacturer. Shortly after midnight, we are also told that absentee ballots are still being opened in Lee County. For all these reasons, and because of the fatigue, I'm using the word that the folks in Iowa are using, we're not going to get an Iowa count. So both in the states of Iowa, Wolf, and Ohio, we are looking at a delay in knowing the results of those states.
So we won't know the results of Iowa at least until tomorrow. Larry, you want to weigh in?
Yeah, this is for both of you, Judy and Wolf. Does that mean that unless President Bush takes 4 out of the other 6 states, we don't have a result tonight?
We may not have a result tonight. That's right.
We don't have a result.
We're going to continue to watch Iowa, and Iowa, what has 7 electoral votes. Those are very important electoral votes, Judy. Just to be precise, right now, too close to call in Ohio and Iowa. Presumably, we're not going to be able to know the winner of Iowa because of these mechanical problems and fatigue that you're talking about.
That's right, but I think we want to be clear on Ohio, Wolf, and that is that if the regular vote count proceeds and the margin gets down to a very small number, it may become mathematically very difficult for John Kerry to make that up. We're not there yet, but if they keep counting and the president keeps up the margin, or excuse me, if that margin grows, the provisional ballot safety net, if you will, may begin to look, even more remote. But we're not there yet.
We're learning a lot about these provisional ballots. We'll see what happens there. Judy, stand by. Ed Henry is in Washington. You're getting some information in Washington about Ohio as well. What are you hearing, Ed?
That's right. Wolf, obviously both sides, both parties have had lawyers in place for a long time, whether it's Florida, Ohio, whichever state they need to go to in order to mobilize if, in fact, there's a recount, if there are legal challenges in any of these battleground states. Some information coming into CNN, Democratic sources telling us that the owner of the Boston Red Sox, John Henry, has gotten his private plane ready. The pilot for that plane was told a few hours ago, get the plane ready. We're not sure where it's going yet, but have it ready to go so that Democratic lawyers can be deployed to whichever state they feel they need to go to at some point this evening, overnight, or first thing in the morning. We do not know whether that plane has left. We don't think it has, but we've been told by Democratic sources that the plane for John Henry, owner of the Boston Red Sox, somebody who has endorsed John Kerry for president, has his private plane at the ready for Democratic lawyers to mobilize whenever they are ready to do that. Obviously, the Red Sox, after winning the World Series, have been locked up in the middle of this presidential campaign. Their star pitcher, Curt Schilling, endorsed President Bush. A little bit of controversy about that. Then John Henry and the general manager, Theo Epstein, they endorsed John Kerry a few days later. But now we're hearing John Henry's private plane could be dragged into all of this if, in fact, there are any legal challenges, any recounts.
And if they're heading out to certain states, we presume they'd be going to Columbus, Ohio, the capital, maybe Des Moines, Iowa as well. It looks like there's going to be a delay at least until tomorrow for a certification of who won there. And you know what? We still haven't heard from several other states. Ed Henry, good reporting for us. Let's go back and bring in our analysts. Larry, it gets a little stranger and stranger as we go into this long night.
I'm trying to figure out. The president can still win if he wins what? If he wins Minnesota, Michigan,
Wisconsin?
Wisconsin, or two of those three, and Nevada and New Mexico. He would win, right?
You know what? Look, he's 21. He's 21 votes short of an absolute majority. Take Ohio out. There's a combination there where he could do it, sure. But we haven't heard for hours what's going on in Michigan, what's going on in Wisconsin, what's going on in Minnesota.
And I think that's a good point. Let's bring up those numbers. Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota. Let's see in Iowa, of course, where those votes stand. Carlos, you know, you're looking perplexed out there, but you usually got a big smile on your face.
Still have a smile on my face. This is as exciting as we hoped it would be. A couple interesting things to think about. Iowa, Democratic control of state government there, the governor as well as the Secretary of State. On the other hand, you go to Ohio, you've got a Republican governor, Republican Secretary of State. We learned in 2000 in Florida how important who controls those two seats are, so we may hear about that again. And in Iowa, I understand, and here's a little deja vu all over again, that David Kendall, President Clinton's former lawyer, may head up the recount effort there. So we're likely to start to hear the names of some pretty big-name lawyers.
All right, Jeff, come on up with me. I want to take a look at some of these states that are still they're still too close to that we can't project yet. Right. Ohio.
What we're going to have to do is break precedent and ask the nice people in the control room if they can get us the popular vote in each state. These are the states we're talking about, but it would be really good to see the popular vote, the vote totals as they go on each state. I can tell you, for instance, that in Iowa right now, John Kerry trails George Bush by about 8,000 or 9,000 votes. That he's a little bit ahead in Wisconsin. That in Ohio, we know the margin is about 107,000 votes. It keeps changing with 96% of the precincts, and that's the one we've been talking about. Remember, Iowa is a state that Al Gore, carried 4 years ago narrowly, and right now, with 96% of the vote in, as you'll see in a minute, George Bush is leading. On the other hand, Nevada is a state that George Bush carried 4 years ago. Right now, if my memory is right at this hour, John Kerry has a narrow lead in, and we know nothing about what's going on so far in Michigan or in Minnesota or in Hawaii. But as soon as the right buttons are pushed and we pay that electrical bill, we're going to find out what these numbers are.
We're going to see the raw numbers coming in. We do see the projections, the percentages of the precincts reporting 90% up there, 70%. These precincts are coming in with their numbers. We're going to put the hard numbers up there. Iowa is going to wait at least until tomorrow. Right. Jeff, that's important news that we heard because of fatigue and some malfunction of these voting machines. That wasn't supposed to happen after the last time.
Thank you. All right.
Let's start up here in Ohio first. With 96% of the precincts reporting, 2.687 million for Bush, 2.564 for Kerry. What about 120,000?
About 122,000 vote plurality so far for Bush, and this margin has increased marginally as we approach 100%. That one gets very tricky. New Mexico, which Kerry carried with 93% of the vote, we're not projecting. George W. Bush is ahead by about 28,500 votes.
In a small state like New Mexico, that's significant.
It is, but it would be a takeaway. It would be a takeaway from the Democrats. Iowa, carried narrowly by the Democrat Al Gore in 2000, an 11,000 vote lead with 96% of the vote in.
But we heard that the Secretary of State's going to wait until tomorrow to certify who won. Michigan is a state that Kerry was supposedly going to win relatively easily. 76% of the precincts reporting 1.797 million for Kerry, 1.681 million for Bush.
It's 116,000 vote lead. I like to do these raw numbers because I'm old-fashioned. That's a likely Kerry win, but Lord knows we're not projecting. Hawaii, I'm not sure how we have 120,000 votes in with 0% of the precincts reporting. It sounds like the old Chicago days, but it's a Kerry lead. Wisconsin, this is the state that Al Gore took by 0.2%. Here we are again. John Kerry has a margin of about 25,000 votes with 84% of the vote in. Minnesota, Kerry has a somewhat more comfortable margin of about 118,000 votes, 3/4 of the vote in. And Nevada, which Bush carried 4 years ago, he has got a 5,000 vote lead.
With slightly more than half of the vote in. Right. These are the states that we're waiting for, but this is still, I think it's fair to say, the critical state, Ohio, right now.
It is. It is unlikely, to answer Larry King's question, that George W. Bush can get to 270 just with this batch of states. Possible, but unlikely.
While we're here, take a look at the popular vote, and I'll show it to our viewers as well. With 85% of the national precincts reporting 52% for President Bush, 48% for John Kerry, less than 1% for Ralph Nader.
So right now, gentlemen, the likelihood is there will be no winner tonight.
Or at least no announcement. But two interesting wrinkles we should add. Remember that 4 years ago in Iowa, George Bush won the vote among those who showed up at the polls on Election Day. It wasn't until they added in the absentee ballots that Al Gore won by 4,144. Worth remembering that. And in New Mexico, they may have one of the 2 or 3 most liberal laws in terms of provisional ballots and how those are counted. So we may show up with lawyers in New Mexico when all is said and done as well.
And this is the first time all the states are required to have these provisional ballots, which they were not required 4 years ago to have. We don't know how many there are in any of these states. We don't know how many absentee ballots there are. Military ballots coming in from around the country and around the world. I think on that point, though, Carlos and Jeff, if they're going to get down to counting military ballots, that's good news for the president.
And the point about this is, you know, I'm sure people out there are saying, hey, it's 2 o'clock in the morning. Other networks have called Ohio for Bush. What are you doing? What we're doing is trying to remember what happened 4 years ago and not make that mistake again. This is not a caution based on any political preference or judgment, except that we want to be sure when we tell you which candidate has won a state that we're right.
If you were President Bush, would you come forward now and make an acceptance speech?
What an interesting question.
That's why I asked.
The answer is until he knows that it's certified, until it's obviously clear that he's going to capture Ohio and maybe not do that well in the other states, I think he's going to be relatively cautious as well.
Even though a network has called it for him.
You know what? Networks can do whatever they want. We're not making any projections in Ohio other than to project that it's too close to call right now. We learned a lesson from 4 years ago, and I think that's a smart lesson. And we'll continue to heed that lesson.
So we may get a statement from both camps tonight.
Well, see, that's the point. Traditionally, you do not go and acknowledge victory until your opponent concedes. And based on what we heard from the Kerry campaign, they aren't about to concede.
They're not conceding.
So
we heard Mary Beth Cahill, the campaign chair, specifically say they want to see what those provisional ballots in Ohio look like. And to remind our viewers, we spoke with Ken Blackwell, the Secretary of State of Ohio, just
and Vice President Nixon that the election had been stolen from him and that he ought to contest it. And Richard Nixon, who was no slouch as a partisan himself, decided at that time that he would not do that, that it would be bad for the country. One wonders, of course, in the light of that, what advice might be given by that senator's brother, the former president's brother, tonight.
Britt, I can tell you that Senator Kennedy's fingerprints on the Kerry campaign throughout the last year and a half have been unmistakable. His chief of staff, Mary Beth Cahill, is serving as Senator Kerry's campaign manager. Bob Shrum, a longtime speechwriter and strategist for Ted Kennedy, is advising Senator Kerry and really did seem to sort of emerge in his presence and his rhetoric in Senator Kerry's speeches in the final month of this campaign. So indeed, Senator Kerry has been, throughout this campaign, one of the strong suits. In fact, he threw early on in the primaries and caucuses tremendous labor support for Senator Kerry that made a big difference in Iowa and New Hampshire. So he has had a profound effect, and this meeting may indeed be a profound discussion as to what Senator Kerry might do before the evening, or I should say now the morning, is out.
All right, Carl, thanks a lot. We're going to take a brief break here. Well, in a minute we're going to take a break. I'm sorry.
When it looked as though Kerry was going to win this thing because of the exit polls, there was discussion in the Kerry camp of what kind of a speech Kerry would give, and it was going to be a unity speech. It was going to be, you know, bring the country together and all of that. Now, this confab between Kennedy and Kerry, it would be very fascinating to see whether Kerry comes out with a unity speech and tries to unite the country, or in Kennedy's case, Kennedy has been a firebrand all the way along, and I would like to think that Kennedy would rise above that now, if indeed it looks as though Kerry can't win and do the unity thing.
I think he will, because I think it is important to the Kennedy family. They know what Nixon did with a narrower margin in Illinois and Texas, the 2 states that put Kennedy over against Nixon in 1960. I believe in a considerably narrower margin than it looks like Bush is going to have in Ohio. I think Senator Kennedy would and also Senator Kennedy, being such a hero to liberals and to the left wing of the party, would have the credibility, if he stood with Senator Kerry, I think, to convince perhaps parts of the Democratic Party not to go into the fever swamps of conspiracies that Juan was correctly describing, that some of them will go into. So it would be an act of statesmanship, I think, for Senator Kennedy to emerge with Senator Kerry, assuming the popular vote plays out this way. We're a little premature. We haven't seen all the popular vote in Ohio that we've called it. We haven't still seen the additional state, presumably New Mexico or Iowa, that will push over the top. But I've got to think that Senator Kennedy does not want to be the person who throws us into in this case, I think, pointlessly contested election with the lawyers for the next 2 or 3 weeks.
I'm not prepared to say that Senator Kennedy, whom I've known for a very long time and have always gotten along with, lacks a bipartisan bone in his body. But I think it is fair to say that if he has those bones, he hasn't shown them lately, which is not to say that they won't be on display tonight. What is your take, Juan?
No, I think, I'm all for bipartisanship, and I think the country is in tremendous need of coming together.
I'm sorry, Juan. I'm going to get your thoughts when you come back. We have to take a break because the network computer is about to take the show away from us. We'll be right back with Juan Williams.
People are always looking for all-natural ways. And the other battleground states of the upper Midwest, and also on New Mexico tonight, and even Hawaii, but the rest of the world has intruded in other ways. Report from Baghdad just a few minutes ago that gunmen have killed a senior Iraqi oil ministry official in Baghdad on Wednesday, whose name is Hussein Ali. He was a director general at the oil ministry, and he shot dead as he was leaving his home on his way to work. There's another report of 4 Jordanian workers kidnapped in Iraq today. And there was also a car bomb, or a car bomb-driven device at the entrance to Baghdad airport today, and that killed 9 Iraqis. And I think there was one other on a bus tonight, which just goes to show you that Iraq is going really hard. And, I beg your pardon? All right, let's go to Ohio and listen to the Secretary of State, Ken Blackwell.
Having to stand in long lines, which were a sign of the robustness of the campaign and the vitality of democracy in Ohio. There's a lot of speculation about provisional ballots. We've heard numbers thrown around like 250,000 provisional ballots. I don't know how anybody knows that number because the final tallies have not come in yet. They're coming in as we speak. We can only give you trends if, in fact, you carry out the trend line. It looks like we would have, at the most, 175,000, but that is just a speculation. We had over 100,000 in 2000. 90% of those were good, and given the increase in the number of newly registered voters, the speculation is that you could have a greater number. And it looks now trending in as some of the smaller counties have come in with their final numbers and their final tabulations, that we're trending towards about 175,000 at the high end. No, no, I said that's it's trending towards that. Yeah, but we will not know, and nobody knows how many provisional ballots we have had cast until all of the tabulations have come in from across the state.
I know you said you're not in the business of calling elections, but do you think that some people
Again, I'm not in the business of projections. That's what you guys do. I'm in the business of managing and administering fair and efficient elections, and that's what we've done in the state of Ohio in the 2000 presidential election.
So that's Ken Blackwell, the Secretary of State in Ohio, who's saying the same things in a news conference out there. I think he said to us a little while ago. But let us just go through these too close to project states at the moment, because even though they're too close to project now, as we'll talk in just a minute with George Stephanopoulos and Mark Halperin, there may be shifts that will account for a whole lot of other potential.
Close enough where your evidence shows that you might have won that state, absent something that you say is wrong had happened. So right now, now maybe they'll come up with something, but it's not enough just to say that, well, Democrats are unhappy and they're dissatisfied because they don't like the result. Therefore, they have to challenge.
But one's not saying that that's what the case would be built on. He's just saying that the political sentiment that would animate the politicians involved would be such that what he's saying, you'd fight it any way you can fight it. You're saying you'd have to have evidence. That may be true, but that doesn't mean evidence. I know, but he's talking about not a decision about whether they have evidence. He's talking about a decision about whether you take whatever evidence you have and do the most you can with it.
Yeah, I know, but not when you're that far behind. You're going to have overwhelming evidence when you're 125,000 votes behind, 3.5 million votes behind right now, at any rate, in the popular vote. And I don't think that evidence is going to exist. And Democrats may not like it, but sometimes you just have to accept defeat.
Well, during the break, I was talking to a former Democratic official who is well connected, and he says that the owner of the Boston Red Sox, who is Fred's favorite team, John Henry, is chartering planes to ferry lawyers into the state of Ohio to go looking for whatever evidence they could possibly find in whatever case they can possibly do. And also, I heard that they've stopped counting in Iowa because the vote counters are exhausted and there's been some machine breakdown, so we may not know what the Iowa result is tonight.
Oh boy, happy day. Well, we're getting to the point now where we're getting to the outer limits of our own coherence here. Not that we, some viewers may think we passed it a long time ago. So, what better thing to do at such a moment than take a break?
Rothenberg at the CNN Election Analysis Center. Candy Crowley is in Boston, monitoring what's happening with the Kerry campaign. What is happening there, Candy?
We are told by the Kerry campaign that John Edwards is going to show up here at Copley Square to address the crowd, at least the crowd that remains. Two signals here. One, you can't expect to see the Kerry campaign claim either victory or defeat tonight, so they're sending out the number 2. It's really interesting because in the past couple of weeks, Wolf, they have told us that in fact the Kerry campaign would, if the Florida-like event started, would go out there and fight it very hard. And they had learned a lesson from 2000 when they think that Al Gore was too timid to kind of look like a winner. The problem, of course, with the scenario here of John Kerry coming out and looking like a winner in the way that George Bush did during the Florida recount is that, of course, there already is a sitting president. At the time, neither Al Gore nor George Bush were sitting in the Oval Office. So this is a very difficult situation. Another one of those unprecedented elections, who'd have thought we'd have 2 in a row, in which they're just going to have to feel their way through this. And for now, the process is John Edwards is going to come out and address the crowd.
And there's absolutely no indication whatsoever, Candy, that these Democrats that John Kerry is getting ready to concede anytime soon.
No. That's why they're sending out John Edwards. They have no intention of doing that.
Candy Crowley in Boston, and we'll of course listen to John Edwards once he shows up where you are. This is shaping up, Jeff Greenfield, as quite a cliffhanger, I would say at this point.
Yeah. I'm going to just put this on the table and then let all you people tell me I'm crazy. Unlike 2000, when Al Gore could go to Florida, in this fight because the margin is 500 or 1,000 votes, and I won the national popular vote by 500,000. The Kerry campaign has to say, well, these are the rules. We're 120,000 votes in the count behind in Ohio. We are going to be close to 3.5 to 4 million votes behind in the country. But we're going to go and make a lawyer-like fight in Ohio to get these votes. Do they have every right to do it? Absolutely. Are these the rules by which we play the presidency? Yes. All I'm saying is that the moral force behind an argument like this, as opposed to Gore's argument, it's just tougher.
It's the spread right now. Look at the spread in the national. This is Ohio right now. The spread looks like it's grown a little bit with 97% of the vote. Yeah, it looks like wider as opposed to what the Democrats hoped for would get narrower.
All the money's been spent in the closest. You would do the same if you were the other side, right?
If you'd spent 2 years of your life and hundreds of millions of dollars fighting for the presidency in this intense thing, and you had a chance to win it, of course you would. I am making an argument about the difficulty of convincing the public that you are fighting the good fight. Their partisans will buy it. Look, it's the same thing that the Bush people did when they lost the popular vote. They've got every right to do it. All I'm saying is it's a tough road
So
to
much
hoe.
of what's going to happen tonight and tomorrow, Carlos, is going to be posturing by both the Democrats and the Republicans. Smart for John Edwards to be coming out shortly in Boston to make a speech.
They do. I mean, it goes back to the conversation Larry started a little while ago, the public relations game and the need to say something, to not allow it to be a vacuum. Now, I think what's interesting on the Republican side is who do you put forward? It's unlikely that you would have Vice President Cheney step forward. Wouldn't be surprised to see Jim Baker, but might really expect perhaps to either see Mark Roscoe, the campaign chairman, or maybe Karen Hughes, who we saw tonight. Those are two faces that Jeff might think may be able to make the argument, I think, a little bit better.
And what does Senator Edwards say?
The man made $30 million as a trial lawyer. Well, I'm going to wait to hear what he has to say.
What would you guess he'll say?
I think it's a bit along the lines that Carl said. Look, we don't know who won Ohio. And there are hundreds of thousands of provisional ballots out there. They could make the difference. The argument will probably be, and this will sound very familiar to all of us, we need to count every vote.
Every vote counts.
Yeah.
And we're going to make sure that every vote counts. That's what presumably he will say once he emerges. We'll take that live. We'll stand by for that.
I assume this takes place in an environment where once we find out what happened in Wisconsin, Iowa, Minnesota, and Michigan, Ohio would make the difference for Kerry.
Right, because as you pointed out before, there still, I think, is the mathematical opportunity that the president could win without Ohio.
Just thought it. There'll be people who went to bed knowing another network called it, and then wake up in the morning like a lot of us did, and then learn that it ain't over.
Two other networks projected Ohio going to the president, and that would bring the number up to 269 with the new House of Representatives. It would go to the House of Representatives. Presumably that would be a win for George W. Bush, but to our viewers in the United States and around the world, we are saying that based on all the information that we have at CNN, it's too close to call. That's the green color that we've put up there, too close to call in Ohio for us to project the winner, and as a result, we're not going to project a winner. Carlos?
You know, if Iowa does work out in the president's favor, a big win, again, that was another one of those Dukakis states that Michael Dukakis won among the few states, and one of the people who will certainly get credit for it is Chuck Grassley, the Republican senator, who, while he was running for re-election, spent a lot of his time and, frankly, a lot of his money and even his ads touting the president. So we've still got a ways to go, but if Iowa ultimately works out, it will be a meaningful shift in the geography.
While we're standing by to hear from John Edwards, the Democratic vice presidential candidate, let's bring back David Gergen. He's joining us once again. David, this has been like a roller coaster that's been going back and forward, up and down, an emotional seesaw, I would suspect, all day for both of these candidates.
It has indeed. And let me, if I might respond to Jeff Greenfield's point, he has an enormously important and a persuasive argument that with the president so far ahead in the popular vote, it'll be very difficult for John Kerry to sustain any kind of long-term challenge. But I would suggest, if you look at the states outside Ohio, it looks very unlikely that George Bush can win without Ohio, and John Kerry clearly cannot win without Ohio. So it really does come down in the end that both candidates need Ohio. And it does seem to me that Kerry has two things he could rely on to make the argument to continue to counting in Ohio. One is that the Secretary of State of Ohio, a Republican, Ken Blackwell, has just told the nation everybody should take a deep breath. We have a law, we'll count in 11 days, and it'll be settled. So instead of having a Katherine Harris there, he has a Ken Blackwell, which makes, he's got a more reliable foundation for making his argument. The other thing he can argue is, I do not intend to take this to the courts. What I will do is abide by the decision of the Ohio Secretary of State in 11 days, and I promise to you, I pledge to the country, this will be over in 2 weeks. I will not pursue it beyond that, so I do not want to put the country through the ordeal of last time. I think if he were to do that, and to say and to use Ken Blackwell, the Republican Secretary of State, to a Republican Governor Bob Taft, I think the country would say that's fair. That's fair, even though George W. Bush has won the popular vote. That's fair, but we don't want to go through a long agony of the kind we went through last time. If it's 11 days, fair enough.
The country has waited a long time. I suppose the Democrats will say, you know what, the country can wait a few more days if necessary to make sure that every ballot is counted, everyone is satisfied. But I agree with you, David. What we heard from Ken Blackwell when he was interviewed here on CNN just a little while ago was impressive. Let's go to Boston right now. You see John Edwards walking over to the podium. He's going to speak. We're going to listen to what he has to say. There are still plenty of supporters of John Kerry at Copley Plaza in Boston.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you. It's been a long night, but we've waited 4 years for this victory. We can wait one more night. Tonight, John and I are so proud of all of you who are here with us and all of you across the country who have stood with us in this campaign. John Kerry and I made a promise to the American people that in this election, every vote would count and every vote would be counted. Tonight, we are keeping our word and we will fight for every vote. You deserve no less. Thank you. Thank you.
There he is, John Edwards, the Democratic vice presidential nominee, making it clear to the entire nation, to the entire world, that the Democratic team is not ready to concede by any means. They're going to challenge, they're going to fight, and they're going to see what they can do. We will fight, he said, Jeff Greenfield. I think we predicted basically.
He seemed, if I may judge the expression on his face, as against the gestures he seemed rather determinedly to be making there, the thumbs up and all that, which is what you do. You got, you know, any politician has to come out to a group of people who've been sitting out there for 7 hours in the rain with some feeling for them, and you don't want to throw cold water on them, and they're entitled to a little pep, and he gave them a little, but not a lot, I wouldn't say.
I mean,
let's check in for a second with Carl Cameron Moore. Just hold that thought. Carl, what's your sense of that statement?
Well, Brett, a number of things. First of all, the crowd is already silenced and dispersing quite quickly. A few thousand people here, and it was clear that Senator Edwards is trying to make. They're going another day on this. John Edwards took the role that was former Commerce Secretary Bill Daley's for Al Gore 4 years ago in Nashville, when Al Gore was on his way up to actually concede and was stopped by a man who's now working for John Kerry named David Morehouse, and said, "Don't go." And shortly thereafter, Bill Daley went up and said, "We're going to count every vote, and it's going to be a while." The Kerry Edwards campaign has suggested that the combination of what Mr. Edwards just said and the Mary Beth Cahill statement was meant to be tough. They are not backing away from the challenge in Ohio, which is not to say that they're going to wage some sort of a litigation carpet bombing of the country, but they are definitely going to make sure that everything is exhausted in Ohio, no matter how long that takes.
Well, of course, you get in now to the question of what the procedures permit. If the margin comes out, and of course it was up to something 126,000 or 128,000, something like that, when last we looked, with only a few precincts remaining, that would put it outside the margin of an automatic recount. So I suppose you can demand a recount of some kind. Let's look at it now. 125,000 votes plus a couple hundred for President Bush, with 97% of the precincts in. That's a reasonably substantial margin. 2% margin there. I suppose you'd have to find an awful lot of alleged irregularities and undercounted votes and provisional ballots and absentee votes that broke for you and an awful lot of stuff to make the case plausibly that you really did win the election. I mean, what the recount process is designed to do is to make sure that the person who appears to have won the election really did. And you have to have something to go on, Carl. You know, it's a 0.25% margin or less of the total vote. That was met easily in a bunch of states 4 years ago, but it isn't here.
Well, and it will be 11 days before, according to Ohio Secretary of State Ken Blackwell, they'll actually take a look at the 200 to 250,000 some odd provisional ballots and the overseas ballots. So that's a bit of a lag time in all of this. And again, mathematically, Senator Kerry would have to win an overwhelming majority of all of them, presumably, to make up the gap. Nonetheless, they, as we've said all night long, I mean, the other thing is, Britt, there is a tremendous army of Kerry Edwards supporters in Ohio. 3,200 lawyers just from Ohio alone in Ohio, never mind those that are presumably looking for early morning flights from around the country to go there.
What are they going to do? I mean, you can only file so many lawsuits. I mean, you kind of begin to wonder here, Carl, what exactly they could all do. I mean, I suppose you could solicit testimony from people in precincts who will say that they tried to vote and got hustled off to Buffalo or somewhere. But you know, yeah, it's a big margin to upset.
Clearly, and they seem to be recognizing that. We're still told there's a possibility that even Senator Kerry could surface before the evening is out, though, judging from the way this crowd is dispersing and the way the Kerry campaign seems to be sort of shutting down for the evening, it looks as though they're going to fight again tomorrow, Brett.
All right, Carl. Appreciate it very much. Keep us posted if there's anything more to tell us. In the meantime, you of all people deserve rest after your long journey with the Kerry campaign from the start. Michael Barone is standing by with some further thoughts. Michael, what can you tell us about these remaining states?
Well, Iowa, Britt, we're seeing George W. Bush hold on to a 11,000 vote lead. There's not much in the way of other precincts. There's 66 precincts left out. They don't seem to be any in heavily Democratic areas now. That Wapello County, which is the city of Ottumwa, the small factory town in southeastern
Minnesota, Hawaii, and what was the third state already? Michigan, which
4 left.
Yeah, that's right. Not that many states left to go. And if we take a look at the race for the White House, with Hawaii now blue, Bush at 249, Kerry at 242. Remember, 270. We always remind our viewers needed for this race.
So no one can win tonight. Only 3 states left, and that's Wisconsin, New Mexico, and Nevada. And they can't total enough to give anyone a win.
But here's an interesting, here's an interesting piece of the public relations psychological game. Mm-hmm. Does everyone go to sleep tonight with John Kerry far behind in the popular vote, but ahead in the electoral vote?
He could be ahead.
I mean, that's possible, right?
Depends on which network they watch. If they watched us, yes.
But think about the public relations conflict. You talked before about the perception, about the moral weight. There is a chance that Americans wake up to headlines that says John Kerry ahead in the electoral vote, far behind or meaningfully behind in the popular
2 million,
vote.
let's say.
Yeah.
But that is a pretty convincing lead in Ohio, isn't it?
Can we go up to the map for a second?
Sure.
It's late at night.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Jeff, we can do whatever we want.
Let's just without, we don't have
At
the
this
gizmo.
point, you could
If you
dance.
got that, but we could do it on this one. Assume for a minute that Wisconsin goes for Kerry. That's 252 electoral votes. We'll leave Iowa out of the picture. Nevada and New Mexico could easily flip in both states, but let's assume that they do. So that's 257 to 256, with Iowa outstanding and Ohio with a 120,000 vote Bush lead, but provisional ballots, and Bush with a 4 million vote thing. Okay, maybe we can actually do this, and so it'll be a little clearer. Let's, you ready, Wolf?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is what we call Jeff's electoral worksheet.
Yes, this shows you I have no life. I even do this when there's not a presidential election. Let's give Wisconsin to Kerry. Turn that state blue, if we can, please. Any minute. And now we have 252 votes for Kerry. Now, even though these 2 states may flip, let's just keep them the way they were in 2000. Let's make New Mexico blue with 5 electoral votes, which will bring Kerry up to 257. Let's keep Nevada blue, red. and that would give Bush 256. 254? That's right. So it's basically even with Iowa and Ohio outstanding. Now, Carlos's point, fellas in the control room, bear with me. Take Nevada and turn it blue, which is entirely possible. And Carlos, your point survives. So we go to sleep at night this way. Kerry with 262 votes, Bush with 249, Iowa uncalled but Bush leading, Ohio uncalled but Bush with a 100,000 vote lead, and Bush with a 4 million vote popular plurality.
And lawyers swarming over the Midwest instead of the South this time, and a public relations battle that starts with John Edwards and won't end for a couple weeks maybe.
And the popular vote meaningless.
Right.
Except for a public relations standpoint. Meaningless for who's president.
What strikes me as another campaign to begin the abolition of the Electoral College, this time by the Republicans.
Agreed. Yeah, they've been in favor of it. They may switch.
We're told, by the way, that the President of the United States is still in the residence in the White House watching all of this on television. I can only assume that John Kerry is watching all of this. No one is going to sleep. We're not going to sleep. Certainly they're not going to be going to sleep anytime soon, although at some point, presumably, they'll want to get a good night's sleep.
What are we now waiting for?
We're waiting to get more information on these states.
Wisconsin, New Mexico, Nevada.
That's right.
Those southwestern states.
Those states would be very important. And remember, that for people looking at Jeff's electoral worksheet, those are only projections. They're not even projections. That's only Jeff Greenfield playing around with numbers.
How about what ifs? That's a good name for that.
That's a what if.
How about it could happen?
All right, well, let's take a look at the popular vote right now, and I'll go over here and show our viewers. With 89% of the precincts around the United States now officially reporting, the president remaining at 51%, Kerry at 48%, Nader with 1%. Take a look at the spread. It's a little bit more than 3 million votes. You know, it's a moral advantage, but in practical terms of politics, as important as the popular vote is, this electoral vote is the critical vote.
First, Nader is now under half of 1%, if I do my math right. This is a 3.8 million vote margin, and every
results are in, and we have a winner for tonight. The people of California. People of California are the winners today. Big hand to the people. Last year you elected me, and last year you sent me up to Sacramento. I knew that I was doing the movie Twins, but I did not know. But anyway, let me just say, last year you elected me and you sent me to Sacramento to create some action. And this is exactly what I've done. We've turned around the state, we created some action, and we tried to make it again the golden state that it once was. Well, tonight, you gave me the tools that I needed to get the job done. And I wanted to thank the people for working so hard. There were thousands and thousands of volunteers that I saw when I traveled up and down the state of California, campaigning for my initiatives and campaigning for the different candidates. I tell you that the kind of work that I've seen was so inspirational, it was uplifting, and I want to thank all those volunteers for putting up the yard signs, for going out, handing out leaflets, doing fundraisers, knocking on doors, making phone calls, and campaigning and campaigning and campaigning. So because of all this hard work, I think the people spoke loud and clear. This was a victory that was not a victory for me, but it was a victory from the people of California. So a big hand to the people of California that have spoken out. And today, the voice of the people was loud and clear. That the people said no to the job killers and yes for a booming economy. The people said no to the budget busters and yes to fiscal responsibility. The people said no to criminal loopholes and yes for safer streets. The people said no to out-of-control gambling and yes to a fair share for California. And the people once again said no to the special interests and yes for reform. And now, And now look what we have accomplished. We passed Proposition 1A to stop the state from raiding local governments and to protect local services. And we passed Proposition 64 to stop the shakedown lawsuits and to protect the jobs. And it is still a little early to tell, but it looks like we defeated Proposition 66. Which was to stop the assault on the three-strike law and to make sure that our criminals are off the streets and behind bars where they belong. And we defeated Proposition 68 and 70, a huge defeat for gambling special interests and a huge victory for California communities and California taxpayers. And we passed Proposition 68.
And I'm sorry for interrupting. Professor Tribe, go ahead. Finish your thought on why this provisional ballot count, it's not a recount, it's a count, why you see it as all that important.
Well, it's a matter of basic right, and among the provisional ballots that were cast in Ohio in 2000, when Congress had not yet passed this law, I think some 90% ended up being counted as lawfully cast ballots. So in the end, it's not very easy to say how the outcome will be. The arithmetic is not very favorable for John Kerry, but these votes are not his to dispose of. These voters had a right to vote, and until it becomes clear that their votes are moot, those votes have a right to be counted. Boyden?
Yeah, I can't quarrel with that, except for this proposition. We don't know all the facts at the moment, but it appears as though the president will have 125,000 minimum vote lead in Iowa and Ohio after the voting is stopped in the state. That means for 175,000 provisionals, maybe 150,000 are good. The challenger, Senator Kerry, has to win in order to make up the difference. 125 out of those 150, that's 5 out of every 6. That strikes me as being extremely implausible. That doesn't mean they shouldn't be counted, but what I think is going to happen if we go down this road is they're going to have to start scrambling for votes elsewhere in the state. We're going to see lots of other challenges trying to cobble up a few votes here, cobble up a few votes there, and we could be in for a lot more than simply 10 days.
And let me throw another wrinkle in here. Under Ohio law, each of the 88 counties in Ohio counts its provisional ballot separately. But there's the question left undefined in the law, what standard do they use? How do you decide what's a legitimate provisional ballot and what's not? And do all 88 counties have to use the same standard? Because isn't that what the Supreme Court said in Bush v. Gore?
Well, the Supreme Court said that in a recount situation, which it was careful to limit to a recount situation, under the supervision of one single authority, there has to be a uniform standard. It's not clear whether that applies in a circumstance where the decentralized decisions of the separate parts of the state from the get-go are left to their own devices the way Congress left them in the Help America Vote Act. I suppose if anyone is going to challenge the lack of uniformity here and take it to court, it would probably have to be the President of the United States. Because if in the end, despite the uphill arithmetic, if in the end it is counting these provisional ballots that puts John Kerry over the top, the objection to the way they were counted, perhaps not uniformly, would presumably be that of the President. At the same time, the Secretary of State might decide that they can be counted uniformly within the statutes of the state of Ohio, and I haven't taken a look this evening at whether the statutes give the Secretary that discretion. And rather than scrounging for votes around the state, I'm told that as of now there was a federal injunction that required that people who stood out in the rain for 5 hours and learned that there were no machines there, be allowed to vote on paper ballots, and I'm told that they weren't. And it's not clear what the shakeout will be when we look at the total tally in the state of Ohio.
So Boyden, one standard for all 88 counties?
I don't think, frankly, it really matters. I don't think that's gonna, I think it's gonna even out. I think the bigger question is, are we down a slippery slope here where the mobilization of these lawyers like World War I is tantamount to a declaration of a war? Because I do not see that Senator Kerry can get. I have no problem counting.
Gordon, you may not need lawyers. I mean, you know, it doesn't take a lawyer to count a provisional ballot.
Let's hope not.
I'm not on one of those jets going down there, and so far as I know, it is the Secretary of State of Ohio, a Republican, who says he plans to do what the law requires and count the ballots. I don't think it would take lawyers to tell him not to.
Well, I certainly think that it's that no one can say that Senator Kerry does not have the right to have those votes counted.
And that those voters don't have the right.
Those voters don't have. And
Right.
no network, for example, has the right to declare the election over. I just worry that we're going to not stop there, that we'll see a lot more unfold as a result.
It's possible.
Wolf, as you can see, we have some agreement here, but lawyers have a way, as matters get more complicated and get more contentious, the agreements tend to evaporate.
Jeffrey Toobin, we're going to continue talking to you, C. Boyden Gray, Lawrence Tribe as well. Thanks to both of you. Good explanation of what's going on. CNN's Ed Henry is joining us once again. He's getting some more information from his monitoring base in Washington, D.C. What are you hearing, Ed?
Good evening, Wolf. That's right. Now, a lot of huddling going on, obviously, with Senator Kerry. Other top Democratic Party officials, we understand Senator Edward Kennedy and his wife, they've been in the Boston town home of Senator Kerry trying to figure out how far they want to push Ohio, other states, what exactly the strategy is going to be for Senator Kerry moving forward. And I can tell you that some Democratic strategists are now privately saying there's a little bit of a debate developing within the Democratic Party about how hard to push Ohio over these provisional ballots. Obviously, some talk among Kerry people that these provisional ballots could break their way in a major way, but other Democrats are now privately saying that the provisional ballots may be just as likely to be split between Republicans and Democrats, and it might not be wise to push this too hard because they might not all break the Kerry way and might not make the difference to bring Ohio into his column. So there's a little bit of a debate developing here. Democratic strategists telling us that it's not clear-cut about how far, in fact, Democrats are going to push Ohio on this provisional ballot question as to whether or not they will, in fact, break Kerry's way. And, in fact, Dana Bash, CNN's White House correspondent, reporting that a senior Bush aide is also pointing out privately that, in fact, these provisional ballots could be just as likely to go Republican as Democrats. So it's not clear yet that they are clearly Kerry votes.
And if they also have to count, as the Secretary of State of Ohio, Ken Blackwell, told us, the military ballots that are still out there as well. Almost all of the polls that we've done of U.S. military personnel active duty and reserve shows a disproportionate majority going for the Republican side as opposed to the Democratic side. That's, I'm sure, an issue that the Democrats are going to have to factor in as well. But you did hear John Edwards and say flatly, if it takes another day or so, they're going to wait. They owe it to their Democratic constituents to make sure that every vote is counted.
That's right.
And you heard him make that case. So if there's a debate underway among Democrats, John Edwards certainly wasn't reflecting that debate.
That's right. Well, he's walking a fine line there because there's a lot of pressure within the party, as you remember. Some Democrats feel that Al Gore did not push hard enough in 2000. Clearly, the Kerry camp wants to send a signal tonight that they're ready to fight. They're not going to fold their tent. They're not going to give in. Some Democrats feel that Al Gore did not fight hard enough. Joe Lieberman did not fight hard enough in 2000. Obviously, Gore and Lieberman would say that they fought as hard as they could. But obviously, the Kerry Edwards camp wants to make sure and send a signal to the Democratic base that they're not folding their tent just yet. But there is a debate developing about how far they should push this.
Ed, you reported a little while ago that a plane was standing by in Boston from Theo Epstein, the general manager of the Boston Red Sox, to start bringing attorneys from Boston to presumably Columbus, Ohio, maybe Des Moines, Iowa. What are you hearing beyond what you've already reported?
Well, one little piece of information that has just come in is the fact that George Mitchell, the former Democratic Senate Majority Leader, has a small piece of the Boston Red Sox. Some people in Boston saying that behind the scenes, former Senator Mitchell has been talking to John Henry, the principal owner of the Boston Red Sox, about getting active in the Kerry campaign, trying to help out. Just another layer there of some of the Democrats mobilizing to try to help Kerry. Wolf.
Ed Henry, thanks very much. We'll continue to check in with you, check in with all of our reporters. Much more coverage coming up from CNN election headquarters at the NASDAQ market site here in Times Square, New York. Stay with us.
Tuned on a night when the president is poised for a clear electoral college victory and at a minimum for victory in the House of Representatives, if that's what it comes to. Stay tuned.
News Election News headquarters in New York with Ed Bradley, Bob Schieffer, Leslie Stahl, Mika Brzezinski, and John Roberts. Stay right here with us. Keep it where it is. We'll be right back with you.
Talk about making any kind of a challenge to these ballots, and it appears that the new ink ballots did pass their first presidential test. The long lines, well, they can't be blamed on the ballots. That was simply due to the fact that the turnout was so incredibly large today. Reporting live from just north of USC, Patrick Healy, Channel 4 News.
Okay, Patrick, Governor Schwarzenegger had more on his mind tonight than the propositions and President Bush's re-election. You heard him talk about both just a couple of minutes ago. He made a stop in Santa Monica. It is late, isn't it? Yes. To congratulate a relative in-law on his victory tonight. Channel 4's Robert Kubasik, live in Santa Monica. Maybe, Robert, you can talk better than I do.
Well, this is not Massachusetts, that's all I know, but for the first time, California could have a Kennedy in office. Bobby Shriver, nephew of the late President John F. Kennedy, appears to have captured one of 4 Santa Monica City Council seats. At this point, Shriver is leading all 16 candidates. A short time ago, Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger...
Well,
we're
Robert,
having a little
maybe you can't
failure.
talk better than I do. You can't talk through the static. Anyway, you got the gist of it.
Yeah, and we'll try to get back him later on. Now, results from key races and propositions in the state are being closed.
Me mortally convinced they're going to carry Ohio, but if they don't, George Bush could still win by getting Wisconsin and Iowa and either Nevada or New Mexico. So that's pretty much where things stand at the moment. Leslie Stahl, what about that South Dakota Senate race? Any decision there yet? Tom Daschle and Thune?
It's just like the presidential race. I call it the OBR, the other big race, and it's 6 hours after the polls close. We cannot tell you. We cannot predict who's going to win. Look at that. 94% of the precincts in. John Thune, the former Republican congressman, has a slight lead in the tabulated vote, but we are not ready to say which candidate's going to win. And it's incredible because George Bush we believe, is going to carry South Dakota by 61%. So that's a pretty enormous tide that Tom Daschle is fighting against. Of course, he has been in Congress half his life. He is the Senate leader of the Democrats, so that's not so surprising. Let me tell you also about Florida. We haven't had a result in Florida.
Now, that's for the Democratic seat being vacated by Bob Graham, who's retiring.
Exactly. And what you have in that state is a situation where Mel Martinez, who the White House leaned on and pressured to run because they thought he would, he's a Hispanic, they thought he would pump up the Hispanic vote to help President Bush, but Betty Castor, the former state education commissioner and a college president, is giving him one hell of a run, and we are not prepared at this point to say what's going to happen there. Bob Graham, very popular, campaigned with Betty Castor, and that may have helped her chances, and we just don't know. There's one other Senate race still outstanding that's up in Alaska. The Republican incumbent, Lisa Murkowski, looks by the tabulated vote with 60.
slight lead for President Bush, 50%, 49%, but only about a 10,000 votes spread. The Secretary of State of Iowa saying they're going to hold off on declaring any certification who won there. They've had some malfunctions of the voting machines, and there's fatigue among the election workers. We won't know about Iowa until tomorrow. Nevada, with 82% of the precincts reporting slight lead for President Bush as well, 50% to 48%. By our count, based on our projections right now, Bush has 249 electoral votes. Kerry has 242 electoral votes. The blue states for Kerry, the red states for Bush, those white states, we have not been able to project winners yet. The green state, Ohio, it's simply too close to call by our projection, 270 needed. Let's bring in our senior White House correspondent, John King. He's over at the White House watching all of this together with us. What's the latest from there, John?
Well, Wolf, the ghost and the memories of 4 years ago dictating the White House strategy tonight. The president is in the residence, way past his bedtime, a man who likes to go to bed around 10 o'clock at night with his senior staff. They still say that their plan, they have not locked this in yet, is for the president to go to the Ronald Reagan building and address supporters tonight. Their problem now is the question of just what to say. They are waiting now, we are told, for Nevada and New Mexico. They believe they will win those states. As you just noted, they are ahead in the vote count, but narrowly right now. They want to see those results come in, but they now understand, the Democrats have said this campaign will not end tonight. So the debate is, do you go and declare victory, or do you, as most senior Bush advisors are telling us tonight, go over and say, it looks good, it looks great, we think we're on the path to victory, but we need to wait this out as the rest of the votes have counted. Obviously, it's a very difficult situation to be in. Some say go declare victory, that the Democratic math in Ohio is wrong, but others say if you are a president who won a contested election last time, you believe you're going to win this time and with a majority, and that is a big deal at this White House. They believe the president will win the popular vote and be over 50%. You want to unite the country. You do not want to antagonize Democrats. So give an upbeat, optimistic speech to your supporters and tell them they need to hang in there for a day or two.
So, John, just to speak in journalistic language, there's no full lid at the White House by any means, meaning that they've told the reporters the president is going to sleep, go home, get out of here, because there's not going to be any more news coming out of the White House.
No, they have not. And both the president and the vice president are here. They are looking at the results. They're talking to key supporters still around the country, and they are debating now exactly what the president should say if he speaks tonight. And we're still told and led to believe that that is their inclination. Obviously, they could have the vice president say something if they wanted to. As a short time ago, though, I was told the plan is still for the president, perhaps with the vice president with him, to go to the Reagan building. But they're in a difficult dilemma, both politically tonight, and if you believe they have won the election and they believe they will win the election, they have to govern this country come January 20th. So you want to rally your supporters and you want to thank them, but you do not want to do anything to further antagonize the Democrats.
And if the president is leaving the White House, John, we will get word. They'll activate the travel pool. They will in turn notify all members, all the news organizations, that the president is leaving. So we'll get that official word from the White House at some point if the presidential motorcade is going to leave the White House, drive a few blocks over to the Reagan building.
It is a short walk to the Reagan building, but the president, of course, doesn't walk, Wolf. We will know when the president is leaving. They will give us a heads up, and even if they didn't, it's a very long motorcade these days.
John King is not leaving the north lawn of the White House, at least anytime soon. John, thanks very much. Let's walk over to speak with Jeff Greenfield, Carlos Watson, and Larry King. First to you, Jeff. What do you make of it?
I want to broaden the focus a little and realize what an extraordinary event this is, that a president of the United States who never hit much over the 50% in job approval ratings, who lost the debates by every calculation, and who it was widely assumed would go down to defeat if there was a massive increase in turnout, has now at the position where he's on the cusp of winning a second term with a substantial popular vote plurality, one that exceeds a majority. And it tells you, if you listen to James Carville, one of the best Democratic strategists, it tells you that there is perhaps an endemic weakness in the Democratic Party as it tries to win the presidency in this country, and that when the dust settles in this one, whatever happens, the Democrats are going to have to take a serious look inward at what it is about that party that prevents, except under extraordinary circumstances, the party from reaching out and getting a plurality of Americans to vote for them for president.
Maybe it needs a Clinton type.
Well, that'll be one of several, right? People will say message, people will say messenger, people will say campaign, that any of those three. People will also say context. They may say, frankly, that in the midst of a wartime commander is not turned out. There'll be a lot of conversation. One other thing I wanted to add is that you just heard John King say the president's waiting to hear about those two key states. There might be a great, very powerful headline for the president tomorrow, which is the president goes to bed ahead by 4 million votes, popular votes, and ahead in the Electoral College, and is simply waiting to hear on Iowa and Ohio. And then I think the Democrat position becomes even harder. You talked about the popular vote being one thing that kind of weighs against them. I think if both the popular vote and tonight the electoral vote, even if it's a tentative tally, I think it'd be a tough position to be in.
I think the president also is smart enough to take the high road here and say, let's count Ohio, let's count Iowa. I want a fair count. If there are provisional ballots, people who voted they're Americans, have every right to vote. Let's see who wins.
We heard that from Ken Blackwell, who was a Republican Secretary of State who wants to run for governor of Ohio in 2006. Boyden Gray, who was one of the legal foot soldiers in the Bush
also said
campaign.
it's correct.
And clearly the tone they're taking is, okay, let's see what happens. But generally, when you make that argument, you have a lot of confidence that your side's going to
Well, you should have your 140,000 votes ahead. But don't you think that's wiser than saying we won it and you should declare it now?
I think back in 2000, it was much more of a street fight. The Bush campaign won in Florida, more determined to win than the Gore campaign, just saying we're going to take this one. I think that you're absolutely right. They're striking a tone of magnanimity. They're striking a tone of presidentiality.
Be above the fray.
Here's another point. The 2002 law requiring provisional ballots in every state, all 50 states plus the District of Columbia, there could be provisional ballots that have to be counted in
rural communities to the west, mainly here in Iowa, that traditionally favor Republicans. So that could give just the president a little bit more of an edge here. But again, they won't start counting those on Thursday. The Secretary of State's office here saying we may not know for sure here in Iowa until next Tuesday when everything is said and done. Dan.
Lee Cowan in Des Moines, Iowa. Jim Axelrod is at Kerry headquarters in Boston. Jim, what can you tell us?
Well, Dan, they literally have turned the lights out here at the Kerry headquarters. About 2:20 in the morning, John Edwards came out and staked out the turf that they would not be giving up any fight. And about 20 minutes later, there was an announcement, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for coming to Election Night 2004. And that was it as far as the festivities. When we began this coverage of Election Night some 8.5 hours ago now on the CBS Evening News, we talked a little bit about the weather when John Kerry would address the crowd later that night, assuming that he did, which is why in politics it's never safe to assume anything. Kerry never made it out tonight. This whole thing is still in limbo. The party that they had planned has been called for the night, and they'll pick things up again tomorrow morning. Dan?
So, Jim, it's not a case of turn out the lights, the party's over. It's turn out the lights, the party's been postponed. Is that pretty much the attitude of the Kerry camp?
Exactly. It's not so much, and we don't want to suggest for a moment, when we say the party's over, we meant only the celebration tonight marking the end of this campaign, but they have been very clear, the campaign, in sending John Edwards out. They have been exceedingly clear that they intend to stay and fight, and whatever kind of celebration they're going to have, you're right, is postponed for at least another day.
249 Bush, 242 Kerry is our CBS News estimate, with 270 needed to win. Ohio, the pivot. Kerry can't win if he doesn't carry Ohio. George Bush could conceivably win if he doesn't carry Ohio, but the White House and the Bush campaign keep saying this is their story, this is their song, and they're going to play it all night long, that they're absolutely convinced that they've won Ohio and thus the election. The John Kerry people say not so fast. It does appear at this moment that it may be 8 or 10 days, maybe 8 or 10 days before the provisional ballot situation gets squared away in Ohio and a winner can be officially declared there. Yes, some outfits have already estimated and put it in the George Bush column. We're just not going to do that. Learning our lessons, we don't always learn fast, but we learn good. And we learned for last time in Florida that we're just not going to take those kind of chances. Now, the states still out, George Bush can win, even if he doesn't wind up getting Ohio, as he thinks it will. But it would take something close to a miracle. But he could do it if he got Wisconsin and Iowa, neither of which we've estimated a winner in yet, and then pick up also either New Mexico or Nevada, in which he's now leading in the actual vote count. Let's go to Bill Plant, who's covering the White House and the Bush campaign in Washington. Bill, the light's still burning there?
Yes, the lights are on, Dan, and they're still up there talking about this, and I'll be willing to bet you just about anything that they're not very happy. They were all ready to go to a party here about two and a half hours ago, but for more than an hour now, the president's senior staff has been up in the residence, presumably meeting with him, talking about what to do. They very much believe that they have this election won. They want to go out and say something, but they're waiting, as we understand it, until Nevada or one of the other states is called for the president so that they can claim to have 270 votes. Then they can go over and address those supporters and say, we think we have it, and even if it drags out for a little while, we know we've won. I mean, I'd love to be a fly on the wall up there in the residence at this meeting. I'll just bet that they're very, very unhappy. Dan?
Well, you know, Bill, we said it in 2000. Frankly, I didn't think that I would live to see the day when we were at 5 after 3 in the morning, 7 after 3 in the morning in New York saying this, that the situation is so confusing. We can understand that the Kerry people and the Bush people just don't know what to do. You know, we're in the same position. We don't know whether to wind a watch or bark to the moon or what to do here, because Ohio is so confused. Iowa was pretty confused, not going to be settled until sometime tomorrow. Now Lee Cowan out of Des Moines is saying, look, it may not get settled until Thursday in Iowa. Wisconsin unsettled with 10 electoral votes, New Mexico and Nevada. Well, Leslie, for lack of something better to do at the moment, let's talk about these 5 Southern senators who retired, and Republicans picked up their seats. The Republicans just beat on the Democrats in those Senate races.
Way better than what is usually the case with provisional ballots. There is no way that they could pull off Ohio. No way that Kerry could win Ohio. Nevertheless, as you heard Senator Edwards say earlier tonight, they waited 4 years. They can wait one more night for the results, so they clearly intend to wait a while. Now, one of the other things here is that the White House has not quite given up the prospect of the president saying something tonight. They are waiting on Nevada and New Mexico. Now, let's look at Nevada, where the results, where the Bush campaign had been encouraged all night. They were watching, especially around Las Vegas. You see here the president 2 points ahead, and the vote there, a pretty good margin for the president. It's a fairly small state, obviously, so you've got about 20,000. They had thought that they would lose as many as 25,000 in and around Las Vegas. In fact, they lost only a few thousand. So they look to be headed to victory there, and they're waiting for New Mexico, and the White House is still holding out the prospect the president might come out and say something tonight, or at least issue a statement. So
does that sound familiar?
Well, it does. It's certainly the party line as far as Mr. Kerry is concerned. Thanks very much, Kate. Here's an interesting note from Ohio. This is the first time, according to Gary Langer, our director of our polling operation, the Democrats voting on Ohio have outnumbered Democrats, however narrowly, in any exit polls at least since 1988.
Very interesting. Republicans outnumbering Democrats. Ohio has been a Republican state at the state level. Their senators, their governors, but what you had in the past was a lot of Democrats in Ohio voting for Republicans. Now you have people who are actually calling themselves Republicans in a majority.
I want to go to Linda Douglas up on Capitol Hill, because, Linda, it is now clear, of course, crystal clear, that the Republicans are going to be in control of the Congress as a whole, both the Senate and the House of Representatives, whereas there was no surprise. What do you think that will mean to governing?
Alternate ballot.
The polls were supposed to close. There were still people in line, and instead of
I know
they
those
handed
were
out paper
they were
ballots.
paper alternate form, but they had the same constitutional quality as an actual ballot. I mean, people voted in line that day, and
But
the
they
question
voted.
is,
How many of them are there, and have they been counted?
Yeah, we don't know that they've been counted yet, because the initial
We don't
word
know
was
if there's
they wouldn't
we
be
don't know
counted
how many
tonight.
there are either, do we?
Yeah. Yeah. So this,
Let me go right now to Martin Savage, to another state where there's obviously a possibility for a conclusion tonight or not a conclusion. Let's take a look at Wisconsin, which it's out there. Let's go to Martin Savage out there in Madison, Wisconsin. How's it look out there for a Kerry victory tonight?
It's looking pretty good at this particular hour. The way it breaks down is about 90% of the vote has now been counted here in the state of Wisconsin, and with 10% left, it looks like it's Milwaukee County that is the last to come in because of very heavy voting, very heavy voter turnout in areas of the city, and that's a Democratic stronghold. So it looks like the last remaining 10% is going to break very much more in the favor of Senator Kerry. However, that being said, let me point out one interesting fact. There are some areas in the city of Milwaukee where they say that they had a voter turnout today of 115%. Now, how do you get that? Well, essentially what they say happened was you had the pre-registered people who came up and everybody voted, and then you had those who showed up and registered. This is the state that has same-day voter registration. You could show up today, register, and vote today. And they believe a lot of people did just that, 115%. That's pretty doggone good.
When you have same-day registration, I'm not familiar with what happens, but when you do, how do you make sure a person's from the area, from the precinct?
Well, the way it is supposed to work is, number one, you're going to show up with a valid ID of some sort, preferably a driver's license, and then you need some sort of utility bill. And the utility bill is basically to say that you have been a resident of the state of Wisconsin for the last 10 days. And that is it. That's all you need, essentially, to say that now you will pre-register or register and you cast your vote at the same time. Now,
if it's that rigorous, how can you have over voting then if it's that rigorous?
Well, a lot of people are saying that in some of the areas, specifically around the city of Milwaukee, that the registration to begin with was perhaps not, well, let's say under the very best of conditions, or that they had a full understanding of how many people they had in their particular ward or precinct.
Oh, wow. Anyway, tonight, you think that the Kerry vote is moving toward a majority in that state, in Wisconsin, and we'll have at least one state marked up. Do you have any sense of when this is going to get done tonight?
No. I mean, it should be done within a matter of hours, but then I would have to say no.
I have to tell you, a matter of hours is about 10 tomorrow morning. Anyway, thank you very much for joining us, Martin Savage from Madison, Wisconsin. It's great to have you. Let me know, so there's one state that could finish up in the next 6 or 7 hours. But I tell you, it is amazing the silence we're getting. We have a lid on the Kerry campaign. How about a lid on Michigan, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Iowa, New Mexico, Nevada, Hawaii, and New Hampshire, and they're still voting in New Hampshire. My God, you could go around door to door with a clipboard and have it done by now. I don't know what's going on up there, and we still don't know about Tom Daschle fighting for his life. Apparently, he's several votes behind out there in South Dakota. Again, a state that's so small that you should be able to get a tabulation fairly early.
Daschle has, apparently brings out the Indian vote from the reservations. My guess is this is probably what they're working with right now. He's behind by a few thousand votes out there.
Well, let's take a look right now. There it is right now. He is, in fact, down by 2%.
At that point, other senior administration officials are telling us once Nevada and New Mexico are called, and they believe they will win both of those states, if that holds up and they think that could happen in very short order, then the president will go to the Reagan building. And here is the interesting point. I'm told by senior officials he will declare victory. He will not say we will wait for Ohio. He will say that the math is heavily in his favor, that he is convinced the Democrats cannot make up the ground in Ohio and elsewhere, and that he will declare victory tonight. That is contingent on Nevada and New Mexico, but they believe that will happen, Wolf, and happen quite soon.
How unusual is that for a candidate to declare victory with the other candidate not conceding first?
Well, it's very unusual, of course, and we had the circus atmosphere almost 4 years ago when Al Gore almost came out and then stopped himself. What the president's aides will say when this becomes an issue tomorrow is that they have two choices. They can look at the math, add it up, believe they have a compelling case and declare victory, or they can wait 11 days, as the Democrats are saying, to let the provisional ballot issue play out in Ohio. The Republicans are saying, and the Bush White House is saying, the math simply does not add. There are not enough provisional votes in Ohio to make up the lost ground, and their argument will be it is better for the country to know who the president is than to wait another 11 days, especially 4 years after the chaos of 4 years ago.
The only risk in that, John, is that, and it's not likely, is that Ohio overturns.
that certainly is the risk. They have checked with this. We just spoke. Our producers down in the booth here, Congressman Rob Portman, called from Ohio. He says he's called around to all the key precincts. He says there are 134,000 at the maximum provisional ballots, and the president's lead is bigger than that. They are insisting that it is impossible for that to be made up. Now, of course, that is their case. The Democrats would argue something different, but they say they are convinced. They have double and triple checked, and so they're just waiting on Nevada and New Mexico. But this drama, if the president declares victory, and we are told he could do so within an hour or so, of course the Democrats will object, and this will play out, but they believe here it is the right thing to do.
The Democrats, as you know, John, are arguing there may be 250,000 provisional ballots that have to be counted. They can't even start counting them for 11 days. And one other point, John, if this general number for the overall popular vote in the United States stands by and the president gets 51% of the vote, that's a majority. It's been a while since a candidate has emerged with a clear majority, 51%, retaining both houses of the U.S. Congress. This would be, as the Republicans would almost certainly point out, a very decisive mandate.
They would claim a mandate. You would still, of course, have a closely divided country, both in terms of the presidential vote and in the composition of Congress, although it looks like the Republicans will pick up some seats in the Senate, hold their majority in the House. So no doubt about it, this president will claim a mandate, and he will claim the American people have backed him in the war on terrorism, has backed his view that he should keep going, whether his issues be tax cuts and other domestic issues. They obviously will also try to offer a unifying tone to try to calm the Democratic anger. But the last president to win more than 50% was this president's father. We have had the presidents elected since then at under 50%. That is a significant number here because, remember, Democrats have always questioned the legitimacy of this president on the grounds that he lost the popular vote. This president will have 51 plus, it looks right now. That is a very big deal here at the White House. They want to lock up those 270 electoral votes because that is the key to victory. But more significant to them, once they get there, we'll be able to make the case to the country that a majority stood by this president.
John King, thanks very much. We'll be checking back with you. And I just want to bring Jeff in for a moment on this issue of a president getting more than 50% of the vote. Bill Clinton in '92 didn't get 50% of the vote, and he didn't get it in '96, and in 2000, George W. Bush didn't get 50% of the vote. This is a significant number to get over the majority in terms of saying, I have a mandate.
It is. Clinton did have a 5 million vote plurality in '92 and roughly an 8 million vote plurality, but because of Perot, he didn't crack 50. The reason why what David Gergen points to and what Ed Henry points to is so significant is the other story that was on the front page of the papers today. The grave medical condition of the Chief Justice of the United States, William Rehnquist. So that if you ask what kind of a Supreme Court nominee will a new president appoint, if you assume it's George Bush, and you know how important that is to both sides of this ideological divide, a president who comes in with a popular vote majority seems to me and an expanded Senate is in a position to pick a much more ideologically consistent or sympathetic to their side nominee than say, if let's say John Kerry wins Ohio and somehow makes the president
more likely to choose a model. Well, the president already said that his model justices are Antonin Scalia and Justice Clarence Thomas.
And the rumor is he asked Clarence Thomas to be Chief Justice, right?
Right. And he'd still point out, but my point is that is a fight. That is a fight that the sides in Washington have been waiting for 4 years. We've gone 11 years without a vacancy, longest since like the 1820s. That both sides are ready for a fight, and if in fact this picture holds up, and George Bush winds up a second term with a popular vote majority, I think it makes the congressional majority, the Republicans saying, okay, we can get the kind of Supreme Court justice we want now.
But here's an even, to add to that and build on that, here's an even broader point. The president without 50%, with a Senate that he lost at one point, if you think about all the legislation he got through, whether or not Democrats always agreed with it, he's been extraordinarily effective legislative leader. When you think about Medicare, you think about education, you think about the Department of Homeland Security, you think about 4 tax cuts. He got a lot through. Now with a majority, now with a stronger House and a stronger Senate, you can only stop to think when it comes to issues like Social Security reform, which he's talked about, education on the college level, further tax cuts, that he will do a lot. It'll be a very robust first 2 years.
We have a guest standing by to bring in Ed Gillespie, the chairman of the Republican Party, is joining us now from Washington. You're over there at the Reagan Center. Are we expecting the president and the vice president, Ed Gillespie, to show up anytime soon?
Wolf, that's up to the White House and the campaign to decide and to announce. So I defer to them on that. But everybody's very excited here, and spirits are very high, as you can imagine.
So no one's leaving there. What do you anticipate if the president shows up, knowing the numbers as you've seen, the Electoral College numbers, the popular vote numbers? What do you anticipate the president might say?
Well, Wolf, I'm not going to speculate on that. I think people are waiting to see what some other states come in where the president is leading right now. I think, obviously, in terms of Ohio, we've seen the president's margin increase, actually, recently to 137,606. That's with 98% of the precincts reporting. And, you know, there's about 125,000 provisional ballots out there. And provisional ballots aren't automatically counted. Actually, they're not counted until they're proven valid. And what we've seen in past elections, for example, in Cook County, Illinois, in the recent Democratic primary, between 7 and 23% of the provisional ballots that were cast were actually counted in the election. Let's say it's 25% of those 125,000. That comes out to about 31,000 votes. Let's say 100% of those go for Senator Kerry. You're still looking at a margin of over 100,000 votes. So we feel obviously very confident about Ohio in the Bush column.
The Democrats are insisting that they think there may be as many as 250,000 provisional ballots that have to be counted. Does that change your arithmetic if in fact it is 250,000? We spoke to Ken Blackwell, the Secretary of State of Ohio, and he thought that was possible.
Well, again, we're waiting to see. What I've been told is it's between 120 and 130,000 provisional ballots, and like I say, you can extrapolate from different numbers, but the numbers I have are what I understand to be the case.
Ed Gillespie joining us. We'll be checking back with you, and we're going to go over there when the president comes over there and the vice president comes over there. If in fact they come over there, we'll of course bring that to our viewers in the United States and around the world. And I want to just point out to our viewers, if you need more information, you want more information on specific races, go to CNN.com and you can get all the information you need. This is the best place to get specific numbers, congressional seats, Senate seats, House seats, gubernatorial races. And they'll show you how the actual numbers are coming in. CNN.com, that's the place to be if you want to get a little bit more information than we're able to provide you right here. It's a good idea to watch us and go there at the same time. Much more coverage coming up from CNN election headquarters in New York. We'll take a quick break though.
Votes are out there in places like Nevada and New Mexico, also Iowa, Minnesota, and Wisconsin, but he has not, in our judgment, reached that magic mark of 270. And what I'm prepared to say is that if he does reach it, we'll say that's what our belief is. But the Kerry campaign obviously feels very strongly that Ohio remains to be contested. Let's go to NBC's Brian Williams now down in our tracking center. Brian?
Tom, either way, this is not where the Kerry campaign wanted to be or expected to be at this hour. And so we're looking at some of the numbers in our exit poll that show an erosion in the traditional Democratic base that hurt John Kerry today at the polls. Latinos have been in the Democratic column for some time, and while Senator Kerry won overall, among that group, he did not do as well as Al Gore did 4 years ago. Both campaigns invested heavily in courting the Hispanic vote. 4 years ago, Hispanics made up 7% of voters nationwide. Tonight, they are 9% of the total. And
policy, although there are ample visceral and substantive related objections to it, but is really grounded in this fundamental difference of political and social sensibility, the religious against the secular.
Many thanks, George. Terry Moran at the White House with what the president may say. Terry, is the president actually definitely unequivocally going to go over to the Reagan building?
He is, I'm told now by several sources, actually definitely going to go to the Reagan building. They are waiting for one more state to be called, which plus the 20 Ohio electoral votes would give him, if all those electoral votes stand, the more than 270 necessary to win re-election to the presidency. And when he gets to the Reagan building, Peter, he's going to say the people have spoken, a declaration of victory. He is not going to make it provisional. He is essentially going to say the votes are out there, the people have spoken, I won.
But will this, Terry, be contingent, in your view, on either Nevada or New Mexico, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Ohio, or Iowa rather, having fallen or been gone his way?
Yes, it will, because right now we have him at 249 electoral votes. If he gets Ohio's 20, that's 269, as you've pointed out. He needs one more, the magic 270. So he'll wait for one of those other states to fall into his column. Iowa, New Mexico, Nevada look to be the likely ones. When one of those does, expect the president to get in the motorcade and head over to the Reagan building.
Many thanks, Terry. That's the White House, live at this moment, 25 minutes after 3 Eastern Time. The cars lined up outside the south side of the White House, waiting to take the president to the Reagan building. It's not very far away, where Republicans...
Literally what is going on right now, Wolf, our election analysis team, we've been telling you about these people all night. This is Tom Hannon there on the left, our political director. This is Clyde Tucker, who is working at his side all night. They are literally on pieces of legal pad writing down the situation in Ohio. They're looking at numbers in terms of how many votes have yet to be counted, what the margin is right now between President Bush and Senator Kerry, and when you factor in the so-called provisional ballots, those people who, when they went to vote, their names weren't there for whatever reason and they were given a provisional ballot. And they're putting all that together and they're seeing, number one, if there's a mathematical possibility that John Kerry could overcome President Bush's current advantage in Ohio, and if there's a realistic possibility, given the political reality on the ground and what is known. CNN has been talking to both the Kerry campaign and the Bush campaign, factoring the political realities into the mathematical possibilities. So that's what's going on. We are not yet ready to call Ohio. We have said it's too close to call, but we are taking a hard look at it. We're not just letting it sit there and percolate. I mean, we're taking a hard look as these numbers continue to climb and you get a higher percentage of the vote in Ohio. It is incumbent on us to make sure that we haven't overlook something here. So that's what we're looking at.
Judy, we heard Ed Gillespie say there may be 120,000 provisional ballots in Ohio. We heard Democrats earlier saying there could be 250,000. When I spoke to Ken Blackwell, the Secretary of State of Ohio, a Republican, a short while ago, and we threw out that 250,000 number that the Democrats are suggesting, he didn't dismiss it. Is there any way we could find out how many provisional ballots there really are in Ohio?
Well, we are clearly trying to do that. I mean, you've been saying, Wolf, Ken Blackwell said it was going to be 11 days before they even take a look at those. There may be a way for us to get a better handle on that. Right now, everybody is estimating. The Democrats are estimating, the Republicans are estimating. Mr. Blackwell himself, I believe, said it was an estimate. So we're all trying to get a handle on this. I doubt that we're going to be able to get a clear fix on it in a very short period of time, but what we can get, I think, a clear fix on is just what the margin is going to be with the known outstanding ballots, both the counted ballots and the outstanding ballots. And we may be able to put something together there and look at the most optimistic scenario for John Kerry and see whether it is mathematically feasible for him to come up with a win. But that's why you've got Tom Hannon and Clyde Tucker in our election team looking over this right now.
Judy, one final question before I let you go back and check those numbers with our election team. Like me, you've covered politics for a long time. Let's assume, as John King was reporting, it's possible the president will show up at the Reagan Center and declare victory at some point tonight, even though the other side has not conceded. In fact, they say they want to continue this count in Ohio. Do you remember a precedent, anything like that happening in this country at any times in recent history?
No, I don't. And I would be, Wolf, given the situation tonight, given the situation in this election, and certainly given the situation in 2000, I'd be very surprised if the Bush people did that. I'm going out on a limb here. Nobody's told me one way or another, but I would think that they would want to wait and let the votes be counted. What's the hesitation in waiting a few hours or even a few days. But you know, you've been saying it, Wolf, the margin, the popular vote margin is, what, 4 million now? I didn't see the number just a moment ago, but it is getting to the point where for the electoral vote to go in another direction from the popular vote gets to be pretty problematic.
All right, Judy Woodruff, thanks very much. Thanks for that analysis. Candy Crowley, where is Candy Crowley? She's joining us now live from Boston. There she is. Candy Crowley's at Kerry headquarters. Looking pretty empty behind you over there, Candy. What's going on?
Well, we've been told that the Kerry campaign will have nothing to say until at least 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. They don't have anything planned for 10 o'clock, but that's their start time, should they have anything to say. They are feeling their way through this thing. The staff has been huddling, trying to figure out the next step. I can tell you that they've been very careful about the language. When we heard John Edwards talk, it was about, we promised you that we would make sure that every vote was counted. There's been no mention of lawyers, no mention of, you know, votes disappearing. It's been about allowing Ohio to go through its process. That's the tack that they're taking right now. I don't know if you saw it, and I'm sure the White House people did, but the two Republican senators from Ohio put out a press release urging John Kerry to go ahead and concede, saying based on their history and knowledge of Ohio politics, they think George Bush has an insurmountable lead. I doubt that Senator Kerry will be taking any advice from Senator DeWine or Senator Voinovich, but in any case, the pressure will be on, certainly from the Republican side, for John Kerry to do something. But you heard from John Edwards tonight, and it is the current plan, and again, they're feeling their way through this, but it's the current plan of the Kerry campaign to say, we want these votes to be counted, and then we'll see.
Candy, we have some videotape of some of the Kerry supporters leaving Copley Plaza in Boston. This must have been such an emotional roller coaster for them, because earlier in the evening they were bracing for a big victory, and then to see that victory sort of slip away as the night continued must have made for a lot of depression there.
Sure, and you know, if you're sitting out in Illinois or St. Louis, you must be thinking, well, what made them think that this was going to be a great victory? And you know, and I know that these exit polls begin to come out in the afternoon, and as often as we say, no, I can't tell you, you know, you're asked everywhere along the line, what do you hear, what do you hear, what do you hear? And pretty soon, of course, the crowd out here will begin to say, oh, the exit polls are very good for John Kerry. They expected a victory when they came here tonight. It was very clear that these are the party faithful, these are the workers, the campaign workers. So by word of mouth, they really believed that he was going to win Florida, that he was going to win Ohio, and that it was going to be very clear that it would be an early night. So to all of a sudden have it be so opposite what they had expected really had almost double the deflating impact, it seemed. They just went from, you know, cheering and everything to just almost that dead silence you heard on our air. It was, and every once in a while Maine would go for Kerry or something that was, you know, Delaware, Connecticut, something we expected, and you'd hear this applause, but sort of steadily in the rain, they'd go out. So it was a very, I talked to Democrats back in Washington, said, how are you doing, what are you thinking? And I got a reply back on BlackBerry that said just depressed and bewildered, which I think was two pretty good words for those who were watching this unfold, feeling pretty helpless. We're
going to show our viewers a contrast. Candy, I don't know if your photographer can hear me, but if he can't, maybe you could mention to him or her to take a wide shot. I want to see what that area behind you looks like right now. And it looks obviously very, very empty. No one has remained. Everybody has gone home. Up on the stage, it looks like they're dismantling some of the equipment up there. Pretty empty in Boston right now. Now, Candy Crowley, I want to contrast that to what's happening at the Reagan Center in Washington. Look at this. They're all there. All of the supporters of Ronald Reagan. They've gathered in this huge building, the International Trade Center, the Reagan Building in Washington, D.C. They're standing by to hear from perhaps the president and the vice president, or John King, saying that they might be heading over there to make some sort of remarks. They're still up. The president is up, and the vice president is up in the White House watching what's going on. A contrast, two images, Jeff Greenfield, that say what to you?
It says the Kerry people think they're going to lose and the Bush people think they're going to win. And I think the point that Candy made needs to be emphasized. These exit polls, we talked for 4 years, we're not going to make the mistakes again. We have it on the air. But there is no question that this afternoon, the political community, based on these early exit polls, believed that John Kerry was headed for a clear victory. I was at a lunch today. There was one of the more prominent Republicans in the United States. He was sulfuric about all the mistakes the Bush campaign had made and what had gone wrong and what John Kerry had to do as president to make things better. I think there were people lining up their resumes on the Democratic side of the aisle based on the exit polls.
The Republican side of the aisle.
No, there were Democrats.
Looking for jobs. Both sides of the aisle.
By the way,
there were Democrats lining up their resumes to join the new administration, and the anger of the Republicans, feeling that the press coverage in the early afternoon had been shaped by the exit polls. Not that anybody actually talked about them, but that everybody had it in their mind. I think there's going to be a lot of hell to pay after all this alleged reform. That these numbers were wrong.
We never broadcast the numbers.
No.
I'm not saying we broadcast them. What I'm saying is when you start listening to the conversation on talk radio and on some of the early cable programs, people don't say what the exit polls are, but there are implications. And more important, they were worried, the Republicans, that the disheartening effect of these exit polls would depress enthusiasm, might get workers not to come out, might get voters not to come out in the later states, because even though we didn't broadcast them, they were all over the internet. In this new era.
Gentlemen, if this were 4 years ago, would we have run with the exit poll story?
We didn't. Nobody reported the exit polls.
But all over the internet.
Didn't they used to report exit polls?
No, we never reported exit polls.
Forget CNN, did others?
No, well, there was, if some of the internet sites would go ahead and report.
No, but he's referring but also, are you referring to 1980 as well?
It's a different. Those were projections of states. It's a whole different issue. Calling states while the West was open.
Right.
What did happen was 4 years ago, as we all remember, we used exit polls to misproject what was going on in Florida. But what I'm saying is that there is going to focus on how the entire political community, until about 6 or 7 o'clock tonight, was convinced, based on these numbers, that John Kerry was going to win.
And I just want to point out, I want to point out to our viewers, I think the question I anticipated from Mueller, where these exit polls come from. This is a pool that has been put together by ABC, NBC, CBS, Fox, and CNN, together with the Associated Press. We've combined all of our resources, and we've gone to professional pollsters to put together exit poll numbers based on what voters are saying when they emerge from precincts, when they emerge from their balloting, as well as in advance the absentee balloters who went out there, and we've done telephone surveys to get that information. Were showing earlier that there was a slight advantage going to John Kerry, and Jeff is making the point that a lot of insiders, quote, insiders, were already basically assuming that John Kerry was going to be elected.
Weren't the people lied to?
No. This is statistical error. You can be wrong about this stuff. If the exit polls suggest that John Kerry is going to carry a state by 2 points and he loses it by 3, that's not considered statistically significant. The mistake is often made by people like us who hear these numbers, particularly the first wave exit polls, and call all their friends and start knocking them back and forth. Did you hear Kerry's, one of those polls that carries like 10 points up in a state, and it becomes the coin of the realm in politics. And I do think, and I've been hearing this all evening, there are some angry Republicans not at the liberal media. That's not the point here. At the dynamic that had them all worried, concerned, even depressed that they were going to lose an election.
But I think one of the interesting questions is, did that encourage them in part to redouble efforts? Did some of these negative exit polls lead to more final phone calls, more knocking on doors, more rides to the polls in some of these states?
I think if you look at what happened in a place like Florida, it doesn't work out that way. But what it does do is to make people angry. And I think we're going to have another round of serious recriminations about what the heck happened.
They also believed the polls because they were blaming the Bush.
Sure.
Where did they go wrong?
Well, one of the things that we might hear is that in some of the exit polls, they had a disproportionate number of women.
They did,
apparently.
but look, statisticians know that, and they will. I'm just suggesting this is a topic that you're going to be hearing about a lot in the next several days.
You know who knows a great deal about these exit polls? In
Who's
fact,
that?
all
All
polls,
right.
our senior political analyst, Bill Schneider. Bill, I still have the numbers. I have the numbers here
I've been standing here for 8 hours.
right in front of me of some of these exit poll numbers that we had earlier received, and they're pretty different than what actually is winding up. For example, in Florida, earlier we, based on a couple of waves of these exit polls, we had Kerry, at 51%, Bush at 49%. Florida didn't turn out like that, Bill.
That's right. And the lesson here is put not your faith in exit polls when it comes to calling a race, particularly if the exit poll is close. Exit polls have always been designed for analysis, for what we do over here, for telling us differences between men and women, for telling us what were the reasons on the voters' minds, for telling us that the Republicans did a good job of rallying certain groups like white evangelical Christians, but they are not very good, nor really is any poll very good, for being an absolute exact prediction. When you find an exit poll, as we did in state after state today, saying that one candidate is 51, the other candidate is 49, and you therefore conclude, it's over, Kerry carried the state, that is always like a very misleading conclusion. Don't put your faith in an exit poll unless it's 10 or 12 points ahead.
What goes wrong when it's wrong? If they've got it 52-48 favor one candidate, and it's 52-48 favor the other, what did they do wrong?
An exit poll is a sample of voters. It's not 100% of the voters. When you take a sample of voters, there's always going to be a margin of error in a sample. It's usually 3 or 4% because it's not 100% of the vote.
So broadcast ratings could all be wrong.
Yes.
Now, inside of the campaigns, one of the interesting things when I talked to people inside the Bush campaign earlier today, they were quick to point out that in 2000, some of the exit polls were wrong. Some of the exit polls, some of the first waves of the exit polls showed them down in Arizona, which they ended up winning, down.
For decades, as long as we've used exit polls since the 1960s. The problem with the exit polls is their misuse. The misuse of exit polls is to look at them and leap to conclusions, which is what a lot of people did today. I tried to
10-day delay because during that time, they also get in overseas absentee ballots. There's a 10-day grace period for those ballots, and then once all those ballots are in and the provisional ballots have been certified that they indeed were cast by registered voters, then the county officials open up those ballots and begin to count them and then send their tabulations here to the
Pundit, where now literally millions of people go to, and political junkies especially. And so when Jeff says it got sent around, it wasn't simply an email chain, or it wasn't just one site. It was sites that people are used to going to multiple times a day.
In fairness to Bill Schneider, our senior political analyst, when he was briefing us earlier, late this afternoon on some of these exit polls, he kept saying over and over again, there are margins of error. Let's not get carried away. These are just exit polls. These are not final numbers. And let's have everything with a serious grain of salt.
What every pundit said this, that if there was a huge turnout, that would help Kerry. Now, we had a super turnout tonight. Where were we all wrong?
Because we had a super turnout of everybody. We had young voters were 17%. That's from an exit poll. They were 17%. You know what young voters were in 2000? 17%. They were exactly the same. I remember speaking to groups who were mobilizing young voters, and they said, they're excited, they're energized, they're rallied, they're mobilized. And I said, that's great, and they're probably going to turn out in big numbers. But you know what? Other groups are excited and rallied and energized and mobilized, including white born-again Christians, including minority groups, including just about every group in the electorate. For every reaction in politics, there's a counter-reaction. So every time one group got energized, there was a counter-reaction. Everybody turned out in record numbers.
When do we get the breakdown of the Jewish vote, the Catholic vote? How long does that take?
Oh, I can tell you what they are right now. The Jewish vote is up a little bit for George W. Bush.
Kerry got what percentage?
He got 25%, no, 22% this time. He got 19% last time. That would be a very small gain. The biggest gain, the most noticeable thing I saw that's interesting is Bush appears to have made a breakthrough with Latino or Hispanic voters, where he got over 40%. I don't recall a time when a Republican candidate for president has broken 40% of the Latino vote. He got 35% last time. That's bound to be noticed.
Bill, stand by over there. I'm going to walk up here and tell our viewers what's happening in New Mexico. We're getting some new information right now with 98% of the vote in New Mexico, at least the precincts reporting. The president's with 51%, 306,000 votes. Kerry is 48%, 286,000 votes. Nader with 1%. But the Secretary of State of New Mexico has just said there are still thousands of ballots that are out there, absentee ballots. They're not going to be able to make a final certification of the winner in New Mexico, at least until tomorrow. So this is another state like Iowa in which the Secretary of State is saying, hold off, we'll continue counting the ballots, we'll know more tomorrow. It's one of the features, I guess, of this very close election.
Well, let me tell you, as has been said, New Mexico is actually the closest state in 2000. It was won by 366 votes, I think, even closer than Florida. But look, Bush, while he's, it's not a huge victory, he's ahead by about 20,000 votes. Well, what's happened around the country appears to be this, and this we do see in the exit polling. Karl Rove did a great job of mobilizing, rallying the Republican base. That's essentially how Bush did so well. We won't say he won in this election, but we are seeing one of the issues that people keep citing, and this is a good use of exit polls. When they're given a list of issues, they're asked, what was the most important factor in your vote? And an awful lot of people, state after state, are saying moral values. Not just terrorism, Iraq, the economy, but moral values. And they're voting overwhelmingly for Bush. And in most states, that's one of the top issues. It appears that religious voters, voters who are traditional in their values, are coming out in extraordinary numbers. That's Karl Rove. That's the Republican operation.
Bill Schneider, stand by. Excellent explanation for our viewers. Seeing as Dana Bash is back in Washington, and she's joining us now live. You've made your way over to the Reagan Center, where there's still a lot of supporters of the president. Dana, set the scene for us.
Hi, Wolf. Well, it's packed here. It really is striking how different this scene is from what we saw from Candy Crowley in Boston, where the Kerry party essentially was supposed to happen. This place is still absolutely packed. I'm sure you can hear the music blasting. People are watching. People are paying attention. They are still expecting the president to come at some point. And Bush aides are saying that that they feel that, as we've heard earlier, that the president is still likely to come here. They are still waiting. They are still looking at Ohio. They still feel that, as one aide said to me, that Democrats are delusional, that they actually think that these provisional ballots could end up swaying this state for John Kerry. And they say that they are looking at these other states and that they do think it is still possible for the president to get to 270 very soon. It's unclear if that's really going to happen when we look at the math, but they are definitely saying that they still feel very confident. And just to sort of set the scene, all over at Bush Cheney headquarters, and it looked very clear at that point about 2 hours ago that Ohio was going to go for the president, and they all told us that they had, as you were talking about earlier in press speak, a full lid there, and they sent everybody over here. The senior staff, they were supposed to be right behind us, and they never made it. They're still over at Bush Cheney headquarters, but they still say that they're going to head here, and certainly, as you can hear, this place is absolutely packed.
All right, we'll continue to watch what's happening at the Reagan Center. Dana Bash, our White House correspondent, let me make my way over here as well as we continue to mull over what's going on. Quiet in Boston, excitement at the Reagan headquarters in Washington, D.C. This is way past. But the president's bedtime as well. He likes to go to bed 10 p.m.
You're a veteran of this. Why has it taken so long for the last 4% of Wisconsin to come in?
Well, we'd have to go and take a look at those precincts.
Well, the big strategy move, though.
In an hour and a half.
Big strategy move just quietly got announced. Remember,
it's going to be an exciting evening. All right, thank you all. Thank you all very much.
That's President Bush earlier this evening, and then a very resolute John Edwards appeared before the Kerry campaign supporters in Boston to make this brief announcement.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, we do have a trough starting to move through the northern part of the state now, the Gulf of Alaska into northern California.
Reporting live from Albuquerque, New Mexico. Thanks. Our CBS News totals are estimates. Bush with 254, that is including Nevada, which we just recently colored in red in Nevada. Kerry with 242, that includes Minnesota, which we put in his category not too long ago. Also Hawaii, which we estimate Kerry will carry. It still gets down to Ohio and possibly Iowa with 7. Neither of those states are going to be decided anytime soon. We keep saying it because we know some people switch around and you say, well, what do you think the deal is at CBS? Our best estimate is Bush with 254, Kerry with 242, 270 needed to win. Clear advantage to President Bush. For one thing, the numbers as we have them, that's an important thing to note, as we have them, lean a bit toward President Bush in Ohio. The Ohio situation is that John Kerry would have to do pretty much what the Boston Red Sox did to the Yankees, come from so far behind. It's doable, but it would be a comeback of truly historic proportions if Senator Kerry was to come through so strongly with the provisional votes, the provisional ballots that have not yet been counted, to overtake President Bush in Ohio. But as things stand, until it's official, it isn't official, and that's period. And so we have the 20 electoral votes in Ohio in the too close to call category. Wisconsin with 10 electoral votes still out there. You say, well, if George Bush wins Wisconsin and carries New Mexico where they're still counting, will that put him over the top? Nope. We'll put him at 269. He would still need one more electoral vote. He'd have to get that from either Ohio or Iowa. Have only a few seconds, Ed Bradley, but how did the Republicans wind up carrying Nevada in the presidential race?
Well, the president won among men, he won married voters, and among conservatives, who make up a third of the voters in the state.
If they can get Ohio back, they can put together a combination of other states and get to the 270 mark. I guess, Tim, all that I was talking about earlier tonight about whether or not these two parties could find some kind of common ground and resolution that will be affected by the bitterness of this final accounting that's going on in this election 2004.
Well, you heard Rudy Giuliani, and now the two Republican senators from Ohio are calling on John Kerry to concede. There's a very orchestrated campaign by the Republicans to try to bring closure to this race. Democrats are encouraging him to at least wait till the morning and see what the landscape looks like. And clearly, it only reinforces some very bitter partisan feelings between the parties. But this has been a tough, no-holds-barred campaign, Tom. There's no doubt about it. Big differences on big issues, and the Democrats are determined to at least wait till the morning.
And they had such hope just 24, 48 hours ago that they were going to pull this off. In fact, when we saw the original interviews today from voters who were leaving the polls, it looked like it was trending John Kerry at that time. The Bush people were very quick to say, wait a minute, there's something wrong with those polls. There are too many women, and those are not our voters that we're hearing from. So this has been a very emotional day for both campaigns, a real roller coaster, as it was 4 years ago at this stage.
Over the last week, each campaign has had a good day, a bad day, a good day, a bad day. And the big debate was, if a president hadn't reached 50%, an incumbent, could he be reelected, or wouldn't the undecideds break disproportionately for a challenger? Based on the popular vote we're seeing tonight, it appears that President Bush did as well as John Kerry, at least if not better, with those last-minute breakers. How that plays out now in these remaining 7 states, we just don't know.
I was with both campaigns up close and personal last week with John Kerry on Thursday in Ohio and in Wisconsin. I was with the president in Florida on Sunday. I was thunderstruck by the level of confidence in both campaigns. They were guys holding royal flushes, both of them. They were confident that they were going to win. It wasn't spin. They really thought that they'd worked it out. The Kerry campaign felt very strongly that since the president had not gotten to that 50% mark in any of the states in which he was leading, that it was still wrong track, that they were going to do well. The president thought that his rallies were an indication to him that he was going to do well. He thought he was going to do a lot better in Pennsylvania than he did. He lost that state tonight. And Karl Rove really believed strongly that they'd put together their coalition and strengthen it from 4 years ago. Now, it's important to look at this map tonight and realize that nothing much has changed from 4 years ago. It may before the night is out. But that's the map that we saw 4 years ago, Tim.
As of now, we have projected 43 states. They are lined up exactly they were between Democrat and Republican in the year 2000. The remaining 7 may change or alter a bit, but right now we're 43 for 43, blue, red, just like 2000.
All right. We're going to be back. We'll take a look at those close races after Democracy Plaza decision 2004. Back after this.
Julian, let's talk about that. Can we see, I don't know if we have the board on Ohio, but almost 100% of the precincts are reported, and we're talking about a difference of over 100, say 120,000. I don't know if maybe we'll bring that up while we're talking here. But even if there were 150, let's say, 150,000 provisional ballots, now we're looking at that. There's 130,000 difference, 150,000 right there we're looking at. Right. Is there any real possibility with 99% of the precincts in that this outcome is going to change?
In my judgment, not really. And let me just say, with respect to the comments that Mark just made, those are the kind of comments I would expect to hear from an extreme partisan, not from a serious student of the electoral process. I think the following is important. I think it's very important for both parties at this point, because the country and the world is watching, to conduct themselves with dignity. I don't think there's any interest in a protracted litigation or some kind of protracted recount of the voting situation. I remind Mark that it was President Bush that took the case to the Supreme Court. I do think this. I think that if there is some plausible mathematical formula whereby the provisional ballots and the absentee ballots could make up the margin of difference, then we ought to count the votes. If there isn't, and right now I don't see it, I think it's an uphill battle for Kerry, given the figures that you cite, which I largely accept. Some people have put the provisional ballots closer to 175. I don't think we'll know that until the morning. If there is some plausible scenario, then we ought to look under the hood. I think the only thing the Kerry team is doing right now is they're dispatching a team of experts out to Ohio to take a closer look under the hood. I think the kind of comments that Mark makes are intended to make this thing more, to bring strife to this, to bring more controversy to this, and there isn't that at this point right now. I think we ought to take a look at the votes, look at the situation in the morning. If there's a plausible scenario, we ought to do the count. If there isn't, I think Kerry ought to concede.
All right, gentlemen, on that note, the debate will continue and rage on. We appreciate it. Thanks for joining us. Appreciate it. Stay tuned for more Team Fox coverage of You Decide 2004. We'll catch you up on the very latest with live reports from the Bush camp, the Kerry camp, and everywhere else that matters, coming up at the top of the hour.
The Netscape internet service lets me choose if I want their unlimited access for just $9.95. So does NetZero. And Netscape lets me choose if I want to add email virus scan, or Web Accelerator for faster web surfing and email virus scan. Or, what do you get with those guys? You just switch to Netscape.
Netscape internet service. Get online for $9.95 a month. Add Web Accelerator for even faster web surfing. And if you sign up now, get a 30-day money-back guarantee. Netscape. Call or log on today.
With faster acceleration than a BMW 325xi and an Audi TT, the all-new Hemi-powered Jeep Grand Cherokee conquers the road like a sports car. And with our exclusive QuadraDrive 2 four-wheel drive system, it conquers everything else like a trail-rated Jeep 4x4.
People are always looking for all-natural ways to fight colds and flu, like drinking licorice root tea. Or sipping horehound soup. Or even downing a cayenne pepper toddy. Of course, they could just drink Florida orange juice.
Get the nutrients your immune system needs every day. Florida orange juice. Healthy,
pure and simple.
As all eyes turn to the election, only one has the most trusted team with the most respected anchors.
Will be valid. Maybe 90% will be valid if the last election is any indication. He then has to win virtually all of them to make up the $140,000 vote gap. That seems virtually impossible to me. So Ohio, Kerry's hopes for Ohio seem not non-existent, but awfully close at this point.
If I can ask you, Jeffrey, this is another Jeffrey, this is Greenfield. If the Kerry campaign chooses to pursue this route, even given this arithmetic, is there any way for the state officials to say, I'm sorry, what you're asking is mathematically ridiculous. You can't make up the difference, therefore we're not going to count these ballots, or do they count them anyway?
I think as a general matter, they will count them anyway. I think it's a matter of discretion on the part of the Secretary of State and the boards. But I am not aware of any precedent where they simply refuse to count the provisional ballots. Given the way Ken Blackwell, the Secretary of State, has been acting so far, he's been on the magnanimous side. And I think politically, it would be very much in his interest to say, sure, we'll count the votes. But
are there any
without
other
the possibility.
Jeff, any other legal issues potentially out there still unanswered in Ohio that could affect this race?
Well, the one thing we don't know, and one thing the Kerry people in their conversations with us have been quick to avoid, is the question of will they ask for a recount. There are more than half the ballots in Ohio are cast by the infamous punch cards. You could have a Chad watch. I mean, you could have the Kerry campaign say, we want a recount. They have the right to do that, whether or not they are within any margin in particular. They have the right to do that. So they could open up the whole election and say, we want to recount the votes, and we think we'll catch up that way. They've not said that politically. I think that would be very difficult.
Jeff, I know Ken Gross is over there not far away from you. Maybe you could bring him into this conversation. I'd like to hear what he has to say. He knows a great deal about election law around the country.
Yes, hi, Wolf. I agree with what Jeff is saying. This, of course, is going to be a tremendous uphill battle for Senator Kerry just on the math alone. Now, I think the one thing that could work to his benefit is if this takes time. You know, if there's a process that's going to go on here in the counting of the provisional ballots, in the tabulation of the vote itself, in the certification of the vote, time for more legal action, perhaps viewing the ballots to see whether there's any problem with the hanging chads and other things that can.
In the Press File Center here, reporters are still looking for ways to look at this story. And I wanted to give you a little bit of context. After the senator voted today, he came out and he made a statement. In that statement, he talked about what a great experience running for president had been. He spoke about the unifying force that he thought would be the outcome for the country. And at the end of that statement, there were a couple of questions. And I asked him a question, and I have the transcript here that I'm just zipping through to get to it. I asked him, Senator, are you prepared to make any challenges if the outcome is close? And his answer was this: I hope there won't be challenges. I hope America will vote according to the law today. That's what I want. I'm confident that's what the president wants. So in his last public statement today, Senator Kerry certainly framed his position in suggesting that he would hope there would not be challenges. Obviously, the campaign had hoped that it would be a decisive outcome for them, or perhaps even more comforted by a decisive outcome for the president, because there was great concern about what would happen if this kind of phase were to begin. So while the campaign tonight has gone to bed, at least publicly, they are, I am sure, strategizing through the night. Everyone is exhausted. Everyone has been working very hard. And a lot of what they are pursuing here also includes the emotion and the belief after 2 years. John Kerry's been running for president for 2 years. Many of the people who are around him have been with him for all or most of that time. So this is a very difficult thing for them to have to accept if, in fact, it does not go their way. With votes still to be counted, they want to hang on to that. They want to pursue it in all legal and simply the matter of time. This isn't even at the point of challenges. It's simply a point of counting the votes. So I just thought it would give some context to have a sense of where the senator's head was about this when he was feeling quite good today, just after he cast his own ballot in Boston. Tom?
All right, thanks very much, NBC's Kelly O'Donnell. I'm joined now by a man who has been a very familiar face and a very strong advocate for the president during the course of this campaign. That's Ed Gillespie, who's the Republican National Chairman. Just let me guess what you're likely to recommend to the Kerry campaign at this point.
Well, Tom, you know, the numbers keep coming in, and we see now that the president's margin in Ohio now stands at above 144,000 votes. I understand that there are about 150,000 provisional ballots out there. It's important to remember provisional ballots aren't like absentee ballots or early votes. They're only counted if proven valid. They're not counted unless proven valid. And so in past elections, for example, in the Cook County in the Illinois Democratic primary, between 7 and 23% of the ballots were counted. Mathematically, it is just out of reach for Senator Kerry, which is why Senators DeWine and Voinovich of Ohio have urged him to acknowledge that fact relative to Ohio.
It's incumbent upon me to point out those are two Republican colleagues of yours in the state of Ohio.
Well, they're not colleagues of mine, but they are two Republican senators, undoubtedly.
Mr. Gillespie and Mr. Chairman, Ann Thompson was telling me that in the year 2000, however, in the state of Ohio, 90% of the provisional ballots were found to be valid.
90% of provisional ballots, I don't even know if they have, and I'm not quarreling with you, Tom. I don't know that they had provisional ballots in Ohio. If they did, it wasn't under the Helping America Vote Act, which is the act that is governing the counting of the provisional ballots today in the federal election law. So, you know, my understanding again is when you look at them, even at 90%, if the president's up 144,000. Out of 150,000, it's just not going to get them there.
But what's wrong with taking another 8 hours and making sure that we've got an accurate count, given the unevenness of the system this time in a state like Ohio, in which you had to keep polls open until 1 o'clock in the morning? People were standing in line for 9, 10, 12, 13 hours. Wouldn't everyone feel better if at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning they made a judgment about all the votes rather than in the middle of the night saying they can't get there?
Well, Tom, the fact is, if you look at the math, and I was an English major, so I'm not a math major, but it's pretty apparent on its face that the votes aren't there, and the president's obviously racked up a very decisive win tonight in terms of the popular vote as well. In fact, the president is tonight the first president to get over 50% of the popular vote since 1988. You know, look, it's Senator Kerry's call. I'm just saying, when you look at the numbers, the public ought to be aware of what those numbers are and where they stand right now.
Do you think that we'll see the president before this night is out?
Well, you know, people are here, very excited here. We have not folded our tent here. We're excited about seeing some of the other states come in. New Mexico and Nevada obviously very strongly trending the president's way. Iowa still strong for the president. So we'll wait and see, but I can't, I'm not responsible for setting the president's schedule or releasing it. I'm not trying to be evasive. I'm just trying to stay inside my lines.
All right, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Ed Gillespie is the chairman of the Republican National Committee. Elizabeth Woolner was just pointing out to me that under the Help the American Vote Act, that the rules now are stricter about provisional ballots. So while Ohio may have had provisional ballots 4 years ago and 90% of them might have been valid, there are different sets of rules, a tougher filter for them to go through now, so that may change. It's a long shot. Everyone knows that. I'm sure that the realists in the Kerry campaign know that as well, and there are a lot of realists there, Tim.
I just spoke to a senior Kerry official, Tom, who said exactly that. Yeah, it is a long shot, but they're not going to do anything until 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. They went to sleep, most of them. They're going to get up in the morning, reassess the situation. They do believe very strongly that the Secretary of State of Ohio should not do anything arbitrarily, and if he did, they would pursue litigation. And they keep pointing...
certification, that kind of thing.
Exactly. They keep pointing to this scenario, Tom. As long as Michigan, Minnesota, Wisconsin, New Hampshire remain doable, they think they can get the 252, plus the 20 from Ohio would give them 272. That would give the president Iowa, Nevada, and New Mexico. If for any reason any of these 4 states slipped, and went to the Bush column, they realized with Ohio they still couldn't get the 272, the 270 electoral votes. They would throw the towel in.
And they are looking pretty good in these states.
They think they're going to win those 4 states.
Yeah.
And they acknowledge the president's ahead in Iowa, Nevada, New Mexico. They believe that tomorrow morning they could wake up Bush 266, Kerry 252, Ohio in doubt. And then they have to make a decision what they're going to do.
You can absolutely understand why they're determined to see this through. It's also important for you to know that while it is NBC News' best judgment that President Bush is the winner in the state of Ohio, that is our projection. That takes him up to within 1 vote of the 270 required. We're not the final arbiter. We do not certify presidents of the United States. It is our best news judgment. We think that he has won the state of Ohio. The Kerry people and the final analysis could prove us wrong. We'll just have to wait and see, but we're standing by our judgment at this time, and it really won't alter the outcome of this election, although I know how it must fuel some very strong emotions out there. I couldn't be more empathetic on both sides because running for president is very difficult, and this has been an exceptional campaign in terms of personal commitment on both sides, so there's a heavy investment. I'm fully appreciative of that. Where are we going to go now? All right, let's go back to Ann Thompson in Ohio. Ann?
Hi, Tom. We are still waiting the final tally of the votes cast today here in the state of Ohio, as well as the final tally of the provisional votes cast. We can give you an update on that number. The Secretary of State tells us right now there are some 95,355 provisional ballots that are in. Secretary of State Ken Blackwell says that number could go as high as 175,000. But those are the latest numbers. We're waiting to see what the margin of victory here is, if it keeps trending this way, what the margin of victory is for President Bush, and then how that stacks up against the number of provisional ballots that were cast here in Ohio today. Now, I was listening to Ed Gillespie talk about provisional ballots. Let me give you some history about provisional ballots here in Ohio. The state has had them for about 10 years. In the most recent election in 2000, as you mentioned, there were 100,000 provisional ballots cast. 90% of them proved to be valid. So Secretary of State Ken Blackwell emphasized this morning that the state of Ohio has had great experience with provisional ballots, and so people should feel confident as they go about and count these ballots, counting that will begin on November 13th. Tom?
All right, Anna, let me just ask you about one question that was raised with me. Since the Help America Vote Act, have the standards for provisional ballots been raised? Were they lower 4 years ago when you got a 90% threshold?
Well, one of the things, talking to Ed Foley, who is a professor at Ohio State University Law School, said that one of the ways that you could look for challenges on these provisional ballots is, for example, when somebody registered, if they did not put down their driver's license or their social security number, and yet on the provisional ballot that information is there, because the two don't add up, or because the two don't match, that could be a source of a challenge. So those are some of the questions you're likely to see raised in the next 10 days when it comes to provisional ballots.
All right, thank you very much, NBC's Ann Thompson. And we're not able to move the needle here at all, and we probably won't until the morning from the Kerry campaign point of view. We'll have to see what the president decides about his declaration or acceptance of victory tonight. At this moment, we still have him one electoral vote short of victory, and we cannot make a call in Nevada and in New Hampshire where the Bush people are very confident that they're going to win. We're simply not prepared to make that judgment at this point. More from Democracy Plaza, Decision 2004 after this.
Iowa still in play, 49% going to John Kerry and 50% to George Bush. 99% of those precincts reporting in at this hour.
Well, joining us from Boston, Democratic strategist Ellen Ratner, and in Washington, syndicated columnist Michelle Malkin. She leans to the right. Both are Fox News contributors, of course. Let's start with you, Ellen. Sum up tonight for me from your perspective.
Well, you know, it all started with the exit polls that had the Democrats very excited. And then as the night went on, they got less and less excited. And I, as a Democratic opinion journalist, got less excited as well. I am not a happy camper, but it's not 100% over, though I have to say it's not looking great.
Yeah, Michelle, how do you bridge that gap? I mean, this looks like it's... A lot of people feel this was kind of an ugly campaign, especially in those swing states where they were bombarded with these ads. How do you make things better in Washington so that it works?
Well, actually, I think America has a lot to be proud of as they wake up this morning. And there were a lot of antics on both sides, although having followed it, I think that there were a lot more stories of unhinged politicking by the left. But for the most part, we saw things run smoothly from one coast to the other. And I think that's an incredible validation that this republic has held together quite well. And as Ellen mentioned, though, the Democrats are quite glum, and if the Ohio prediction stays true and Bush holds that, then yeah, Bush has won this election and won very convincingly. I mean, if you look at the spread in Florida, it wasn't even close. Missouri by 8 points, Florida by 5 points. And, you know, I think maybe these claims of this country being so helplessly divided have been overhyped.
Ellen, go ahead.
Well, not actually. It's interesting. We're doing a special called Red State, Blue State. How would you see heal America? And first of all, I think Florida will wind up being closer when you have the absentees and everything. I don't think it's going to be 5%. But the fact is, 1 or 2% is still very divided. And I actually worry about our country. I'm very glad that people got out and vote in the numbers that they got out and voted. I think that that's great. But I am still worried that we have a divide in terms of how we see this country going. And I am hoping that George Bush becomes a uniter, not a divider, although he certainly didn't do so well in the last year or two on that.
By the way, John Kerry, if I could just say real quickly, John Kerry could certainly help heal the divide himself by being a gracious loser rather than a sore loser. We heard John Edwards say that they will make sure that every vote is counted, and really the question now is how far they will go to drag this thing out and to delegitimize Bush's win.
Michelle, if you could hold on just a second. We wanted to show, we're not going to listen in, but we want to show you at least in South Dakota. This is John Thune, who assumes that he has won the senatorial election there, deposing, if you will, Tom Daschle as the Senate Minority Leader. I believe that's the first time in 52 years something like that has happened. We are not calling that election just yet, but we wanted you to be aware of it. Again, John Thune, former rep, now apparently a senator, or at least he believes he has one, and is holding that meeting himself right now to that end. Michelle, let me ask very quickly. The president did not even win the popular vote 4 years ago, but went in, and as I understand it, his team said, we are going to act as if we had a mandate. Yet some people feel that alienated some on the other side of the aisle. Does the president contribute to the problems in going across the aisle himself?
Well, I wouldn't say that. What I would say is that I think that the Bush campaign is handling it exactly right now. I mean, we'll have to see, you know, when they're going to come out. And there's a bunch of folks waiting right out here in D.C. outside the Ronald Reagan building to see if there's going to be some kind of statement. But I think everybody's learned from 2000. And as I say, I think that there's an onus on the Kerry campaign to do what it can to make sure.
And what do you think that should be, very quickly, so we can give Ellen a chance?
I think he should concede at 10 o'clock.
Okay. Ellen?
Well, I think that, look, the president stopped meeting with Congress about a year after 9/11. He was meeting with the joint leadership of Congress. He has not done what he can do to really heal the country, and I am hoping that now that he doesn't have to run for another election, that he takes this 4 years and begins the heal, because we desperately need it.
Ellen, there is a theory that the Democrats are working on the next election already by not conceding and by giving the appearance that this, again, in their opinion, would not be a legitimate election of President Bush. Do you believe that's what's going on?
No, I honestly think that, look, we saw how close it was in the year 2000. Why not wait until every
loathe the country that would be so repulsive as to vote for George Bush? And there's a shrillness, therefore, that seeps into the Democratic Party that I think puts off far more people than it attracts.
Oh, very interesting. Which takes me in no particular order, again, back to Linda Douglas, which was something I failed to ask her a little while ago. Linda, with Senator Daschle defeated, who becomes the new Democratic leader in the Senate?
Well, the likely candidate right now is someone that I would imagine that most of the people in our audience have never heard of. The Democratic Senator Harry Reid from Nevada. A very soft-spoken man, very mild-mannered, almost professorial-looking man with, some would even say, sort of a heart of steel. He's a really tough political infighter, not a particularly charismatic public figure. And remember, the minority leader of the Senate becomes, for the time being, the face of the Democratic Party. So there's a lot of talk already among Democrats, even at this wee hour of the morning, about whether they now need to search around and try to find somebody else. Hillary Clinton's name gets tossed around. That won't happen, I guarantee you. But somebody else who can be more of a persona for the Democratic Party to be their voice while they work up to the next presidential campaign.
Does rather sound like a mess for the Democrats, doesn't it?
It does.
Okay, Linda Douglas, thank you. By the way, just for the record, because there was some confusion, we've only got one call briefly wrong this evening, and it was in the House of Representatives, and we quickly corrected it. But just for the record, in the Connecticut, in the 4th District of Connecticut, the
winner, so that is why they've been taking their time. But of course, they are waiting till those states are firmly in their column before perhaps coming out here at this early hour.
Jeannie, thank you very much for joining us this morning. Jeannie Ohm joining us from our sister station, MSNBC.
Now, if you thought that Bush was going to win, or the Republicans were going to win, traditionally that would support the likes of healthcare, drug stocks, tobacco stocks. Let's find out if that is the way.
Get all this loose talk about young people between 18 and 29 voting. They just aren't going to do it because they never have. Pat.
Well, it's a great myth.
How many of the Pittsburgh Brigade were under 29?
All of them up there. Under 29, they all came to New Hampshire. There was but they're talking about a national movement in the millions. It's the great myth of the youth revolution of 2004. It did not materialize. All the rock the vote and Bruce Springsteen and all of that. I'm sure it did a little something.
They went to the rally.
Yeah, they went to the rally. They went to the concert. They went to the concert, and then maybe they registered, but they really did not come out. They did not affect it. It did not happen.
Look at that number. Look at that. That's a hard number. That's based on the exit polling across the country by all the networks. And look at that. 18 to 29 age group. 2004, 17. It is so incredible that all this hype should yield a flat line.
It's the 60-plus people who increased, Chris. They're the ones.
Maybe they like the music.
Yeah. I mean,
they probably like Springsteen better than the kids do. They remember him.
That's devastating for the Kerry campaign. Really was counting on a boost there, and they thought it would overcome their decision to basically forego the rural vote. And I think the rural vote is a big story out of this election, because if you look at the states that are left,
wasn't John Edwards detailed?
That was the problem. They thought John Edwards could handle that and going out and shooting some geese or something like that. But this is the problem with the Democratic Party. They are not connecting to the rural culture. When you write off the South, as this campaign, you're not just writing off the South. You're writing off rural voters in Wisconsin, in New Hampshire, all over the country. And I think that's something a lot of these Democrats from Boston don't understand.
What's interesting is that the 65 and plus voters cut for Bush, not for Kerry. These are supposed to be the people concerned about Social Security, the third rail of Democratic politics. And none of those populist arguments, none of the Social Security arguments reach them.
Maybe it's not so much red state, blue state, as urban, rural, as Craig's suggesting.
And we don't have to rely on exit
you're in.
polls to see that. I mean, and the states that are left, that's why Kerry is not putting those states away, because he did not even have a message.
Here again, there is a clear pattern. Jimmy Carter was a peanut farmer. He actually did. When Jerry Rafshoon, my friend, went out to make movies of him for the ad campaign, he didn't pretend to be a peanut farmer. He was one. He really did wear overalls. He really did work in the field, and we went out to shoot him. And Bill Clinton, whatever we may think of him, really did grow up in Arkansas.
He
didn't grow up at Yale.
But that's it, Chris. When these fellas grow up in states like that, so whatever they believe, they're attuned to the culture of the state and they deal with it. Now, John Kerry in Massachusetts, he can take all of these positions, which are Dukakis progressives. I'm a card-carrying member of the ACLU. That's fine in Massachusetts, but when you go nationally, it's a jolt. But Clinton has been immersed in that culture, and so has Carter, and so has LBJ, so that they come out of it and they can deal with it.
Yeah, and the Democrats have an advantage on economic arguments to those rural voters, but they can't get to those arguments if they don't connect to the culture.
It's hard to sell the case that you're for someone if you're not of them.
Yeah, but I mean, West Virginia voters, they love Democrats. They love FDR's their hero down there. Yeah. But they like to fish and hunt, and their traditional values go to their little churches and things.
You know, that was my clue tonight. When I saw West Virginia called so quickly, I thought it was going to be a tough night.
The other issue is moral values and faith.
And Missouri.
Faith and moral values. And Bill Clinton, remarkably, because he grew up in those churches in the South,
the Bible in and out.
was able to speak to those values.
And a particular kind of faith and a particular kind of moral values, and we could, get into the sort of semantic
before everybody in the Republican Party gets overly pious on us, you look at the candidate who's doing the best, Rudy Giuliani. He's from New York. He's from Queens, I guess. He's a guy who doesn't accept any of the value systems of the Republican Party, and yet he is the most served up surrogate of the last couple of weeks for the president. How will he sell?
Here's what he'll do. I mean, he's got a wonderful story that he gave at his convention. It's about 9/11. And it's just about the firemen, and that will sell. But you can't go and deliver that every day in New Hampshire. And the little old ladies are going to say, where do you stand on life?
Right, you've been through that.
Oh, I mean, they'll do it night and day and night and day. And on New Hampshire, it is guns. I mean, I remember I went up there with George, running against George Bush, Chris. A guy came up to me, he had a beard. And in a department store, I was buying some socks to go up to the North Country. He just said, where do you stand on gun control? And I just looked at him, I said, I'm against it. He said, good, I'll vote for you. That was it. And
I remember getting to one of your meetings up there in the far western New Hampshire one time with all these long neck beer bottles and cigarettes. And I said, I think I know where these people are politically. I'm just guessing.
It's no accident that New Hampshire is still not decided.
Well, we have an election, and the more things change, the less they change, the more they're the same. And here it is, 2004. We're shooting into the 21st century on course, and women are now voting more like men. What an accomplishment.
But we're still not turning out the lights.
You're not turning out the lights, but you are in charge of the medical program, the meds and eds. And youth still don't vote till they get married, and that's the way it is, and maybe
Chris,
the way it will be.
You and I came into politics about the same time. I came in with Richard Nixon. We had 142 seats in the House, 38 in the Senate after the Goldwater debacle. Republican Party tonight, what's it going up to? 230 plus in the House, 54 Senate seats, the president's. I mean, and the takeover from the New Deal generation is complete.
We're learning a lot here, I'll tell you. I love these
bloodletting in the
Democratic Party. We're coming right back. We're coming right back on MSNBC, still covering the remains of the day for MSNBC from Rockefeller Center.
Sniping going on between the two campaigns at this hour. It's not reached any kind of critical mass. The Kerry people have said, look, we'd rather get a complete count on all of this. The Bush team would like very much for the president to go to the Reagan building in Washington, D.C. and accept victory. The networks, including this one, are not in a position to certify victory. We'll tell you what we think is our best judgment. Our best judgment at the moment is that the president is at 269 votes. He's short of what he needs. There are still 7 outstanding states. We've been looking at Nevada and New Mexico, the upper Midwest, and New Hampshire as well. Let's go to David Gregory now at the White House. How's the mood there, David?
Quite frankly, at the Kerry campaign, more than one campaign official, senior White House official, has said that he's being unrealistic. They consider this as a refusal to concede that's not based on anything that they're looking at in the vote totals in Ohio. And they're quite eager for this Network and others to call Nevada and New Mexico in their favor. Karl Rove at his station, other campaign officials at their station at headquarters, the president still monitoring all of this in the White House residence. Everybody looking at the race in these two states that are outstanding in their judgment that are most likely to go for them the soonest, and that is New Mexico and Nevada. You have a strange scene here, Tom, where the travel pool, that small group of reporters, is ready to mount up into a motorcade that's ready to go the short drive over to the Reagan Building and address these supporters. This president, we are told, is prepared to declare victory whether John Kerry concedes or not, once they get the actual total, getting them up over 270.
All right, thanks very much, NBC. David Gregory. Our judgment here at NBC News is that we are not the arbiters of all of this. We'll tell you what our best judgment is about who has won which states, but there will be no declaration from us tonight as long as the Kerry campaign is contesting Ohio and about who has won it as to who's the next president of the United States. We're going to do the best that we can based on the information that we can rely on, and we'll be back with more from Democracy Plaza.
Provisional ballots would not approach that figure, although I would expect that they will go maybe 100, 125,000 in the state. That would mean that Senator Kerry would have to get 100% of the provisional ballots, plus any ballots that might be coming in from overseas or anything like that in order to win an election in Ohio. That's just not going to happen.
And that's also presuming that all the provisional ballots are good.
That's why that's the other thing. That would presume that they're all good. And we know, for instance, that based upon the Illinois, where they've already used the HAVA ballots, that you count anywhere from 7 to 20%, even if you count maybe 25% of these, it might be high. But keep in mind also that Ohio has provisional ballots for change of address and everything, although most of
King Kong, now that we need him. Anyway, there's Rockefeller Center right now, of course, in Midtown Manhattan. It's a beautiful, beautiful architecture. And of course, there's the skating rink down there where you can see
270 electoral votes are needed to secure the presidency. As you see in green there, Ohio, that is the contested state right now. Ohio is too close to call via CNN, and it seems that there are still many provisional and absentee ballots that need to be counted, which is why Ohio is still in the green, too close to call, and we're getting word that it may be 11 days before all of those provisional and absentee ballots are counted. We will continue to keep you updated. Meanwhile, the Kerry campaign says it will have nothing more to say before 10 a.m. Eastern Time today. Clearly, Senator Kerry has not given up on this election. His running mate, John Edwards, told supporters in Boston he and Kerry will fight for every vote, and he told the crowd, quote, "We've waited 4 years for this victory. We can wait one more night." Keep it here for all your election coverage. This is CNN Headline News. We want to toss it back now to Rudy and Mike.
Development in this Bush administration. He resigned to go back to Florida to run for the Republican nomination, got that, and now he's got 50% of the vote to 48% for Betty Castor, with 99% of the precincts reporting.
And Mel Martinez would be the first Cuban American to serve in the Senate if he.
Now, the senior senator from this state, Pete Domenici, he's a Republican. He called it about 45 minutes ago for President Bush. The problem is nobody else followed suit. And there's a reason for that, because the numbers here just haven't quite jibed all night long. I mean, we had President Bush just about 45 minutes ago leading 52% to 47% with 98% of the precincts counted. Well, now with 99%, the Secretary of State has kind of updated those numbers. And now we've got a dogfight again, saying that President Bush is only leading by 3,000 votes, 50% to 49%. Now, the big question here is how many votes are still outstanding? And part of the problem is nobody's quite sure. I mean, we had 400,000, nearly half of all the registered voters who voted actually voted prior to Election Day. That's with absentee ballots. It's also with these early voting ballots. And no one has quite gotten a beat on how many ballots are out there. We've talked to different counties. We've talked to the Secretary of State. We think there are some 20,000 ballots that have yet to be counted. So about an hour ago, if you did the math, there was no way that John Kerry could make up the difference. Well, now with the new numbers and you do the math, there is right now a toss-up. John Kerry could clearly come back. That's why nobody is calling this right now. We can tell you that President Bush did very well here with Hispanic voters. John Kerry traditionally, and Democrats traditionally, carry 2/3 or more of Hispanic voters. During this election, President Bush carried 44%. It is a number nobody thought he would achieve, and that might be the number to put him over the top. But if in fact,
and the windsurf going on and the wealthy wife, and he's just the dude.
But you know, but Jack Kennedy dispelled that. I mean, Jack Kennedy was a PT boat commander. He was a rich guy, but he went out there and went to war. He was a cold warrior. He got to Nixon's right on Cuba, and he could do it because he was not a liberal. The problem is, frankly, it is if they're perceived as social liberals and part of the cultural, social, moral revolution of the 60s. If they moved in that vein rather than traditional America, which is separating, they got a real tough time speaking to it, and it gets tougher every year.
Is this lesson going to be, they say the definition of an addiction is to do the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. Dukakis, Mondale. I mean, here we go again. It just seems like that every time they run a liberal from the north, that person is beaten. And this goes back to Adlai Stevenson. It's fairly consistent.
John Kerry can go into the middle of the country, can go into these rural areas that we've been talking about, and he can speak to these people's economic interests.
Absolutely.
He can actually be talking about things that are in their interest, but it comes off as patronizing, and they will reject him because they feel they're being patronized.
But this Kerry campaign made a decision to just abandon the South, and they even left people on the sidelines, like you've met Mudcat Saunders and Steve Jarding,
who could have been campaign advisors.
They left those guys on the sidelines. These are experts, Democratic Party experts in rural vote, and they left them on the sidelines.
They also made a decision to focus on Iraq. And
that was Mark Warner's campaign manager. That's the reason there's a Democratic governor of Virginia.
Absolutely.
But they
Mark Warner is somebody who won the rural vote and the first Democrat in 50 years to win.
Of the vote left to be counted. This was a state that was considered to be too close to call before the voting began, and now with 99% of the vote counted, still too close to call. It is separated by about 12,000 votes. It's expected that this state will end up in the Kerry side of things. But as we know, no one is willing to make that call just yet. It is just still too close to call. And in the middle of the night, as it is here, no one's going to probably make that call now till sometime tomorrow. And keep in mind, the state had a number of interesting factors going for it. It did have early voting. It started about the 15th of October and ended as of Monday. And a lot of people took advantage of that, although the state did not release the figures, didn't say how many people actually voted. And then also you have same-day registration. And it appears that a lot of people took advantage. And what that basically means is if you were not registered, you could show up at your polling place today, as long as you had a valid ID and you had, say, a utility bill that showed you've been living in the state for at least 10 days, you could register to vote. And that's why in some precincts, they say in the Milwaukee area, they had a turnout of 115%. And the way they come up with that figure is they had 100% of the people that have been registered, and then they had a walk-in crowd of about 15%, new residents that showed up and with the proper identification were allowed to vote. Tom?
All right, thank you very much, NBC's Martin Savage, who is in Wisconsin. Can we take a look at any of the close Senate races that are still outstanding? Can we get those up as we bring in okay, Brian Williams joins Tim and me right now. One of the things that we saw earlier today were the exit polls that seemed to indicate that it was going to go toward John Kerry. But it gives you one more indication of what's going on in this deeply divided country. We now only have red states and blue states. We have women who are married and women who are single. We have people who live in northern Catholic climes and people who live in southern Protestant climes. Brian, we really do have a fractured political landscape.
And once again, one of the axioms of politics was proved tonight, and that is that watch predictions that the young voters are going to come out. They did not in any greater numbers than 2,000. We learned again that while people don't like to be typecast as a demographic like NASCAR dads or soccer moms, there is a security mom, for lack of a better name, group out there, and we learned a lot of lessons. We still are. You mentioned those exit polls earlier in the day, Tom. Those were the exit polls done by major media that ended up on the web. Tom?
I'm going to interrupt you for just a moment, Brian, because we're about to make a call in the state of Minnesota for John Kerry. NBC News projects that John Kerry wins the state of Minnesota. It's 10 electoral votes. That's part of the winning combination that he would like to put together if he can get Ohio moved out of the Bush column,
if you will, to the Bush-Cheney campaign, that they can claim a victory in Ohio all they want, which they've been effectively doing behind the scenes for some time now. We wouldn't be surprised to see them come out at any moment and publicly do it. But the Kerry-Edwards campaign basically says, listen, we're going to bed. We're going to fight you for every vote in Ohio. And if it takes days, well, so be it, because that's what you did, you Republicans did, in Florida the last time. That's their story. Whether one agrees with it or not, we'll just have to see how all that plays out. Right now, we're going to take a break. We'll be right back.